Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Incora County Ground at Derby for the second day of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Durham. Just to set the scene for you, there is no BBC commentary today, so Derbyshire County Cricket Club have taken it in-house for the day, and myself, Dave Jepson, will be here to cover the whole of the day's proceedings, along with, I hope, a number of guests as well to make it a most enjoyable experience for you. One of the interesting things to start with is that obviously with the radio commentary they commentate throughout the whole of the proceedings, but when you're doing it on stream and you've got the pictures in front of you, the commentary is necessarily a bit different. So it'd be interesting to see if we vary the style of commentary, whether or not it works which way best. So we'll try and vary it, and if you want to pass any feedback to Derbyshire County Cricket Club, I'm sure they will take that on board. So the players are out in the middle. Batsman Alex Thompson and Brooke Guest on 145, not out. Thompson on 6. And to open the bowling from the racecourse end of the ground, it will be Matthew Potts. Umpires are in place, and will shortly be ready to go. My first guest alongside me, Lauren Tuffrey, will introduce her shortly. And here we go. Potts in for the first ball. Down the leg side, taken by the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So we're underway. 317 for 6, the match position. Derbyshire having won being put into bat by Durham yesterday afternoon. That in is built largely around Guest's 145 and Wayne Madsen 62 and Haider Ali 38. And I suspect Derbyshire are probably happier with that position at the close of play. Lauren Tuffrey alongside me. Lauren, welcome.
You're right.
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
That's good. Very good to have you with us.
Nice to be back in here. I've been in for a while.
Good. Good. Did you see much of the play yesterday?
I didn't manage to catch a lot of it. I've been watching some of the clips this morning, actually, because I was at Duffield yesterday. So.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in a moment or two then. As Potts is in again. And the first run of the morning off the inside edge for Thompson's, and it runs down towards long leg for 1 run. So Derbyshire underway this morning, 318 for 6. They're in the 97th over. Of course, bonus points available up until the end of the 110th over. So I'm interested to see how they go about that. Maximum points available at 400. So they've got 2 at the moment. In fact, I think maximum points might be at 450. The field, 2 slips, a gully. There's actually a deep point, about 10 yards or so in from the rope away to our left. As Guest comes forward to his first ball of the morning and plays it out into the covers, and there is no run. So let's run through that field. 2 slips, a gully. There's a deep point. There's an extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Forward comes Guest again and plays again into the covers. Maybe played slightly across the line of that one as he pushed it out. Again, there is no run. So run through the sides for you. Derbyshire, Louis Rees, Harry Kane, Brooke Guest, who is also the wicketkeeper, Wayne Madsen, Leas Deploy, Haider Ali, Anuj Dal, Zach Chappell, Alex Thompson, Sam Commons and Nick Potts. Potts is in again, and Guest just plays out to mid-on, and again no run. So end of the first over from Matthew Potts. 1 run to Alex Thompson. Derbyshire 318 for 6. at the end of it. The Durham side, Alex Lees, Michael Jones, Scott Borthwick, who's the captain, David Beddingham, Ollie Robinson, the wicket-keeper, who's an interesting character. Might come to speak about him a bit later on. He's up from Kent. Graham Clark, Brian Cars, Miguel Pretorius, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts and Matt Parkinson. So we've got 2 Potts playing today, one on either side. And so you were at Duffield yesterday, Lauren. Just tell us briefly what that was. What was that in aid of?
Yeah, so we had the under 15 girls playing Knox yesterday.
First ball from the new bowler at the far end, Matthew Parkinson. Played out into the offside by Alex Thompson, and there is again no run. Apologies, Ben Rain, not Matthew Parkinson. Bowling from the city end of the ground. And again, Thompson defensively on the back foot there, playing out to backward point, and there's no run. So you're at Duffield?
Yes, it was so under 15 girls taking on Knox in the 40 over competition yesterday, the return fixture. For that, we fouled just short.
Was that an age group game?
Yeah, under 15 girls yesterday. We were a pretty strong side, but Knox very strong as well.
Oh, Rain beats Alex Thompson there on the outside with a lovely ball that just shaped away at the last moment, drew Thompson into the defensive stroke and beat the outside edge. First false stroke of the morning. There was good shape to it, you're right. The conditions here are overcast, cloud fairly high, but it's grey, it's dull, there aren't any shadows being cast of the players across the ground. Lighter skies away in the distance over the city, maybe that will come our way as rain is in again. And this time Thompson picks the line and allows it through to the wicket-keeper Robinson. So is that under 15s?
Yep.
Yeah, it's not. Just fell just short. They've got some good players in that that age group.
Yeah, we've got some really good players. A few are stepping up to play 18s next week, so they've impressed our under 18s coach with some of their performances, and they're being looked at by the regional academy as well for the girls, which is good.
That one nipped back from Rain there, having bowled 2 that went away from the bat. That one hit the seam and came back over the top of the off stump. A cry of anguish from the bowler, but Thompson was always comfortable with it. It bounced as well.
The universal signal of the ball, hands on head.
Yes. And that's some step up from under 15s to under 18s. That's quite an age group jump.
Yeah, we're finding that the gap's quite big this year because it went from 17s to 18s a couple of years ago. We're finding that 3-year gap makes a massive difference.
Thompson defends at the crease there, just drops it down. It's picked up from the second slip. And that is the end of the second over. That was Alex Lees, the man at second slip, coming in to do the fielding. So a maiden over for Rain to start, 318 for 6. And we've had 98 overs. So is there no age gap between 15s, age group between 15s and 18s then?
No, there's not a lot of recognised age group. We've created an under 18 development side to try and help bridge the gap for those players that can't make that step up straight away. So it's a lot of under 16, under 17 players who aren't quite ready for that step, which has worked quite well.
As Potts continues down the leg side, and Guest shapes to glance, but I think in the end leaves it really. And it's taken by the wicket-keeper Robinson. No run. So are we saying that really from 15 they go to senior cricket? That's too much of a jump. Was that what was happening?
Yeah, so they were going from 15s and then being expected to break straight into the under 18 side, which was going from 20-yard pitches to 22-yard pitches.
Guest is on the back foot playing into the covers, there's no run.
Which we found that was quite a difficult step for some of the players to make in this bridging squad that we've got who are playing today against Staffordshire, are developing players for that first sort of year before they then try and make that step into the full 18 side the year after.
Guest again defending, this time into the onside. Picked up by Graham Clark at mid-wicket. No run, so a steady start here for Derbyshire. I guess what they will want to do really to maximise this first innings is just take the time here. Get themselves in. Of course, a 4-day match, so there's plenty of time in the game. No real need to rush. Potts is in again. I guess this time depends on the back foot, really. Back up the pitch, and again there is no run. So at Derbyshire level then, do the county level, I guess, or within the county. So
yeah.
We've got some age group players. Is there a county side as well?
So there's the Derbyshire women's team.
Bowls, that's edged, but short of the first slip. The first false stroke of the morning, really, as Potts found the outside edge of Guest's bat there, but it bounced well in front of Michael Jones at first slip. Just looking at his hand there, he might have wrung his hands. It bounced 2 or 3 yards in front of him. It was never a chance. It might just have stung.
Like he was going to step a little bit closer then for a second.
Well, he did. I think he was just looking at where he'd have needed to have been, but he'd have been in front of the wicketkeeper, so it's not practical for him. Balls, that's down the leg side, and that'll run away for 4. May well be leg byes, indeed it is. So the first boundary of the morning, albeit not off the bat, will take Derbyshire to 322 for 6. At the end of the third over, Guest remains 145 not out. He's yet to add to his overnight score. And Alex Thompson has 7. Derbyshire, of course, Durham rather, the runaway leaders in the second division of the county championship this year. Well ahead of second placed Leicestershire, who endured a bit of a torrid day at Oakham yesterday. As rain continues from the city end of the ground. Thompson is forward, playing to cover point. Again, half forward. There's a bit of seam movement here for rain. Testing the batsman. Again, no run. Just a bit more bounce there, Rain. It's him on the thigh pad again. One that hit the seam and just came back at Thompson, but again no run. So there is a Derbyshire women's team, and presumably there are a number of senior women's clubs as well. Is that right?
Yeah. So the numbers growing across the county. We've got the East Midlands League, which a lot of clubs play in. It's about 5 or 6 Derbyshire clubs now that are involved in that.
Thompson drives into the offside but can't break it, get it past Graham Clark. Cover point, didn't quite time it, Thompson. And again there is no run. And so the players from the junior, presumably the junior A groups, they are all members of local clubs.
Yeah.
And they presumably gravitate towards the hardball women's clubs, do they?
Yeah, you see that happening. I think now there's a lot more options, so a lot of players are now staying where they are more often than they ever used to, which is obviously good for the game.
As Thompson drives, and again can't get it past Clark, but they will get a single as Clark parried rather than collected cleanly, but a good diving stop away to his left prevented a boundary. They took a single. Thompson will go to 8, and and Guest will face Ben Rain for the first time this morning, just taking his guard, checking where he's at. One or two stretching exercises, and he's now ready to face. Rain is in again. Guest allows that through to Robinson, and there is no run. 323 for 6. So presumably what happens is they play quick cricket, semi-hardball, then as they gravitate into the county age group structure at hardball level, they naturally end up going to the clubs that have hardball sides, of which there are, however many.
Yeah, I think you see that as they start to get a little bit older, when they want to be playing 11-a-side women's hardball.
Rain again gets one to nip back at Guest, takes him on the thigh pad, and there is no run. End of the over, the 4th of the morning. 100 overs have now been bowled. Derbyshire 323 for 6. Thompson has 8. Guest 145. And just beginning to brighten up over the ground as that grey cloud moves behind us to the north, and the lighter skies over the city head our way. Fair smattering of spectators in at the far end, as Potts is on his way for his 3rd over of the morning, and Thompson drives him into the colours. There is no run. So how many local clubs have fully fledged hardball sides now?
At the women's level, I think it's 5 or 6.
Right. Is that spread across the county?
There's one full 11-a-side team in the north,
Right.
and then the rest, so that'll be Cup 4, and the rest are sort of more city or south sort of based.
And they play in the East Midlands. Do those clubs just play amongst each other, against each other within Derbyshire, or do they play against in a wider geographical area?
So it's a wider geographical area. So it's the East Midlands Women's Cricket League, and
Right.
so in the 11-a-side hardball, there's 3 divisions. So you've got a couple of clubs in Div 2 from Derbyshire, a couple in Div 1, and then one team in the Premier League division.
So Thompson tries to pull this away. He gets the bottom edge actually into his pad. They'll take a single because the Graham Clark, the fielder, is actually out on a square leg boundary there. Had to come in and do the fielding. Score advances by 1, 324 for 6. Thompson up to 9. So there's one Derbyshire club in the Premier League, you say? Guest back into his crease there, trying to force into the offside, but can't get it past Matthew Parkinson at cover.
Yeah, so one club in the Prem. That's where I play. Currently sitting 2nd in the league this year.
Which club's that?
Spondon.
Oh, Spondon, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So Spondon got two teams, one in the Prem, one in Division 2.
Right.
And then you've got Duffielder in Division 2, Cup 4, Otbrook playing Div 1.
Guest comes forward there. I think it was an inside edge into his pad. Strangled appeal from Potts. And again, no run. Guest yet to get off the mark this morning. Interesting stat from our friend Dave Griffin earlier on today that Guest's 145 is the 4th highest score by a Derbyshire wicketkeeper. Potts bowls again outside the off stump, and this time Guest is able to leave it through to Robinson. And there is no run. End of the 5th over of the morning, and Derbyshire 324 for 6. Thompson 9, Guest 145. So is the game growing as well?
Yeah, I think obviously you've got the 11-a-side part of the league, but you also got the Super 8s and the softball element to the league as well. So lots of clubs in Derbyshire are playing some form of league cricket, whether that be 8-a-side hardball or the 8-a-side softball stuff in a league format across the East Midlands as well. So we've got lots of clubs playing competitive cricket on a weekly basis just in the women's game now, which is making a massive difference. It's a good pathway as well now.
As rain continues from the city end to Thompson, who will get 4 runs off the outside edge down to third man between second slip and gully for the first boundary off the bat of the morning. Thompson will go to 13, 328 for 6. This pair have now added 40 for the 7th wicket.
Good soft hands as well from Thompson, that was.
He did, he kept it down well. And say perfectly bisecting the gap between second slip and really it's not gully so much as a 4th slip actually. It's quite fine for a gully. As rain is in again. Thompson this time defending into the offside and Clark doing the fielding. There is no run. So yes, just to go back to that note about the wicketkeeper scores. Brooke Guest 145 is 4th in the list, and I understand 3rd in the list is I think Dennis Smith, who scored 146 way back in the 1940s. Rain is in again, and Thompson will get a run rather fortuitously off the inside edge down behind square leg here. He will go to 14, 329 for 6. And then an old wicketkeeper of the 19th century, Will Storer, holds the record. In fact, holds the top 2 places. I think Dave said 167 and 175. But he may well correct me on that later on. But interesting that the Guest is 4th on the list. Rain is in again to him. And he'll get his first runs of the morning as he guides this down towards third man. He's not got the pace on it to go for 4, but they'll come back for 2. Clark gives chase and then throws in. Nice throw to the wicketkeeper Robinson. So Guest moves on to 147 and may well now be 3rd in that list of all-time highest Derbyshire wicketkeeper scorers.
Just going to ask that, does that take him to 3rd?
No change in the field, although the 4th slip has gone a fraction finer. It's about 3.5 now. As rain is in again to Guest. And more runs for him here as he turns it away nicely off his hip. That may go for 4. There's a big chase round there and not fielded. I think that was Matthew Parkinson out there who dived in vain but couldn't keep it inside the rope. And he now goes, that means Brooke Guest goes to 151. 4 runs for him. Wave of the bat around the ground. 335 for 6. Tremendous innings from Guest. Really has scored some runs this year. And, unusually for a wicketkeeper, batting at number 3 in the order. As he defends the last ball of the over down into the ground, there is no run. End of the 6th over of the morning, and Derbyshire moving along thus far fairly unflustered. 335 for 6. Guest 151. Thompson 14. This partnership now worth 47.
I do think Guest has made number 3 his spot, hasn't he, over the last sort of season.
Well, he got 100 at Sussex as well in the last game, so he's in a rich vein of form. But it is unusual for a wicketkeeper to bat at number 3. They tend to be further down the order, so he's got a lot on his plate. As the pot starts the new over. ball short, and Thompson pulls him through mid-wicket. There'll only be one, I think, as Clark is out there to do the fielding. Indeed, throws in. Lauren, thank you very much. We'll catch up again a bit later on. We've got a first guest of the morning coming in. There's just a slight delay there between a couple of players having a bit of a discussion. Potts has the ball in hand now and will come into to guest who is not out 151. Outside the off stump, there is no run taken by Robinson, and it gives me a chance to introduce to you performing some minor technical adjustments there. Wayne Madsen.
Hi, Dave.
Great to see you. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Great
Yeah,
to see you
yeah. Excellent, excellent. Scoring some runs again this year?
Yeah, I've been. It has been a good year from a run scoring perspective. Yeah, obviously, as a team, we haven't quite got the wins that we would have liked, but we've played some really good cricket over the last sort of 3-4 day games to get ourselves into positions to win games. It's now making sure that we get over the line. So with a good start here on day one, and the way the guys have started this morning, build a really good first innings total, and then set ourselves up for another decent position.
As Potts turns and comes into Thompson. And again, off the outside edge, he'll get 4 more down to third man there, as that, again, bisects that fine fourth slip and the second slip. And this time, I think, was at catchable height. Had there been a third slip in there, Thompson may well have been on his way back, but he escapes, and he moves to 19 at 341 for 6. Potts bemoans his bad luck. But there it is. If you haven't got a man in the place, it'll go for runs. There's no third man either, obviously.
No, I think it's still good signs for us. I think there's enough in this wicket to make our bowlers excited as well.
Potts bowls again, and that's driven into the ground. There's a crowd catch there at backward point, but there is no run. There is a tinge of green in it, isn't there?
There is.
Just look at it from here. I don't know how it played yesterday because I didn't see it, but you were out in the middle.
Yeah, there was a little bit of sea movement, but it was on the slower side.
Right.
So it was almost a bit of a tennis bally bounce on the slower side. So yeah, there's enough in the wicket for the bowlers, but from a run scoring perspective as well, I think as Guesty showed, if you get yourself in, you can eventually score quite freely.
Potts is in again, and Thompson defends into the offside. Well, notable that rain particularly has made 1 or 2 move off the seam, and even a bit of shape in the air as well this morning. So there's certainly a bit there for the.
And that was the thing yesterday. I think they did get the ball to swing considerably at times. The conditions were humid and warmish in the morning, and then we felt it in the nets prior to the game starting, and the ball swung around yesterday. But yeah, fortunately we were able to get through and have get through the first session without too much damage, and then have a good middle session to set ourselves up for a decent total.
So of course there was a bit of rain around first thing in the morning yesterday as well, wasn't there? But that didn't delay the start. So the fourth slip is edging towards third as rain bowls, and that's flicked off his hip
Lovely.
by Guest down towards long leg. And actually we'll get 4 runs because Parkinson had been moved square as a result of that previous 4. And then that one went finer. So Guest's moving along now, 156 to him, 345 for 6. The total. And the partnership now worth 57. So Derbyshire moving along nicely now. Took an over or 2 to get in this morning, but now scoreboard ticking along well.
Yeah, I think it's for us now. It's important to get the point at 350 and then kick on, see where we can accelerate to.
Yep. So is there still a limit on the number of overs in which you can score your bonus points?
Yes,
It's still 110,
so
is
it
it?
goes to 110. Yeah.
Still 110, yeah.
Yeah, the bonus points both from batting and a bowling perspective.
Yep. As Guest drops into the leg side and we'll get a run, there's a throw at the stumps there from the fielder at mid-on. But Guest was comfortably home. We'll go to 157. Yeah, so there's some rain around, drizzle yesterday morning, I guess, to start with. So that probably made it, as you say, it was a bit humid as well. So that probably made it quite difficult early on. It was 70 odd for 2 at lunch, were you?
Yeah, obviously they won the toss and put us in, and we would have done exactly the same thing. I think there were some damp conditions. Obviously with the rain the previous day as well. The covers were
Yes, of course.
were on the wicket for had a while. And with the concert as well, the pitch had been under covers for a considerable period of time.
Right.
Both teams obviously wanted to bowl and try and make use of those conditions. But I thought like the way that Reece and Camo played as openers, just to sort of see off that initial burst with the new ball was really important, and it gave us batters in the middle order a nice platform to play from.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a moment as Rain is in again to Thompson. And he's taken high on maybe on the thigh pad, top of the pad. Ball that just shaped back into him off the seam and was probably going down the leg side anyway. There is no run. Yes, just looking at the scorecard, they soaked up a lot of balls. If you look at the scorecard and you look at the runs, you think, well, they didn't really come on. But they soaked up a lot of balls early on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Which is obviously crucial in helping you further down the order when you come in against the older ball and it's dried up and the sun's out. Yeah,
and they did a fantastic job, as I said, to see off that initial burst. This Durham team of
Thompson just finds the inside edge on a drive there as Rain again gets a bit of nip back with the seam.
Yeah, this Durham team have a decent bowling attack.
Yeah.
And they've shown that all season. So I think for us to sort of start well against them was really important, and something that we haven't done well in the last few games is that first session, is play the first session well of the games. We've always been fighting back, which we've managed to do, but we've been fighting back into games. And today we had with this game, obviously, yesterday we had a really good first session.
Oh, he's bowled him. Thompson playing down the wrong line, and a ball that appeared really to go straight on from Rain has knocked out the off stump, and the first wicket is down this morning. Thompson bowled by Rain for 19, Derbyshire 346 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, to me, well, he'd been sort of running them back into Tomo there, and that looked like it might have just nipped a little bit away from him. Looked like it squared him up a touch and hit the top of off. Ben Rain's really good at doing that. I mean, his consistency of area is so good, and he gets the ball to go both ways off the seam. And obviously this one looked like it may have left Tomo a little bit, and he's beaten him past the outside edge.
Yep. So first wicket down then. First strike for Durham this morning. 346 for 7. Thompson gone for 19. Guest remains 157. Not out. It'll be interesting to see who's in next. From Zach Chappell. Probably Chappell would be my guess, and then Connors, and then Potts. It is Zach Chappell coming in. Yep, little hop and a skip and a bit of a stretch as he comes over the boundary rope away to our left. And the Durham players gather around the drinks carriers.
Yeah, this next period is going to be really important for us. How Guesty bats with Chappie and Potsy, and Sammy coming in. I think it's obviously going to be crucial, these extra runs that we're able to get and take some momentum into our bowling innings.
If you can get it up to say around 400, something like that, if the tail wags, that would be a pretty good position, I think.
It will be. I was thinking overnight. I was thinking anything sort of 360, 370 plus.
Yeah.
Obviously with them bowling this morning with a newish ball, if we could get sort of 360, 370 plus, that would leave us in a in a really good position.
And Chapel, for now, will not have to face the delivery because that was the last one of the overs. So it's Potts bowling to Guest, who leaves the first one. It's taken by Robinson behind the stumps. No run, 346 for 7. It remains. So I've been following the championship from a distance this year, really, and the table doesn't really paint a pretty picture. But actually, Derbyshire played a lot better than the table would suggest. Would that be a fair comment?
Yes, I'd say so. I mean, we obviously near the bottom for a reason. We haven't been able to win games and get over the line, and that's probably been the most disappointing thing for us as a group. We should have probably closed off against Worcester. We were close to beating Sussex. The Yorkshire game, we were at Chesterfield. We were really close to winning that. Again, after starting badly in probably all three of those games, really losing the first session on day one in all three of those games. And then Leicestershire, both home and away, were sort of affected by rain. And the game here, we would have won pretty comfortably had we played it more than the 2 and a bit days that we were only able to get. So yeah, we've played some good cricket at times. For us, it's been frustrating not being able to bowl teams out on occasions quick enough to give ourselves better chances to win games. But yeah, I think the last sort of three, 4 games we've played, we've put ourselves into positions, and now it's just getting over the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a tall order. Moving up the table is not an issue. It's a tall order to get up towards the promotion spots. From now, I think there's got to be a lot of things going your way. But certainly, my impression has been that, despite your position in the table, you've been competitive in the games. Really, I was up at Yorkshire for the first day of that match, and by lunchtime we were wondering what on earth was going on. Really,
yeah.
But the way they fought back, and then on that fourth morning, really, with a wicket to the first ball of the day, you actually favourites, really.
Yeah, definitely. We probably felt that. Oh, that's taken off.
That's taken off from Potts there and wrapped Guest on the glove. He walks away. He's dropped his bat and he's shaking his hand. Let's hope that's not done any lasting damage, particularly as the wicket keeper. He's taking his glove off now. Yeah, yes, yeah. Your job.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure who would get to. No. Well, one of the guys. There's a few of us who could take the gloves if need be.
Let's see if the physio's on his way. Not seem to be an awful lot of interest from the changing rooms. He's putting his glove back on, so I think he's okay to win. But that one really did lift off a length and caught him on the bottom thumb. Again, a sign that the pitch may not be altogether flat, and any runs that can be garnered will be valuable as he comes forward to that next delivery and plays it to backward point. There is no run. Obviously not unduly concerned by the ball before because he got well forward there, played it down to backward point at the end of the over for no run. 346 for 7. That was a maiden. Guest remains 157, not out. Chapel yet to face the delivery. Obviously has no score. And in the other games, in the other competitions, so the T20 again started slowly in that and then picked up and going to the sort of the last round of games, still had a possibility of qualifying.
Yeah, well, obviously the game against Worcester was winner take all.
Yeah.
Again, we probably started a little slowly in the competition, but had a good run of form, especially towards the back end, which is kind of what you want. You want to take a bit of momentum into the back end of the competition, and we had done that. And yeah, obviously the Worcester game was.
Chapel faces the first ball, plays it back to Rain. Interesting change in the field here. We were talking about that gap between second slip and the fine gully or the fourth slip. Well, they've now closed that gap up, and there are 4 in a line. 1, 2, 3, 4 slips.
Yep.
After a number of deliveries have gone in that general direction and evaded the fielders. There have also been 1 or 2 edges that have dropped short as well. So there's certainly something there for the bowlers.
I think you can see from the field that they've set here with a point in front. It just goes to show the slowness of the pitch.
Of the pitch, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, point point would usually be, even for a bowler of like Rain, you'd have point on square, but you've almost got a cover point really, and that just goes to show that the wicket's on the slow side.
Yeah. As Rain is in again to Chappell. He gets the ball a full length, he just comes half forward really and plays up to mid-off. There's no run. Well, it's noticeable that the bowler's foot marks are quite dark, which indicates there's some dampness underneath the pitch as well.
Yeah, I think there is a little bit. Obviously, for Neil and the ground staff, it was a challenge this last week with having the concert to make sure that they get the wicket prepared and ready. It did seem like there was a little bit of dampness, but generally on top it's drier. So hopefully through the game it might spin a little bit.
Chappell is back to this next one from Rain and plays perhaps a little awkwardly up to mid-on, but again there's no run. And I didn't see the concert on Friday night. The Who were here in UB40.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you saw the setup. I mean, obviously you're way to the left. If you can, I don't know if you can see this on the stream, or they might be able to point it out. But if you look away to the left towards the performance centre, the grass is obviously very dry where all the stage was set up. I'll come back to that in a minute. As Rain bowls too. Chappell, who edges into the slips in that third slip, fields the ball that bounced maybe a yard in front of him. So another edge into that slip cordon, but again no catch. It remains 346 for 7. So yes, away to that left-hand side, the ground is obviously dry, where the stage and all the paraphernalia was set up, and then the crowd obviously are on the main part of the ground. But do they rope off the square, or do they cover it and people walk all over it?
As far as I'm
and
aware.
People walk all over it?
I believe so. I think I'm pretty sure people were sitting all the way across. So yeah, they would have. I wasn't here as well. I've just seen a few photos, but I'm pretty sure that people sat over the square, and it was covered.
That last ball of the over was a leg by, as the ball caught Chappell on the thigh pad, but ran down past the fourth slip. Maybe they'll have a fifth one in soon. And they took a single, 347 for 7. Chappell yet to score, guessed 157. So that must further complicate matters if you're trying to prepare pitches, if the whole of the square itself has to be covered in advance. And presumably it's not just tarpaulin over the square, it must be some form of semi-permanent covering if it's got seats on it as well.
Yeah,
it's kind of chair legs.
I would have thought
poking
so.
into the
I
square.
It would be put the flat covers down and then something over the top of that.
Yeah,
is what I'm sure they did.
As Potts starts a new over from the racecourse end of the ground, driven into the covers by Chappell, but again not timed, and there is no run. And obviously that needs to be set up at some point in advance, so there must be a period, and then taken down afterwards. So there must be a period, I don't know, getting on for about a week or something like that, where they can't actually prepare anything.
No, that's right. I think. Well, I don't know from a pitch perspective, but certainly about 6 days before they definitely started setting up the stage.
Chappell defends back to the bowler, and again there is no run. Interesting. And then, of course, it rained as well.
Exactly. No, they've done. The ground staff have done a fantastic job with being able to get us back on the field, and especially given the weather that we had on the Friday night. For
yes.
The concert.
Yeah. 3 slips in place for Chappell as Potts comes in and bowls, and again it just squares him up a bit and finds the outer half of the bat. The ball runs out into the covers.
I'm surprised here that they haven't gone to a few more catches in front of the wicket because of the nature of it being so slow. The short leg's not a bad option here, but having catches in front.
It's the leading edge.
Yeah, and bowling, but really bowling straight at the stumps.
Yeah.
Leading edge and just the ball sort of chipped up. They obviously. Gonna go a short ball here to Chappie. It looks like with a short leg in. That's how they got him out last time at Durham. So I think I think that's why. This wicket obviously is a lot slower than the wicket that we played up there. So yeah, it doesn't lead itself too much to too many short balls, but they're clearly going to try their luck.
Potts is in again, and indeed short down the leg side, but Chappell doesn't even have to move. That was very wide. And is actually called a no ball for height. Yeah. So 2 will add to the score. All in all, rather a bit of wasted effort there from Matthew Potts, who's become something of a forgotten man, actually, having made his England debut last year. Appears to have slipped down the pecking order through no fault of his own, really.
Yeah, I think he was in the squad at the start of the Ashes, but he's been released. Josh Tongue has obviously come in a bit of extra pace and has bowled really well. And then Chris Wokes coming back. There were a few guys obviously out last year when he did play, but some of the senior guys coming back for the Ashes and have done really well.
Again, the short ball better directed from Potts there, but Chappell was able to stand tall. He's a tall chap, and actually without too much discomfort guided it down to long leg for a single. So he's off the mark, and the 350 is up for Derbyshire in the 107th over. So another bonus point as Guest goes back to the next ball, forces it up to mid-off rather, and there is no run. End of that over. 107 gone. Derbyshire 350 for 7. Chappell has 1. Guest has 157 to his name. So, something I wanted to talk to you. International debut for Italy?
I'm actually following the team as we speak.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're playing Ireland at the moment in the first game, and I obviously get there for the second game on Sunday.
Right. Okay.
So against Jersey, but so I think it's Ireland are 141 for 4 in the 19th over. So we've done okay. It looks like by all accounts. But yeah, obviously it's really exciting for me and for my family that I'm going to get to go and represent Italy and play in these World Cup qualifiers.
We'll come back to it in a moment as Rain starts a new over to Chappell. He drives through mid-off for 4 runs. That was a nice stroke. Shot of the morning. Shot of the morning. Maybe didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but followed through with a straight bat. And mid-off turns and is only retrieving. 4 to Chappell. He's up to 5. 354 for 7. So it's a qualifying tournament for the T20 World Cup next year in the West Indies. Is that right? And West Indies in America, actually.
Yeah, that's right. The World Cup is in the US and the Caribbean, obviously. Starting, yep. I think it's in the middle of the year next year. I think it's somewhere around June time.
Right.
So there might be a few issues, I think, if we did qualify. But yeah, obviously, for me to play international cricket and get the opportunity to play for Italy and try and help them qualify for a World Cup is pretty special. So
is it just a round robin tournament? Because there are 7 sides involved, aren't there?
Yeah.
Of which the 2 major ones are Ireland and Scotland.
Yes, so that's right. There's the 7 teams, and there's 2 spots available. So as you say, Ireland and Scotland are the 2 favourites, and then you've got Jersey, Germany, Austria, Denmark, and ourselves. And you'd probably say that the on previous form, you'd probably say Germany and Jersey are probably the next 2 best teams. But I think obviously Gareth Berg's done some pretty good recruiting of players over the last sort of year, and we've got a few decent players in our Italian team. So I'd say we definitely have a decent crack at qualifying.
Just an interesting change in the field there. The short leg has come in, and that is actually Graham Clark who's donned the helmet. And
I think he's there for the ball that nips back, and he's also there for the short ball. Although Ben Rain doesn't necessarily have the pace, I think Chappie will be able to negotiate it if he digs it in. It's probably in this case more for the one that runs back and inside edge.
It's Rain bowls again. And Chappell defends stoutly back to the bowler. Yeah, and Bryden Carse, who was fielding over on the leg side, has come over to field it. Well, his extra cover, really, to emphasise your point. that there's nobody between sort of the fourth slip and extra cover now. There's a very huge gap square on the offside.
Yeah, we definitely felt batting yesterday. It was really hard to score, to generate any pace to score square. So when the ball was wide, to get your cuts away wasn't necessarily that easy, with the ball sort of holding in the wicket a little bit.
Thrown ball short. Chapel does rather well to get underneath that because it didn't bounce all that much. He had to go right down on his haunches to get underneath it. There is no run. So Gareth Berg wants of Middlesex, of course. I believe, is that right?
Yep, and currently bowling as we speak.
Oh, is he for Italy?
He is.
So what's his connection with Italy?
He also, I'm not sure who it is in his family, but he also had the Italian passport, and that's how he was able to play county cricket. So it's sort of similar to me. That's that ball there from Ben Rain. Obviously, that's what he's looking for. The one that nips back, and hence why the short legs in play.
Yeah.
And it'll stop. You try and get the batter to stop lunging at you.
Yes. Yeah.
So clearly, that was the ploy there. Yeah. So Bergie's obviously player coach of the Italian team, and we've been chatting for a little while just about me potentially going and playing, and obviously the opportunities come up, and he really has high ambitions for the team to qualify for the World Cup, and so does the federation. So they've obviously done their best to try and get as many quality players as they can to help them do that.
First bowling change in the morning is Bryden Carse replaces Matthew Potts at the racecourse end, and he's in and bowls the first ball to Gueston. Actually nips it back and tucks him up, takes it somewhere around the midriff, and there is no run. Are there any other county players or players of that ilk in the side?
Yeah, we've got Grant Stewart, and Grant's doing a similar thing to me. He's playing this week for Kent, and then joining up with the team after the game on Saturday evening to be ready to play on Sunday as well. And then there's a couple of guys from Australia, Ben Manetti, who plays for South Australia and Adelaide Strikers, and his brother Harry. They're both in the team, and there's a few other guys who obviously with Italian heritage, but have grown up in South Africa, Australia, and the UK. And a couple from the subcontinent as well. It's not a huge. Obviously, cricket's not a huge game in Italy, and it's played on AstroTurf pitches. So there aren't at the moment. There aren't too many Italians who have grown up in Italy able to compete at this level. But it's something they're trying to do and grow the game in the country.
Fascinating. Trawled the globe for an Italian international cricket side. Well, I wish you all the best with that. I'll be following it with interest, actually. I will, because there are some names there who are... I think the interesting thing is there are names there of sides who you wouldn't normally associate with the potential or the possibility of going to a World Cup.
Yeah.
So the very fact that they have the opportunity to do so is Carse bowls again short to Chapel, who just stands up tall and drops it into the offside. Shows one that there is a growth of the game anyway, and secondly that the opportunities are being given there to these countries or nations to have the opportunity to qualify for the major tournaments.
Exactly, but I think it up to 20 teams as well. The World Cup next year that has given
Okay.
That's what's given the opportunities to so many teams to be able to qualify. It was obviously previously. Was it 12, 14?
Yep.
And having now extended that to a 20 team tournament, that has given the likes of Italy, Germany, Jersey, Denmark, and Austria opportunities to qualify as well.
Fascinating. Of course, on the flip side of that, the 50 over World Cup that takes place in October this year will have no West Indies side in it.
Yes.
which is remarkable given their heritage in that competition. This cast is in again to a short. Oh, that's a nasty one, and he'll be caught at short leg. He is indeed, as Chappell couldn't get over the top of that one. Might well have bounced on him more than he thought. He stood up tall, but it just looped off the bat to Clark at short leg, and Chappell is out for 5. 355 for 8. Guest remains 158 not out.
I think, Dave, I might have to leave you shortly.
Fair enough. You will, because you may well be going out into the field.
I need to get back across the chain.
Yes.
I'm still backing Sam and Potsy to bat here.
Well, I always like to watch a 10 and 11 bat.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, it's a fantastic view from the top here as well.
It is. You're right.
It's a great place to watch cricket from.
Wayne, it's been great to have you along. Thanks for the chat.
No,
Fascinating to hear about
me.
Italy in the T20 qualifiers. I shall watch that with interest, and I wish you well with it.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Look after yourself.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you. So Derbyshire 355 for 8, then Chappell gone for 5. Guest 158 not out. They've added 39 this morning, 316 for 6 at the close last night. So 39 added. And the innings slowly but surely drawing to a close. The interesting part here will be to see how Durham respond to it, given that they may have had the best of the bowling conditions, and Derbyshire posting a reasonable total. The new man in is Sam Connors, but he'll not face the first ball because, again, that was the last ball of the over from Cars, and he will be at the non-striker's end. So it'll be interesting to see how Guest goes about this now. 158 not out, down to the last two partners. The field being spread. Just a couple of slips in. There's a deep cover. There's a third man. Extra cover mid-off. Deepish mid-on. Certainly a single there. As first ball finds his inside edge, runs out on the offside off the pad. And the possibility of a single is turned down. There's a deep square leg and a long leg as well. So the opportunity for a single very much on offer for Guest. Turned it down from the first ball there. It'll be interesting to see if we end up in one of these states of paralysis, really. As Rain is in again and bowls. And that one keeps a bit low on Guest, who defends it going forward, really off the bottom of the bat, up towards mid-on. Again, there's the opportunity for a single, but again, it's turned down. So yes, whether we go through this process of a deep set field for the batsman who's in and scoring runs, and we spend 4 balls turning down singles, and then take one, or the field comes in and they try to score one. We go through that scenario for a number of overs as Rain is in and bowls, and that one's off the outside edge actually, is a leading edge, and they're going to come back for 2. They'll have to run here, Guest, and the throw is not quite straight, and he'll get home. That was a close run, couple of runs, but he'll go to 160 now, 357 for 8. An indeterminate stroke really from Guest that found the leading edge, dropped out into the offside. They ran one, and there was a bit of hesitation about the second, and Guest had to scurry back, but the throw wasn't over the stumps, and he was safely home. Field still deep set, although 2 slips are in place. As Guest pushes up towards mid-on, and this time they do take the single. Off the 4th ball of the over, so 3 from the over. Guest to 161. 358 for 8. Connors, who played well down at Sussex last week, and eventually actually when he came in the second innings held up an end for 2 or 3 overs when Derbyshire decided that the chase was no longer viable, but certainly batted well in the first innings.
Just got a note
It is indeed. It is indeed. You're right, the 110th over, and suddenly the field, 4 slips, there's a short extra cover, there's a short mid-on, there's a square, a short leg, there's a Connors drives through mid-off, there'll be runs there because there's nobody in place, and there's a chase on for Scott Borthwick, who will slide and pick it up just inside the rope at the far end, but not before they've come back for 3, so actually a profitable over for Derbyshire here, with Connors in. They've taken 6 from it so far, and the field will now change round for Guest, but presumably will stay in to save the single, being the last ball of the over. Fair to say that the plan for this over hasn't worked yet. Let's see what happens with this last delivery. There's now a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, an extra cover, a point square, 2 slips and a deep gully as Guest walks into this stroke and plays it behind square and will get a single out to the long leg. And in fact, they'll come back for 2. So rather than taking the strike, Guest is quite happy to leave Connors with it. Guest takes 2, 163 to him, 363 for 8. So the bonus points remain Derbyshire 3, Durham 2. And that is how it will stay for the remainder of the match. Durham 1 wicket short of claiming their 3rd point. Derbyshire considerably short of claiming the 4th and 5th batting points. I think they'll be more concerned with setting as much of a total as they can here to give themselves something to bowl at. Connors taking guard, the field taking its shape, 3 slips in place. There's a short leg as well. There is a long leg. Looks like a deep square leg going out. Deepish. Mid on, an extra cover, no mid off. As Cast comes in, the ball short, and that's pulled away by Connors, but mishit rather. He'll get 1, they'll come back for 2. Indeed, it looked for a moment, I lost sight of the ball there. It looks as though he'd pulled it many a mile over mid-wicket, but in actual fact he hadn't quite got hold of it. But still some open spaces out there at mid-wicket, which are now going to be filled by one of the slips. 2 more to Connors. He has 5, 365 for 8. So the 3 slips are now 1 slip and a gully. And again, the field on the leg side set deep, so there is a single there. Short from Connors. The one they'll get buys here is Robinson doesn't take it cleanly. So they'll pick 1 up, and that's probably what they'll end up with. Yes. So the short delivery from Cast that didn't really get up, bounced awkwardly in front of Robinson. He didn't collect cleanly. And they were able to come through for a buy. So 365 for 8. Lauren, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm actually only here for a little bit.
Are you?
So I've got another guest for you.
Oh, have you?
Tom has asked me to introduce you to him.
Lovely.
So you knew
We'll
about
come
it.
back to that in a moment then.
Yep.
As a guest on 163. Guest comes half forward and maybe gets an inside edge onto one that hits him in the pad and rolls out, and there is no run. Have you got the right microphone?
Got the right
headphones on now.
Yeah.
Talking about a one-sided conversation. Apologies to everybody there. We're very much sorting out the technicals as we go along here on this new dawn for Derbyshire cricket. As Cast turns and charges in again. Ball short, and Guest will get 4 runs there as he pulls away and gets a top edge very fine. And we'll go to 167. It was short from Cast, who's having a chat with the batsman as well in mid-pitch. I think it's all fairly genial. But Guest pulled away at the bouncer and got a top edge, and it flew away very fine down to the boundary for 4. 370 for 8, Guest to 167.
They all count, don't they?
They all do indeed, as well. So after this ball, you can tell me who our next guest
Yes,
is. Please
I will do.
Introduce him. A mystery for us all. Cast is in again. Short, and Guest again tries to pull this away, but doesn't get a piece of it. Hits him again, thigh pad or midriff, and there is no run. Fire away.
Right, so next guest is Marcus Hayes. So he's one of our community coaches who goes into schools and delivers in there. He's in the office today. But he also plays Premier League cricket for Eckington.
Right, okay.
So I thought he'd come in, could speak a little bit about the work we do in schools, the other sort of summer camp stuff we do. He does some of the disability Super One hubs as well. So
Excellent.
got lots of experience and a nice challenge for him to come and sit and talk to a microphone.
It is indeed. Welcome along, Marcus, if you want to swap over. And we'll start talking. Cast, meanwhile, turns at the top of his run and charges in again to Guest. 2 slips in place. Short of a length, and Guest just goes back, defends into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, the 111th over as the scoreboard flicks on. 370 for 8. Guest 167, closing in on this a record score for a Derbyshire wicketkeeper, which I believe is 175. I may well be corrected on that. Connors has 5 as well. Derbyshire have added 54 this morning for the loss of 2 wickets. Thompson bowled by Rain for 19 and Chappell caught by Clark off Cars for 5. Just a quick look at the bowling figures while we're here. Rain 3 for 80, Potts 2 for 68. I'm trying to do this without my glasses on, to be honest. It's not really working. Just bear with me a second. Cast 1 for 59, Parkinson 0 for 76 and Borthwick actually 2 for 12 from just 4 overs. Yeah, that's right. Rain 3 for 80, Potts 2 for 68. Pretorius missed him out, 17 overs, 2 maidens 0 for 55. There is a change of bowling at the City end, the Seat Unique stand end of the ground. And it will be, indeed, Matthew Parkinson coming in with his leg spin. So the first spin of the morning, bowling to Sam Connors. I'll just set the field for you. There is a slip, there's a backward point, there's a cover point, a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. He bowls the first ball and Connors just pokes it out on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket about 15 yards in from the rope. And there's a man at backward square leg. And that's your lot. 5-4 split field. As Parkinson's in again and bowls. And beats Connors there, who aims a drive at one which turned. There was a bit of drift in the air in towards the batsman, and then it hit the pitch and spun away. Taken by Robinson. So there's turn in this pitch. And there's also some seam movement for the bowlers, or for the quicker bowlers, albeit slow. As Connors drives this one back to the bowler, and there is no run. Interesting to see Parkinson bowling his leg breaks. Bowls now. Connors comes down the pitch and pushes up to mid-on, who's fairly deep, and will scamper through for a single. 371 for 8. Connor up to 6. Parkinson, who is actually going to bowl around the wicket to Guest. Slight change in the field here. The mid-on drops back to the rope at long on. There's a deep square leg now. Deep mid-wicket. The man at back of square leg has come finer. Around the corner, more on the 45. There's a mid-wicket as well. Long off, deepish point. He bowls and Guest sweeps. Been off the toe of the bat, that, the way he played the stroke. Out for 1 anyway to deep square leg. He goes to 168. We'll get through this over, Marcus, before we come to you, because it's happening quite quickly. Derbyshire 372 for 8. Parkinson stays around the wicket and bowls to Connors, who comes forward and defends up to the bowler. End of the over. So a tidy enough start there from Parkinson. A couple of runs from it. Derbyshire 372 for 8 after 112 overs. Connors has 6. Guest 168. And talking of guests, Marcus Hayes, welcome along.
Thank you.
Is this your first time with a microphone?
It is, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
Don't worry about it. Don't be nervous. There's nobody listening anyway. So we can talk away at at leisure.
Fantastic.
So tell us a bit about your background and what you do with the Cricket Foundation then.
Right. So, well, I'm from a little place called Balborough, which is kind of very North Derbyshire. So so that's where I kind of lived all my life, and kind of from Chesterfield way. It's that kind of way. But yeah, I got started with the foundation in January this year.
Cast ball's down the leg side, and Guest pulls it away around the corner for a single. He goes to 169, 373 for 8.
So yeah, started with the foundation in January this year. My job is I'm a community coach, so I go into schools and things like that, and basically teach children how to play cricket almost. So give them the kind of fundamental basic skills: batting, bowling, fielding, throwing, catching, etc. So it's all good fun, really.
Just still Brian cast bowling from the racecourse end of the ground, media centre end of the ground, whatever you would like to call it. And that's short, and Guest again pulls, and again off a top edge, fine, but this time the fine leg is finer, so there will just be one run. In fact, it was Connors that was, not Guest. He goes to 7, 374 for 8. And so is this primary schools, junior schools, secondary schools?
Well, I mainly do primary schools and junior schools and infant schools as well. But some of the other coaches do girls' secondary schools and sometimes other secondary schools as well.
Passes into Guest. Short, and he pulls that away. That'll be another single out to deep backward square leg. 170 to Guest, 375 for 8. So you go into. Do you have a particular area of the county that you go to, or is it all over?
Well, obviously, me being north kind of based,
Yep.
I cover more Chesterfield way and kind of Glossop way as well. So anything kind of as far that kind of north area. But I do sometimes come Derby as well. I've done schools all over the place really.
Passes in again. To Connors, go straight through him, past the wicketkeeper Robinson, and will be 4 byes. 4 to the score, 379 for 8, and that I think must have jagged back off the pitch, and went between bat and Connors himself, and Robinson despairingly diving away to the left, couldn't get a glove on it. All valuable runs for Derbyshire, 379 for 8. As they approach the 400 mark, which I think would be some achievement for them. As Cars is in again. Balls and short, and Connors pulls this away, and that's gone for 6, I believe. Over backward square leg. Short of a length, Connors picked it up and heaved it away. And although there's a man out there, Matthew Potts, just about 5 yards in from the rope, it was well over his head, and in fact, it's not only cleared the rope, it's cleared the boundary boards as well. The advertising hoardings and disappeared into a hedge around by the side of that East Midlands demolition stand. Down away to our right. A big hit from a big blow from Connors there. He's up to 13, 385 for 8, and the scoreboard continues to tick over. See what he does with this ball. Connors is in again. Short again. Oh, and he tries to feather that over the slips and doesn't get a touch. Taken by Robinson. End of the over, but a profitable one for Derbyshire. 385 for 8. Connors 13. Guest 170. Okay, so what do the programmes involve if you go into a school? Do the schools ring you up and say, we would like a coaching course for our, I don't know, year 6s or 5s, or do you go out to the schools and say this is what we would like to do there? How does it actually work?
Well, it's run through, most of them are run through Chance to Shine. So I'm sure most of you have heard of the organisation, Chance to Shine. So basically they run a free 6-week cricket programme, and schools come to us and ask for us to go into the school and deliver that programme for them. So we do 6 weeks of coaching in the same school. So yeah.
as Parkinson begins a new over around the wicket to. That's hit the helmet. That'll be 5 runs, will it? It should be +1. It's given us a leg bye, it's a single leg bye. But let's hit the helmet. And surely there will be an additional 5 runs here. Scrap that. There's a penalty, 5 runs. So interesting to see whether the batsmen here actually have to go back to the ends. But that definitely hit the helmet. They've been given the 5 runs. 380. Not gone up yet. The umpire's just conferring here. But I think the batsman may have to go back because the ball is dead immediately, hits the helmet. So the run can't count, I don't believe. But the 5 penalty runs will. Umpire Chantry going back, and actually the batsmen are staying at the ends that they switched to, but I would have thought it'd be interesting to get the signal. Interesting to get the signal from the scorer Jane Huff here, so we'll perhaps find out in a moment, but that should just be 5 penalty runs, I think. What's your take on that, Marcus?
Yeah, I think it's just 5 penalty runs, isn't it? I think it should be.
So I think it's confused everybody. As Connors steps away, or rather guessed, sorry. Yeah, the batsmen are on the board are at the wrong end now. It was Guest who stepped away and tried to hammer Parkinson through the offside there. Actually got a single as he mishit it. The scoreboard's now struggling to catch up. Not quite sure it knows where it's supposed to be. Guest should have 171. Connor should have 13, and the score, I think, is right. That's a nasty one. As Parkinson did very well to defend himself, Connors came down the pitch and hammered it straight back at him. It technically was possibly a chance for a caught and bowled, but really Parkinson could only take evasive action, and he landed up flat on his back. And in fact, I think he's hurt himself as he tried to get his hands up to stop that ball. So we think we're right. 391 for 8. Connors 13. Guest 171. And the right batsman now showing on the scoreboard as well. An interesting and a rare moment in any form of cricket, really. Never mind Championship cricket, for the helmet behind the wicketkeeper to be hit. I do think the batsman ended up at the wrong ends, though, as Parkinson bowls and Connors just pushes up to mid-off for a single. 392 for 8. Connors up to 14. I haven't got time to check that out yet, but I will do. If I don't do it before lunch, I'll check it then. But I think the batsman ended up at the wrong end there. Parkinson bowls again, and Guest comes down the pitch trying to hit him down the ground, but mistimes to mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. Parkinson bowls, and this time there's a sweep from Guest. He'll get 1, and we'll come back for 2. There's a run round the boundary there for Michael Jones. Throw comes in, end of the over. Guest goes to 173. 394 for 8. And we have had 114 overs of the innings. There's going to be a change of bowling at the racecourse end of the ground. Indeed, picks up his mark, and it's going to be Miguel Pretorius. Taken over from Bryden Cars. At the racecourse end, just setting the field for Connors, who's hit that huge 6 already in his innings. And standing at the far end of the ground, looking entirely disinterested in proceedings. Just ambling around. Not worried about anything in the slightest. Field going deep on the leg side, deep back of square leg, deep mid wicket, about 5, maybe a few more yards in, 6 or 7. There's a long leg as well. Orthodox mid wicket and a mid on, and then on the offside is a mid off, backward point, a gully, and a third man. In fact, the mid off's going wider to extra cover now. Suggests that this is going to be short, really. Pretorius comes in for his first ball. It is short and it's pulled straight to mid wicket, and there is no run. So other programs. Sorry, going back to that then. So other programs, the 6-week programs, is that a standard program, or do you adapt it depending on the age group that you're working with in the school, or do you go across different age groups in the 6-week period?
Yeah. So in a typical day, we'll have probably 4 or 5 classes maybe. So we'd go anything from year 1 to year 6.
It's Pretorius bowls short, and Connors guides it down to third man with an uppercut for a single. 395 for 8. Connors 15.
So yeah, we go from year 1 to year 6 really, and we do in the 6 weeks. We do the first week's always a catching week, so we always practice the nice big hands, watching the ball all the way into your hands, etc. Okay, and then second week's bowling, third week batting, fourth week I always do kind of a stations week just as a recap kind of thing.
Pretorius bowls again, and Guest carves away into the offside. There'll just be a run. There's a man at deep backward point there. He will go to 173, 395 for 8. 174, I beat the scoreboard. 396 for 8.
And then the 5th and 6th week always tend to be sort of games weeks, so always try and make it as fun as possible. So do catching games, kind of play almost kind of proper games of cricket, obviously not to the standard that's being played today, obviously, but yeah, kind of just getting them to hit the ball as far as they want, as hard as they want, etc. So
Pretorius bowls again, and Connors hammers this square on the offside, and that'll be 4. In fact, nearly took out the umpire with him as he did so. Umpire Chantry there at point had to take evasive action, and the Derbyshire 400 is up. Connors moves to 19. 400 for 8 in the 115th over, so Derbyshire reached that target that they were looking at, and they've still got power to add. So if you go into a school, do you go in for the whole day then?
Yeah, most of the time, yeah. Some schools were only in for an afternoon or something like that, but yeah, most of the time we're in for the whole day. And to be honest, most of the time it's a kid's first chance of playing cricket as well. Most of the time they've never played before. So
as Connors swings again, and that'll be 4 more down over mid-on. As Pretorius coming round the wicket, dug it in short, but plenty of time for Connors to see it, and he swung through it, baseball-like really, and hammered it over mid-on. 404 for 8. Connors 23, and this is entertaining stuff. Durham not contemplating any particular change in the field at the moment. Interesting to see what Pretorius does with this one. As he comes in round the wicket again. Again, it's short, and again, it's guided in the air. Down to third man. Is there going to be, it's away, and it's 4 more. 4 more. The third man, Michael Jones, had gone very fine there for the uppercut, and Connors indeed did uppercut it, but he got it wider this time, and as Jones came around, the ball just beat him. So another productive over for Derbyshire. 408 for 8 then. Connors is already up to 27, and Guest has 174. And presumably you have different abilities within those groups as well, so you have to adapt the sort of the skills or the drills that you're doing and the games that you're playing so that everybody gets an equal opportunity or a chance to play, because there's nothing worse than being involved in something if you can't actually do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Effectively, you're sort of left out of it, really.
Yeah. Well, I tend to try and make it as easy as possible. So even if you've never picked up a cricket bat before, you could still do the drills. So you when you're batting, you're hitting off tees, etc. So it's it's a stationary ball, nice and simple.
As Guest sweeps, that's in the air. Is it safe? It is safe, and it's 4 more as well. And Guest goes to 178, and I believe that may be the highest score ever by a Derbyshire wicket-keeper, beating the 175 of Will Storer way back in the 19th century. I'll check those details out if I can, and I'm sure Dave Griffith will let us know pretty quickly if that is the case. As Guest takes another single into the offside, into the leg side rather. .413 for 8. Connors defends this one from Parkinson. Parkinson in again. Bowls. Connors this time. A model of circumspection. Just prods it away into the offside. There is no run. 413 for 8 then. Connors 27. Guest 179. This time Connors comes down the ground and hits over the top, and we'll get, is that 4 or 6? Umpire's not sure. Mid-on's not sure. Mid-off's not sure. And they will probably signal 6 in the end, so 6 more to Connors. He goes to 33, 419 for 8, and this is tremendous tail-wagging stuff from Derbyshire. They've now added 103 runs in this morning session in about 85 minutes. Parkinson bowls again, and Connors again, just this time, comes forward and props it back to Parkinson. End of the over. 419 for 8, then Connors 33, Guest 179. So how many schools do you think that you personally would do over the course of a summer?
Oh, well, we don't obviously over summer because we do summer camps and things like that because the kids are off school for 6 weeks.
So do you go in during the winter then?
Yeah, we go in all year round.
Okay.
Yeah, all year round. So obviously winter's probably a bit more. Almost, we're probably going to more schools over winter, obviously because obviously everyone's at school at winter. So yeah, obviously we go inside then, and then when it comes sort of early summertime, we back outside. I honestly couldn't tell you a number of how many schools we go to, but I mean it's five different ones in a week. So
just a change in bowling there. Scott Borthwick is on bowling, and his first ball is hammered away for 4 runs by Guest. Field set. There's a short fine leg. The 3 men on the offside, on the leg side rather. There's a deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket. There was a long on there, but he hit that between the mid wicket and the long on for 4. It was a short delivery from Borthwick, which stood up invitingly for Guest, and he wasted no time latching onto it. And indeed, they've managed to lose the ball somewhere over by the, for those of you who are familiar with the ground, there they are, they've found it. The players helped by an elderly gentleman who found the ball underneath a picnic table away in front of the marquee. For those of you who know this this ground. Derbyshire 423 for 8 now. And the lone slip is being removed and reinforcing the leg side. So just to recap that field, short fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, mid wicket come. I think the mid wicket's coming all the way out as well. So there'll be 4 men on the leg side. On the offside, there's a fine backward point, almost like a short third man. There's an extra cover. There's a deep point, and there must be a long off in front of me somewhere. There is, as this next ball is just pushed back to Borthwick, and there is no run. So only 3 men saving a single at the moment. As Borthwick is in again, bowls, and again that's short and hammered away through the offside. That might well be 4 more. The man gets around from point. The fields, they'll come back for 2. Michael Jones out there doing the sweeping. 425 for 8. Guest now 185. That's a better ball from Borthwick. It's pushed into the offside. They'll get another single there. 186 to Guest, 426 for 8. And he's actually second in the list, not top Bill Storer, who we were talking about earlier. 175 as Connors defends here. But actually Bill Storer's highest score is 216, so Brooke Guest is second in the list. Tremendous achievement nonetheless, and maybe with the chance to add one or two more. Fields come in for Connors here. He comes down the pitch and will be stumped, and he's gone. And Borthwick has his man with a googly. And nice piece of work from Robinson there. Connors came down the pitch trying to hit him over the top with the field up. But the googly defeated his inside edge. And smart piece of work from Robinson just going down the leg side there. Enabled him to whip the bails off. And Derbyshire lose their 9th wicket. At 426, Connor's gone for 33. Just have a chance to have another look at that, actually. Borthwick, yeah, it was the googly, and beat Connors on the inside edge of the bat, and it was a smart take by Robinson outside the leg stump. Whip the bails off with Connors out of his ground. So 9 down, 426. And the last man to come, Nick Potts. So do you find there's much of a take-up from the school children, and as they move on to clubs after the sessions that they do with you?
Well, that's the plan. Honestly, I don't 100% know on that one, but yeah, that would be the plan. We kind of give them the basics, sort of how to play cricket, or more or less the kind of basic things you need to do, hitting the ball. It's almost similar to All Stars cricket, the sessions that we do. So yeah, we give them kind of the basic needs, and then hopefully they go on from there to play cricket and play for clubs.
Do you point them in the right direction as Guest takes a step away from the stumps and hammers this one from Parkinson out to deep mid-wicket, and there's another 4 runs for him there. 430 for 9. Guest goes to 190. And the lone slip is removed and now goes to mid-wicket as well. Fascinating stuff, this. Derbyshire adding 114 this morning for the loss of 3. Guest now up to 190 as he waits and can't do anything in this one from Parkinson other than push it back to the bowler. So I'm getting through the overs quickly here with two leg spinners on, which is interesting. Parkinson bowls again. This is short, and this time Guest takes a step away and hits to extra cover for a single, which will bring Nick Potts on strike. Leg spinner bowling to a number 11. Will be entertaining, I have no doubt. 431 for 9. Guest 191. It's a deliberation here as to where the field's going to go. Obviously a lot closer for Potts. There's a slip in place. I think there's going to be a silly mid-off. There are 3 men in the ring on the offside and 3 on the leg, and probably a deep square leg away to my left there is. So Parkinson is in and bowls and takes Potts on the pad going down the leg side. There is no run. Potts right-handed. Taps his bat at the crease and waits and drives and misses everything, and they'll get byes here as that might have kept a bit low. Certainly deceived Robinson as well. Chase on down towards the rope in front of me for Beddingham, who throws back underarm, and it is indeed byes, and they've taken 2. 433 for 9. That one deceived everybody. I think it must have kept low and went actually through the pads of Ollie Robinson. As he bowls again, and Potts this time forward off an inside edge, plays it behind square on the leg side. He has survived, no run. 433 for 9 then. Guest 191. Potts yet to score, and a productive morning thus far for Derbyshire. So just going back to the Chance to Shine. Chance to Shine is a charity, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, it is.
So they provide the funding for this into the schools, is that right?
Yeah.
And do the schools contribute an element of it themselves?
I don't believe so, no. I think all of it's just funded from Chance to Shine. So we obviously get the funding for that, and then the schools apply for it, and we are able to go in and deliver.
As Borthwick balls and Guest hammers away into the offside, and I think that's 4. He's bisected the field there. There was a deep extra cover and a long off, and Guest still managed to find the gap. He goes to 195, 437 for 9. Borthwick stands there in almost disbelief. Can't believe that he's managed to find a gap on the offside there. And to compound his misery, tries to flick the ball up with his with a bit of football, and loses control of it as well, and has to pick it up with his hand. 437 for 9 then. Guest 195. What a magnificent innings this has been. As he bowls, and that's short, and Guest this time will push out up to long off. They'll look for 2, thinking about it, but decide against it. I think it's a wise move, actually. Started to come back for the second there, did Potts, but it was never really on. A good throw in from Cars at long off to Borthwick over the stumps. Would have had Potts struggling had he come back. Anyway, 438 for 9. Guess now 196, within 4 of a double hundred for Derbyshire. The field, obviously, back in now for Potts. There's a deep mid-wicket out, but that's it. As Borthwick bowls, and that might have been the wrong one. Potts, nevertheless, is equal to it and pushes it into the leg side. There's no run. Potts doesn't really know where that's gone, but he'll get a single off the inside edge. Down behind square on the leg side. And Guest very quick to call him through, so Potts is away. He has 1 to his name, 439 for 9. And the field scatters far and wide on the green acres of the Incora County Ground as Borthwick comes in to bowl to Guest on 196. That's short and swept down the leg side. I think he didn't get a piece of that, and it'll run away. Will it go for 4? No, it's Beddingham flicks it back just inside the rope, but I think that'll be byes. It is indeed. So they've picked up 2 more there. 441 for 9. Shortened down the leg side, and Guest tried to swing it away, but didn't get a piece of it. And Robinson, I think, might have got a glove on it, but couldn't collect. So 441 for 9 it is. Borthwick is in again, short, and he's. I think he may well have been dropped then. Borthwick's reaction tends to suggest that Guest might have got an outside edge on that as he tried to force it away on the offside, but Robinson didn't take it cleanly. And anyway, it's the end of the over. So 441 for 9. Guest 196, Potts 1. And we've got about 25 minutes just under till lunch here. But it's been a productive morning for Derbyshire. They have added 125 for the loss of 3. They're meant to go. Thompson for 19, bowled by Rain. He was the first to go. Then Chappell caught by Clark at short leg off Cast for 5. And then Sam Connors, the third one to go, stumped by Robinson as he came down the pitch to Borthwick for a very entertaining 33 off 25 balls, which included 3 4s and 2 6s. Guest 196 thus far has taken 315 balls and contains 29 4s. captain and bowler at the far end just having a discussion here as to what they're going to do. And taking the time about it as well. It's actually Potts who's on strike rather than Guest. And at the moment, the field is set tight. 3 on the offside, saving 1. 3 on the leg side, saving 1. There's a deep backward square leg. Oh no, there's a man actually gone off the field to collect a helmet, I think. So maybe they're going to put a short leg in. Which was the reason for the delay. Indeed. So we're going to end up, I think we're going to have all 9 men in the circle, so to speak, the imaginary circle. Slipping a short leg in, then 3 on the leg side, saving 1, 3 on the off, and in actual fact, we're going to have a silly mid off as well. 3 catching then as he bowls, and Potts just pushes us away on the offside, and they sneak a single. There's an appeal there for LBW, but it clearly hit the bat. Maybe Parkinson suggesting it hit the pad first, but it didn't appear to be anywhere near the pad. Potts goes to 2, 442 for 9, and again, field spreads hither and thither for Guest, 4 short of a double 100. And we're going to end up with just, it's a very fine, short, fine leg really, Beddingham. In fact, there's a single pretty much everywhere on the field here. As Guest steps away and hammers up towards long off, there will be 1 there as the ball bounces once in front of the fielder, who throws it back in. Not taken cleanly by Parkinson. And the fielder will all come back in for Potts. 443 for 9, Guest up to 197. Actually, these overs taking longer with the field going in and out, and the short leg, who disappeared to deep square leg, had to come all the way to short leg and put a helmet on as well. As Potts faces and pushes into the onside, no run. Not sure when the last time there were 2 leg spinners bowling in tandem in the county championship. As Parkinson bowls again, and Potts pushes into a tightly packed offside and then feigns to set off for a single, which would have been suicidal. There is no run. In again, Parkinson, and Potts again defends. Carefully into the offside. Again, there's no run. The field now spreads as we get to the last, may well be the last ball or the last 2 balls of the over, in a presumably vain effort to attempt Potts to take a single here. I should imagine the batsmen will stay where they're at. Crowd building up around the ground, has done as the morning's gone on. So it's down the leg side, and Potts attempts to turn it round the corner. There is no run. And that is indeed the end of the over. 120 gone now. 443 for 9. Potts 2, Guest 197. So, in terms of going back to challenge time, the overs are going very quickly here, Marcus. So we're not getting a chance to talk between them really. If a school, if anybody's listening from one of the schools, wants to get involved and would like some coaching, what do they do?
Well, just contact the Derbyshire Cricket Foundation really. So there's 4 of us. 4 people that kind of book schools in, etc. So, yeah, if you're interested, contact one of them from Derbyshire Cricket Foundation, James Colton, Jack Richardson, Charlie Storr, or Tom Coxhead. So, yeah, contact.
Is there an email address to write to?
Website? There is,
website,
yeah.
Derbyshire Cricket Foundation website.
Derbyshire Cricket Foundation website. Yeah, everything's on there. So yeah.
Excellent. As Borthwick starts another over, and Guest has hit this high up in the air and may well be caught rain underneath it. And he's caught it. And Guest's magnificent innings is over. 197, caught by Ben Rain off the bowling of Scott Borthwick, and Derbyshire's innings closes at 443. Potts is the man not out too. But that was a sensational innings from Brooke Guest. 197, the second highest ever score by a Derbyshire wicketkeeper, and the mainstay of this sizable Derbyshire total. It remains to be seen how sizable it is when Durham will have the chance to bat in 10 minutes' time. But nevertheless, I think Derbyshire can be happy with their work over the course of this morning's session. 127 added for the loss of those 4 wickets. And we'll see how they get on in about 10 minutes' time. Marcus, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming over. I hope it wasn't too much of a difficult experience for you. First time on the microphone?
No, I enjoyed it.
As I say, there's nobody listening. So
Fantastic. We'll thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, in between innings here at the Incora County Ground, Derbyshire bowled out for 443, but while the pitch is being readied for the commencement of the Durham innings, I have alongside me the Durham coach, Ryan Campbell, who's kindly popped into the box to have a chat. Ryan, thank you very much for coming along. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. You were saying just a moment ago, this is your first season with the county club, but it's been fairly successful so far in the championship.
So far, yeah. The guys have played some really, really good cricket, to be honest. We obviously, like every other county, trying to strive our way to get into the first division, so to speak. But, look, we've still got a long way to go. There's 5 games to go. I think our improvements have been pretty clear to be seen. The even better part for me, I think, is that the individual players have really improved nicely, and we've seen some fantastic individual performances. And along with that, the team has won nicely and played really, really well, and no one individual has really stood out throughout the year. It's been a really exciting time to be at the club.
Has the success been built off the back of a strong bowling attack that you've got, or is it an all-round performance?
Well, look, it is. It's an interesting one because if you look at the numbers, I think our batting has been outstanding. We've not only made big scores, but the manner in which we've gone about it and the rate at what we've scored has really given us extra time for our bowling staff to really go to work, basically. And our bowlers have been absolutely outstanding. Today you can look at it and say, oh well, we got hit for 440, but the facts are all season the guys like Ben Rain and Matthew Potts and Bryden Carson, guys have just continued to step up and put pressure on the opposition, and that's probably been our point of difference. So we all know it's a tough competition, and we feel that in the end of the day, if to win the championship, we have to take 20 wickets. And at the moment, we seem to be doing that. So this game here, obviously, it might take something different. It could be a bold declaration or something, a run chase on the final day, but we'll see how we go.
I saw one of your games earlier on in the year against Yorkshire up at Chesterley Street, and that was very much a come from behind win. Has that been indicative of the way the side has gone about their business? There's been a sort of a never say die attitude to it, and if they've got themselves in a bit of a hole, they've managed to find a way of getting out of it.
Well, I hope so. That's something that we pride ourselves on. That we'll always back the guy to your left-hand side, and you'll always have his back. And I think if you look throughout the year, there's been times when with our batting, we've been 3 or 4 down for not too many. Yet someone stood up, and a guy, for instance, like a Graham Clark, who's a little bit unheralded, really, and has been given an opportunity to make the number 6 position his own. He's really stood up and made some really vital runs for us. And like I say, I think there's been no one standout factor, but I think the team, they're a very close bunch of blokes who enjoy each other's company, and they know that in a game of cricket, especially 4-day cricket, you're not always going to be dominating, and you're going to have to absorb some pressure at certain points and then hopefully give it back. And I think that's probably been the most pleasing aspect for me as a coach, is that these guys have buckled down and enjoyed having fun. We forget sometimes that professional cricket, it is supposed to be still allowed to have fun. And these guys are showing the way. And look, we are obviously going to be under the pump here, and we're going to have absorb some pressure up front. But hopefully, if we get stuck in, it looks like a beautiful cricket wicket here at Derbyshire. So if we can get stuck in, we know that basically all year we score at a very, very good rate. So I think the fans are in for a bit of entertainment this afternoon.
Excellent. Well, I look forward to that. As one of the benefits, you'll be able to answer this really, not rather than myself. Been that you've been able to pick a settled side throughout the summer, so you've got people who understand their positions, the roles within the side as well, and been able to apply that when the time has come.
Well, we have with our batting side of things for sure. We've used probably the same 6 or 7 batters the whole time. Which has been really, really nice for us, and we back them, and we've shown that they're, given them the confidence to, if you're going to go make a mistake, that's fine, make one, but learn from it and then push on and come back and work hard. And like I say, I think the numbers show that that top 6 and top 7 have been absolutely outstanding. Whereas from the bowling side of things, it sounds really easy that, we've had Potts and Cass and these few blokes, but we've had a lot of players going in and out of that. Our overseas Kuhneman was fantastic and had a back troubles, so we had to change that. Potts obviously got picked for England, then Casper did his side and played for 2 months. So there's been times when our fast bowling stocks have been down to the bare minimums, and you sort of, what are we going to do here? But through the good efforts of Marcus North, obviously, our Director of Cricket, who, never panics, sits down, has conversations with me, and we talk our way through it. And, thankfully, we've been able to loan a few players at times from other counties. And as you see, Matty Parkinson is on loan with us now. We've kind of tried to identify what the key elements of our attack need to be. And for me, it's I'm very big, even though I'm from Perth and we have fast bowlers and stuff, but, a quality spinner is really high on my agenda, because that spinner can give our fast bowlers a break, and they can still obviously be an attacking option. So, we've worked our way through some sticky situations, like I say, and this game here, and probably the last one against Gloucestershire, we're obviously back to what we feel is our best setup. And when you got a kid like Buster Later sitting on the sidelines, not in your first 11, it sort of gives you a bit of a calming feeling. So, like I say, I think we've been doing a lot right. Of course, we're still developing, and we're still trying to be a really good cricket team. And hopefully, if we can play well in these last 5 games of the year and win the division, next year should be very exciting for Durham fans as well.
How have you managed to go on? Obviously, this is your first year there, but we go back 2 or 3 years, and Durham actually were relegated to the second division, and there were sort of financial penalties there, and they appeared to be having to struggle for a period of time, but they've bounced back very quickly.
Yeah, well, look, I think the leadership of the club should be, applauded. I think they've done such a great job getting us back on our feet.
Just the players are out there for the Durham innings to commence. Zach Chappell is going to open the bowling, and will be bowling to Alex Lees. Michael Jones is out there as opening partner. So round the wicket comes Chappell, the right-handed Chappell to the left-handed Lees. There are 3 slips in place: a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There'll be a long leg as well down in to our right. Indeed. So the Durham innings underway. Nothing on the board yet. 0 for 0 after 1 delivery. Derbyshire, as a reminder, 443 all out.
Yeah, like I say, I think the board and Ian Botham and his crew have done a fantastic job for us.
Chappell is in again and bowls, and no beats Lees outside the off stump there as he went back and across and rather played with an open face.
And like I say, I mentioned him earlier. Our Director of Cricket, Marcus North, has continued to assemble a squad that he believes is a really strong squad that can win in all conditions. And again, we're going to have our ups and downs. Our T20 this year was a little bit inconsistent, which we showed signs that we're getting there. But again, with our bowling depth tested.
Chappell is in again and bowls, and again beats Lees outside the off stump as he made a rather tentative prod at the ball from the crease.
With our fast bowling stocks tested, we probably lost a few games which we should have won. But again, that's also a learning curve for all of us on how we want to go about the game. And next month when the 100's on and the 50 over competition will kick in, we'll make sure we give some of our youngsters a real opportunity to push their envelope, so to speak, and hopefully we can be successful in that.
Chappell is in again to Lees, who this time gets in behind it and just drops it into the offside. There is no run. Do you lose many players to the 100? Yeah,
so we'll lose Nathan Souter, Cass, Potts, Robinson got picked up, Buster Later got picked up. So that's 5 of our quality players who will be going. But like I say, that also gives opportunity for the next generation of youngsters. And, a kid like Ben McKinney, who's the captain of the England under-19s team, will probably get a chance. And that's very exciting for guys like that.
Chappell is in again, and this time Lees rather more positively comes forward and plays defensively into the offside. Again, no run. Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper, is an interesting case. He's from Kent, I believe.
Yes.
Is that right? And I was reading something about this very recently, that Kent appeared to have a surfeit of very good wicket-keepers, and Robinson is one that decided he needed to move on.
Yeah, well, he needed opportunity. He came and trialled for Durham last year. I think he played in the T20 competition, wanting an opportunity and liked what he saw. And, with Kent having Billings and I think Cox is another one I think they have down there. He saw an opportunity for us where he could be the number 1 wicketkeeper, and through discussions with Marcus, we wanted to make sure that his batting was more settled, because I think it's fair to say that at Kent, he would either bat 1, then next week he might bat 5, and the next bat he'd bat 7, and then suddenly it's at 3, and he just sort of got thrown around all over the place. So, we've given him an opportunity to bat at number 5 all season for us, and number 4 in our T20 team. And I think he's an exciting young cricketer. And, again, I think one thing I will say about the county game, and Durham especially is one of those counties, people, I think sometimes, and again, I'm not having a crack at any other counties, but sometimes I think they forget that we're also a foundation stone for English cricket, and we have to produce English players if the English cricket team is going to be good. And now this is coming from an Aussie, so take it how you want. But, we take that on board, and we're trying to produce English players.
As Connors opens the bowl in from the racecourse end, and immediately will go for 4 runs off the outside edge of Jones's bat, past the 3rd slip and down to the 3rd man boundary. So Durham underway, 4 without loss. Jones has those 4 to his name.
Like I say, we are here to try and provide players, and so, it's one of those things. And at the moment, Mark Wood, Ben Stokes are proud Durham boys, and obviously Carson Potts are those. And the next generation, we want Alex Lees to try and get back into the team, and any young player to get into the English team.
Connors bowls again, takes Jones high up on the pad, maybe the thigh pad actually, and there is no run.
And we take that on board. So look, we're a proud. I've only been obviously in the northeast since January this year, but it's very quickly dawned on me that the northeast are a very proud community that want to do really well in their sport, and they love their cricket team, and hopefully we can bring some success for them.
Well, I shall make a point in a moment that might surprise some people who listen to me over a while as Connors bowls. Oh, and that's a good ball that bounces and leaves Jones as he came forward. Balls through to Guest, and there is no run. Is that I've been involved? I've been in Derbyshire for about 45 years now, but I was born in Durham, so I have a natural affinity with the county side, and I always keep an eye out for their results and how they're going. And it's most interesting that they are the newest county side as well. They've only been around for about 30 years, but they've won the championship 3 times already, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that, which is remarkable. So they do have a very strong, as Connors is in again and bowls down the leg side, and Guest dives away to his left. So they obviously have a very strong core there, and they continually produce players of England quality as well, particularly fast bowlers, which is something that is not uncommon to Derbyshire over the years either, who have this tradition of fast bowlers.
Yeah, and to be honest, Steamy Windows, our head of academy, has been there for many years, continues to do such a wonderful job for us, and the pipeline of fast bowlers that's coming through there, young Luke Robinson and Hogg and these sort of guys.
Connors bowls again, and Jones comes half forward and defends into the offside.
Kids that we're going to pin our hopes on in the future, and try and give them as many opportunities as we can, and making sure that they learn the right way. And guys like Alan Walker and Will Gidman, who are our assistant coaches, and James Hilditch, our batting guys, they're constantly spending time with these kids, trying to help them become what they need to be to survive in the first class arena, and then to prosper.
Mm-hmm. As Connors is in again to Jones, 3 slips go down, expectantly waiting the edge, but Jones is forward and defends back to the bowler. No run. End of the second over. Durham 4 for 0. Lee's yet to score. Jones has 4 in reply to Derbyshire's first innings total of 443. And the catchment area for Durham, I appreciate you've only been here a short period of time, but you may be starting to understand this, is presumably the very northern county, so Northumberland, which obviously Newcastle is part of anyway, so that's fairly close at hand. And I guess Cumbria on the other side, which is where Ben Stokes came from.
Yep. They're the 2 probably main ones that people talk about. And then obviously, we're very big believers on making sure our club competition is really strong.
Yep.
So at every opportunity, we're trying to get our guys who are playing in the first team or at the second team at least, going back to their clubs and making sure they're playing club cricket, and trying to improve that as well. So, look, we don't have all the answers. Like I say, it's a big county, and we're doing our best. And hopefully, England cricket. And again, I'm not trying to be political here, but they have to understand that the North is a very, very big section of their game. So, you think in 2027 with the Ashes, mate, there's not a test match above Nottingham or something,
right.
which is
north of the Trent, yes,
which is kind of ridiculous, to be honest, because the people of the North want cricket. They want top flight cricket, and they want to enjoy it, and we want to showcase it, because that's where you get the next youngster sitting in the stands looking at the England team, going, "Gee, mummy, I would love to do that." Or a little princess who's watching, wanting to be an English women's player. There's lots of good stuff coming from the North, and hopefully we can continue it.
Ryan, that's such a fascinating conversation, and we're enjoying it so much that at the end of that second over, the players actually walked off for lunch, and we were busy talking. So there we are, lunch at the Incora County Ground on the second day of this championship match. Durham 4 without loss in reply to Derbyshire's 443. Ryan, that was terrific coming in. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I wish you all the best.
Pleasure. Thank you.
So there we are, lunch here at the Incora County Ground. I'm going to take a short break here, but we will be back around 20 to 2 in about 37 minutes' time for the afternoon session. Until then, we'll take a short break.
In balls to Reed. In balls to Reed. In balls to Reed. Go in and balls to read. 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 Go in and balls to Reed. 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 In balls to read. 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 In balls to read.
Incora County Ground here in Derby for the afternoon session on the second day of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Durham. My name's Dave Jepson and I am taking you through the developments and proceeds of this afternoon session. The players on their way back out to the middle now as we speak. The umpires have already arrived, Mark Newell and Jack Shantry. Batsmen actually out before the fielding side, Alex Lees and Michael Jones. Durham 4 without loss at lunch. This in reply to Derbyshire's 443, made up principally of a terrific innings of 197 from Brooke Guest. He was the last man to go, finally caught by Ben Rain off the ball of Scott Borthwick. Notable contributions during that innings. Yesterday, particularly Wayne Madsen, 62, and Hayler Ali, 38. And then this morning, Alex Thompson, 19, Sam Connors, 33. So 443 all out, Derbyshire. And in reply, Durham, after just a couple of overs of their innings, are 4 without loss. We're about to get underway. Zach Chappell will be bowling from the City end. He's on his way now to bowl to Alex Lees. And he's in for the first ball. Short down the leg side, and Lees just ducks underneath it. And there is no run. Welcome back to Lauren.
Thank you. I'm back.
Have you lunched well?
Yes, I just bought a bit of a little noodle pot thing
Oh, right.
instead.
Okay.
Did you have anything nice?
Oh well, of course, if you're in the media, it's complimentary.
See, I wasn't told that. So
Pasta and beef. Yes, very nice with a little sauce to go
Smelled
across
nice.
the top. So yes, very pleasant. We are suitably refreshed as Chappell is in again for the second ball of his over, and Lees goes back and plays into the covers, and there is no run. Sun is now out. It was a bit dull and overcast to start with this morning, but over the course of the morning session, the skies gradually cleared, and now the ground is bathed in sunshine.
yes, it's lovely out there. I just had a walk over to check on our work experience. And,
Is
it's
it warm
very
enough
nice.
as well?
Very warm.
Yep. So, Chaplin is in again. And Lees, and that's turned off his hip this time, down towards long leg. Will be picked up by Connors for the first run of the afternoon session. And Lees is away now. He has 1 to his name. It's 5 without loss. Yes, you don't, because we're in the media centre here. We do have a window open actually, but we don't get a breeze at all. In fact, it was like a cooling chill coming through some sort of air conditioning, I think. So you don't get the effect of what the weather's like outside, really. Unless, of course, you make the effort to go outside, indeed, which I didn't. I never even thought about it.
No fresh air.
And no fresh air. I was too busy thinking about my lunch. The Chappell is in to Jones, and Jones shoulders arms and allows it through to wicketkeeper Guest. So I think at the end of this over, Lauren, I think we'll give you the chance to commentate.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll be fine. I understand you've done it before, is that right?
Yes, I've done a bit on some of the T20s and a couple of championship games here and there.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Chappell's lead. 3 slips go down. And again, outside the off stump. And Jones is able to allow it to pass through to Brooke Guest. In the Test match, if you're interested in it, England 61 for 1 at lunch after Australia were bowled out for 317. There's a deficit of... You're going to tell me? No, you're not.
Maths is not
246, I think.
not my strong suit at all.
I think 246.
That's why I like this scoreboard.
Yes, it's a very useful one to have in the box. There's Chappell bowls, and Jones just guides this down towards third man. They take a single. Anuj Dowell very energetically runs it down from backward point. End of the over. Jones has 5, Lees has 1, Durham 6 without loss in reply to Derbyshire's 443.
It looks like Connors is going to continue from the racecourse end. Is this Connors' first game back from injury? Have I got that right? Or did he played at Sussex,
played at
didn't he?
Sussex last week.
Yeah.
Very entertaining 33 this morning.
I saw there was 2 6s on the scorecard.
Yep.
Here we go. Connors is coming in. Drifted down the leg side there. It's a good take, diving take by Guest.
So Connors, I've watched him as he's sort of come through the ranks, and he is sharp as a bowler. He's not particularly tall, but he is quick.
You don't always have to be the tallest, do you,
No,
to fire in?
Absolutely not. Plenty of quick bowlers have not been that tall.
Connors coming back in. That's all been called a no ball. Must have overstepped there. It's sort of flicked into the leg side to mid on. Lewis Reeves picks it up nicely.
Pitch just changing in colour here from this morning. When I turned up at about 9 o'clock, there was a decidedly green tinge to it, but that a mixture of the roller and the sun is now a lighter shade.
That's defended out nicely there by Jones into the offside.
Well, I guess Durham here will just bat as long as they can, really, in this first innings, pick up any bonus points that are on offer.
Yeah, I think that's all they need to do, don't they? They've got plenty of time left in the game.
There is a threat of weather around on Saturday, the 4th day. It doesn't look very good on the long-range forecast at the moment.
Connors back in. Ooh, he's almost dragged it on there, attempting to leave the ball. Everyone was interested for a little bit. All the slips, hands on head.
Yes, outside the off stump, and Jones made a late decision to leave and didn't get his bat out of the way in time, and dragged the bottom edge. Ball ran past the off stump. Akin to Alex Carey in the Test match at Headingley.
Yes.
Who dragged on trying to leave a ball and was out actually yesterday, caught behind trying to leave as well.
Solid defensive shot there from Jones.
So at the far end of the ground, the temporary permanent stand.
Yes.
Or permanent temporary stand. Permanent temporary stand, of course. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Connors coming back in. It's defended into the leg side. Picked up by Thompson. There's another dot ball.
So the seats are white, which acts as a sight screen, but what they often do is they actually cover that up with a sheet as well.
Yeah.
But I noticed they haven't done it for this match, although there is a sheet draped over in front of the stand instead.
It looks like they've put some sort of barrier so
I
people
think there must
can't
be
sit
some.
there this
I
time.
think there is, because otherwise, the spectators being spectators.
And the last ball of the over is defended out to the offside for another dot ball. So that ends the 4th over. Durham at 8 for none. Lee's on 1 and Jones is on 5.
Yes, I think it was a maiden over from Connors online. Jones, no real option but to defend. So as you say, 8 without loss. Yes, so there must be some sort of barrier down there, because otherwise the spectators would just sit anywhere, wouldn't they? They'd be right behind the bowler's arm, which I've noticed. They did in the test match at Old Trafford. There are spectators behind the bowler's arm at the old pavilion end of the ground. I'm not quite sure what the name of that is.
Yeah, didn't they have to ask them to move?
There was an issue
So it
yesterday,
was like a
but
glare
yeah.
or something.
As Chappell comes in anyway and bowls, and Lees is forward defending into the offside. There is no run. Actually picked up there by Nick Potts at extra cover. I think there was an issue, although I wasn't watching it at the time, but there was some delay. I can't remember who was batting either. And some of the spectators had to be moved. But if you get a chance to see it, in front of the old pavilion, spectators are actually seated. This Chapel is in again, bowls, and Lees turns into the leg side this time. And again, there is no run as Alex Thompson does the fielding. Throws back into Guest. It remains 8 without loss. And this is something it's always happened at Lords. It's always been the case at Lords. And if you go way back into the dim and distant past, at Headingley, there used to be a place for spectators to sit behind the bowler's arm, but all you see was the head. So it looked rather like a coconut shy. This Chapel is in again. And Lees again defending on the front foot, square of the wicket to... who's that field in there? That's Anuj Dal, I think. Anuj Dal, yeah, that backward point. I can't think of any other grounds where it's been the case, but certainly in recent years, the tendency has been to be for a huge swathe of seats to be covered over where the spectators can't go, so you've just got a blank white area. But it's noticeable as Chappell comes in again to Lees and bowls, and that takes him on the pad. Appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Chantry. And Lees survives. He bats a long way across his stumps here, and as a left-hander to a right arm around the wicket, and I think that makes him vulnerable to LBW. So I think he's not quite lined up right, and if the ball jags back in, he'll end up playing around his front pad.
Yep.
If you look at him there, he's batting.
Are you batting outside of his
well
off
outside his off stump. Well outside his off stump. And I think that's asking for trouble, really. Chappell comes in again and Lees again. Plays forward, defensively into the offside, and there is no run.
I think Chappell gets a lot of bounce as well, though, doesn't he? So I think that one looked, I don't know if it was high, but it looked quite high.
Possibly. Possibly. I have a theory about where left-handed batsmen should be, in one myself, about where left-handed batsmen should line up. And I think if you're facing a right arm or even a left arm over the wicket or right arm, you should be batting on middle stump as a guard. As Chappell is in, I think, to complete the over, and Lees back into his crease, defends away on the offside. Anuj Dal does the fielding. There is no run. End of the over and another maiden. So 8 without loss, Durham, after 5 overs of their reply to Derbyshire's 443 all out.
So the middle stump guard, is that for a alignment point of view?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think if you play straight down the middle stump and it hits you on the pad, certainly for a right arm bowler coming around the wicket, it's got to be going down the leg side.
Yeah.
Has to be. If you go forward, if you stand back on your stumps, well, that's a different matter. But if you go forward on the line of middle stump to a right arm around the wicket bowler, as a left-handed batsman, and it hits you on the pad, it has got to be. If it's a straight ball, it's got to be going down the leg side.
Yeah. So Connors is back on for another over. Oh, that is clean bowled him, that has. Wasn't quite sure what had happened there for a second.
Straight through him. We'll have to see if we can get the
replay up for that.
Get the replay of that one. But yeah, just appeared to go straight through Jones.
Yeah, he looked a bit shocked that it got past him there, Jones did, but it's good.
Absolutely,
good start
played all
to the
round
over.
it. Played all round it.
It's good. I think the start of that over, Lewis Rees went off the pitch and George Scrimshaw came on to replace him.
So, first wicket down then for Durham. Jones is gone for 5 and Durham 8 for 1. Let's just have another look at this, see if we can pick up exactly what happened. Yeah, he just appeared to play all around one that knocked his off stump back. Whether he thinks it kept a bit low. Straight through him. Straight through him, playing across the line. Anyway,
Good breakthrough for Derbyshire.
it's a breakthrough for Derbyshire, just what they wanted in the 4th over after lunch. And Jones is making a very slow walk back to the pavilion. It's not off the field yet, I don't think.
He is off the. Yeah, he's just
Oh,
gone
he's just
all
gone.
the way up the
He has
stairs.
just gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That brings Scott Borthwick to the crease.
Borthwick, the captain of the Durham side. And interesting, because in his youth, Borthwick was touted and indeed played for England as a leg spin bowler, and we saw some of his leg spin this morning. But over the course of time, that has diminished and has become very much a batsman.
I think you find that happens in for a lot of players, doesn't it? They start in one sense and sort of shift
And develop into something else.
Yeah,
Leg spin, of course, very difficult art. It's probably the most difficult one to master. And, after that one, I think he played one test for England I think it was in Australia. In fact, I might have been there. I think it was Sydney in 2014. I think I was there.
now the slips have sorted themselves out. Connors is coming in for the first ball. It's a nice leave outside the off stump, that is. Looked very confident in that leave.
So, 2 left-handers at the crease now. Connors persisting with an over-the-wicket attack. No doubt Chappell will come around it to both, as he already has done to Lees.
Go Connors back in. Another leave outside the off stump from Borthwick. Looked a little bit closer, that one did, but very confident leave. He knows where his off stump is, I think.
Yes, he played for England against Australia in 2014 at Sydney.
Connors is back in. That's a defended square of the wicket on the offside by out to Dahl for another dot ball.
That was his only test cap. He played once as a T20, and he played a few games as in the ODI, all in 2011 as well.
So a short career.
Well, it's
Internationally.
another one.
Connors comes back in. Let's hit him in front. And it's been given. Late decision, that is.
Well, that's an interesting decision. That is from umpire Mark Newell. Connors bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Again, worth another look at that to see where we think it might have pitched.
He looked very confident, Connors did in his appeal. But the umpire took his time, but gave it in the end.
He did, and Borthwick is on his way. It's a good job I got that in about his only test match in the space of that over, because I'd have never had a chance to say it otherwise.
Yeah, he departs for none off 4 balls.
Yeah. Interesting if we see a replay of that to see where it pitched. Here we go. No, it's not a very helpful angle because it's from long leg. So that doesn't answer the question. There we go, straight on view. And actually, yeah, pitched on leg, maybe hitting leg, straightened on him. In the modern parlance, may well have been umpire's call for pitching outside leg. But anyway, the result is he's gone. And Durham in some trouble at 8-4-2.
And that wicket brings David Beddingham into the game. He's got one ball to face. This Connors over. But a very good over from Connors, this is. Okay, Connors is coming in for the last ball. The over. That's flicked off of his legs down to long leg. For one, fielded by Zach Chappell. And that completes the Connors over. Durham are 9 for 2 after 6.
2 wickets in the over
Two
for
wickets, yeah.
Connors and Derbyshire on top here. That first innings 443. Durham struggling somewhat 9 for 2. Connors has both to his name.
And Lewis Rees has just come back onto the pitch for Scrimshaw.
So Scrimshaw, interestingly, not picked today, but is doing 12th man duties. Chappell now, interestingly, over the wicket, bowls, and that's driven into the covers by Beddingham. Picked up, and there is no run.
You look like you're trying to get some stats up.
Well, I was actually trying to get back to the scorecard that I had earlier because I changed it to have a look at Scott Borthwick, and of course, in doing it, I managed to lose everything. So, very useful to have the scorecard in front of you. As Chappell is in again, bowls and down the leg side. Beddingham aims a flick at it but misses, and Guest is across to collect. Connors has the figures of 2 overs, 2 for 6 at the moment, 2 for 5 at the moment.
You'd take those figures any day, wouldn't you?
Certainly would. Chappell is in again. It's played up to mid-on. Again, there's no run. 3 slips in place here. Harry came at first, Wayne Madsen at second, and Hayler Ali at third. Anish Dahl at backward point. Chappell in again, bowls, and that one keeps low as it goes through and wide of the off stump. Beddingham played no stroke anyway.
Yeah, it kept surprisingly low compared to the others that we've seen.
It did, and Guest took it around his ankles on the full, but it didn't really get up.
I reckon it's that change in the weather. A bit more sun on it.
It's certainly a different colour now than it was at 11 o'clock this morning. Chappell is in again. And Beddingham not entirely convincingly comes forward and plays up to mid-on, where there is no run. Fielded there by Lewis Rees. So Borthwick, going back to him, who's sadly no longer at the crease, sadly for him certainly, was a promising young leg spinner who was taken on the tour to Australia in 2013-14 and played in that last test, but his figures weren't great. As Chappell bowls, and that's taken on the pad. That must be close, but not out. May well have been a bit of an inside edge on it. Umpire Chantry very quick to confirm that is not out. End of the over from Chappell. It remains 9 for 2. Lees 1, Beddingham 1. Yeah, just to go back to Chapel. And after that, he never got picked again.
Interesting.
I think he might have gone to. Might have gone and played somewhere else. He might have gone and played at Surrey or somewhere like that. I don't know. But anyway, that was it for him, and he's never been considered again.
Wow.
So he, unless something remarkable happens, will remain a one-cap wonder.
And a change of angle here from Connors as he comes round the wicket to Lees. That's sort of.
We can see from this angle better how Lees is lining up to Connors, and it's almost as though his pads are in line with the off stump, and his feet and bat are outside. It's as though he's taken an off stump guard to line his pads up with it.
It might help him know where his off stump is.
Well, that's what your guard is supposed to do, really. You don't need to stand on it to know where your off stump is.
Connors is back in. That's driven through the covers on the offside. He's going to pick up 2. Is it gone all the way? I can't quite see around the
Gone all the
corner.
way for 4. It's a nice drive from Lees. As Connors just over pitched, and Lees just leant into it and pushed it through the extra cover gap for 4 runs. So at the end of this over, we'll do a swap and we'll bring Chris in if that's all right.
That is fine.
So Chris Heighton, the second 11 coach of Derbyshire, will be joining me shortly, and I'll be having a conversation about various things.
Connors comes in again. That's flicked off his pads for 4. Down to the long leg boundary.
Connor's just overcompensating there with his line. First one had been driven through extra cover, trying to get it straighter, and straying down the leg side, and Lee's really just helped it on its way. There is a long leg down there, Zach Chappell, but he's quite a way wider, and he's actually in front really of the entrance to the Old Lund Pavilion. So he's really on an angle of 45 degrees. That was much finer than that.
Connors is back in. I see he's overstepped it again for another front foot. No ball like the other over. But it was no run.
Score advancing to 19 for 2. Lee's 9, Beddingham 1. After a short, unsuccessful experiment around the wicket, Connors is now coming back over.
He comes back in. That seems to have cramped Elise for room, that one. So I think good change in angle from Connors there. It was working before going over the wicket. So unless he decided it was something slightly different he needed to try, but
Might just have bounced on him a bit there as it cramped him for room. I think he took it somewhere on the thigh pad.
Connors was back in and it's defended straight back to him. Does the fielding off of his own bowling for that one. Umpire just checking the front foot line there.
So have a quick look and see what other scores we've got around. England 97 for 1 in the Test, Australia 317 all out.
Connors is coming in for the last ball of the over. So driven straight back down the ground. Lovely looking shot for 4 from Lees.
3 fours in the over there from 4 Lees off the bowling of Connors. An expected over, and Durham advanced to 23 for 2. Lauren, thank you very much for the time being. We'll see you again shortly. And I shall shortly be joined by Chris Heighton, the second 11 coach of Derbyshire. Just have a look through the scores. Leicestershire 110 all out in reply to Worcestershire's 178 all out, and Worcestershire in their second innings 106 for 4. That's at Oakham. Worcestershire lead Leicestershire by 174 runs, and Yorkshire versus Sussex, which I not sure if it's at Scarborough or not. Anyway, Yorkshire 25 for none in reply to Sussex's 216 all out as Chapel begins a new over from the city end and bowls, and Beddingham cuts them away square on the offside. I think that'll go away for 4. It is, and Nick Potts gives up the chase quite early and retrieves the ball from the covers away on the right hand side. Chris, welcome along.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you with us. Quite a lot to get through, really, as I understand it. I think we'll start with your position. Really, you're second 11 coach, then, are you?
Yeah, so my role slightly changed over the 3 seasons that I've been here now. So came in originally as performance analyst and still have a little handle on the analysis side of things here, and then this year took over as second 11 coach at the start of the year.
Chapel is in again to Beddingham, who will get 4 more this time, more streakily off the outside edge, past the third slip and down to third man. And wasn't quite in control of that, but he did keep it down. It wasn't a chance. And he will go to 9, and the score will advance to 31 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there, Zach. He's managed to find that outside edge, but it's just gone in the gap, and it looks a little bit. The Knicks just are not quite carrying at the moment. So fingers crossed, a few luckily go to hand a little bit later in the day.
Interestingly, that happened again. That happened this morning as well. So suggests it's a slow pitch, and as Chapel comes in again. And this time down the leg side and flicked away by Beddingham down to long leg. But there's a man down there. And there is just the single. It's actually Sam Connors who's down there at long leg. But Beddingham will go to 10, 31 for 2. So you transitioned, to use a modern term, from an analyst into a second 11 coach, yeah?
Yeah, coaching's always been kind of my background. But I've been coaching a long time from grassroots up at Lancashire, and then I've done a little bit of work in the women's game, a little bit of work in disability cricket, working for the ECB doing that, and then coming to this role at Derbyshire kind of 2-3 seasons ago now.
As Lees drives Chapel up to mid-off, there is no run.
Yeah, so coaching's kind of always been what I wanted to do, but then I've got quite a big interest in the analytical side of things, and that's part of the game that's growing and growing. So I saw that as an opportunity to try and get in the first class game, and I was lucky enough to get a position here. But that's gone alongside my coaching, and I'm hoping now that this new role helps me develop my coaching even further.
Chapel is in again to Lees, and Lees stands up tall and plays off the back foot again up to mid-off to Rees, and again there is no run. So your background in cricket, is that club cricket or county cricket?
Yeah, so I was never quite good enough to play professionally. I've played Premier League cricket up in Lancashire. As you can probably tell from the tone of my voice, I'm a northerner by trade. So I played quite a bit of Liverpool Premier League cricket up here. Actually played against a couple of lads who are here now, like Matty McKiernan and Matt Critchley, who used to be here.
Chapel bowled outside the off stump, no stroke from Lees, and the end of the over, 32 for 2. Then Lees 13, Beddingham 10, in reply to Derbyshire's 443.
Yeah, it's just these two just putting a little bit of a partnership on now, which. Look, that happens. What we've got to do here, we've just got to stay patient. We've not got to try too hard to take the wickets. We know that we're potentially in for a long haul on like you said before, a pitch that looks a tad slow. So patience game could be the key here. Sammy's bowled nicely to pick up a couple, and obviously backed up by Chappie, who's strung a few maidens together, which helps build the pressure. So yeah, it's just a case of sitting in now and trying to keep building that pressure and create our wickets that way.
Connors will continue from the racecourse end of the ground. Comes in and bowls, and Beddingham goes forward, and there is no run as it's picked up by Lees Deploy at mid-off. So your background is high-level club cricket. Was it always your ambition to get into the coaching and analysis side of it?
Yeah, it's so I started off coaching grassroots cricket really. So I worked for Lancashire Cricket for 10 years, going to schools, working with kids from who first picking up a cricket bat and then working within the pathway up there. I guess
Connor's bowls and Beddingham gets one that just bounces on him. They take a quick single and they're home safely as Lee's call him through and actually throw hits the stumps at the bowler's end there.
yeah, I guess if you've never been good enough to play, you kind of want to try and reach the highest levels you can in your coaching career. It's probably the next best thing, and that's the way I looked to get in, and the analytical side of things was probably my first foot in the door, and then once I got here was showing what I could offer as a coach and building the relationships with the players and the trust in the players that they want to come and work with you, and luckily for me, Mickey coming in has been brilliant and giving me that opportunity to work with the second 11.
Connors is in again. And that one strikes Lee's on the thigh pad. May have cut back on him a fraction. And there is no run. In fact, taking his glove off, I'm not sure if that may have just hurt him a fraction. Just rearranging his thigh pad. 33 for 2, it remains. And so you've developed and became the second 11 coach then. And it's been a fairly successful season.
Yeah, we were fortunate enough to win the T20 competition, which was really good. We set out to develop players, but winning is a nice kind of byproduct of that. Been lucky to have the way the competition runs. It kind of runs alongside the blast, so you're obviously getting a few of the first team boys in who want a bit of a hit or need some game time. So that's been quite nice. But also using some of the youngsters as well. So we've had rookies, the lads on rookie contracts like Mitch Wagstaff and Archie Harrison involved. We actually had an academy boy in the final, Harry Moore, who played in the final and had to go and sit his English GCSE the day after.
Connor's in again, and Lee tries to guide it through the covers, but hits the bat high up. He thinks of a single, but it's not there as Hyder Ali comes in. Sorry, Anush Dal rather comes in, and there is no run, remains 33 for 2.
Yeah, so
are there any eligibility criteria around picking first 11 players for second 11 competitions?
No, you can only have one overseas player. So we were lucky to get a little bit of Saranga because he wasn't playing first 11 white ball.
Connor's bowls, and again strikes Lee's on the pad. May have been a bit high, probably pitched outside the leg stump. Anyway, umpire.
No, so what we were looking to do, we're trying to, like I say, we're trying to give opportunities to people who need cricket, and some of the boys obviously see that playing in competitive fixtures, whether it be second 11, is sometimes better than just coming in for a net session, facing different bowlers and experiencing that kind of game situation that obviously challenges your game sense rather than your technical stuff sometimes. So we were lucky enough to kind of have some of the players in there, but we were also using players who at this time weren't involved in the first 11 and off the back of their form in the second 11 stuff. So people like Harry Kane, for instance, who didn't start in the blast side, managed to get himself in, and Tom Wood obviously was the mainstay of our second 11 and then came in and scored that fantastic 100.
Chappell begins a new over, and Beddingham pulls him away to the square leg boundary for 4. Plenty of time there as the ball rather sat up for him, and with a bit of bottom hand, Beddingham was able to pull that away square towards the pavilion on our left. 37 for 2. Beddingham now has overtaken Lees. He has 15. Lees at 13.
I think that kind of shows how a bit of the slowness in the pitch there, and if you're not looking to go quick into the deck and bowl a genuine bounce, so if you're just missing your lengths, then it's sat out quite nicely. So changing the feel from Zach here now that he's got a deep square leg out now, just to put that in the batter's mind now that he might go short at him.
Just 2 slips in place as he comes in short, and that's pulled in the air out towards deep square leg. And it's all the way for 6. A vain effort from Connors there to get a hand to it, and he may well have done, but he was over the line. And the ball has gone for 6. But it was aerial from Beddingham, and that man had just gone back out there. So he may count himself rather fortunate, really. Anyway, 6 to him. He's up to 21, 43 for 2.
Yeah, I don't think Zach will mind that. He's telegraphed it a little bit, but he's almost taken the bait and hit it straight down Sam's throat. So, yeah, just a little bit unfortunate there.
What's he going to do with this one? Short of a length, but not short enough to pull. And Beddingham this time just turns it square on the leg side for a single. He'll go to 22, 44 for 2. Interesting, really, that, and what's in the batter's mind. If the man has gone out to deep square leg, having just pulled him for 4 there, so the man is sent out and he gets another short one, but he still takes it on and hits it in the air. He's taking a huge chance, really.
Yeah, some people, obviously, we do, not to go back to analysis too much, but we do try and do our homework on people, and some people you do see that are just going to take that short ball on no matter what, and a lot of batters now just back themselves to clear the ropes anyway.
Chapel balls to Lees from over the wicket this time, and Lees with a more conventional stance pushes up to mid-off. Lewis deploy. Does the fielding? There is no run. So how much of, in the analysis role, how much of county players do you actually get to see, or is it more you see them when you're playing against them and you sort of log that in the memory bank for the next time you come around, or there's some hearsay that goes on as Chapel bowls again to Lees, and that's short and pulled away to long leg. There will be a single as Potts does the fielding and throws back into a Brook Guest.
No, that's the one thing that we have got now. We've got lots and lots of information on lots of players, certainly within the domestic game. Sometimes it can be a little bit harder for overseas, but each game gets what we call coded. So each ball gets recorded and masses of data come out of that. And then that data and video footage can go back 5-6 years if needs be. So there's lots and lots of data on players now to try and form plans against them.
Chapel bowls, ball of good length, and Beddingham comes across his stumps and defends back to the bowler. End of the over, the 11th of the innings, and Durham 45 for 2, Lees 14, Beddingham 22. And is that information generally available to all the county clubs then? So is there like a central database?
Yeah,
of it?
it's a central database. So it's used twofold really. So obviously it's used for counties to do their analysis, whether that be opposition or whether that be on our own players. So we might be looking at some technical data or some technical footage from videos. But it also goes up to an ECB central database, so they've got information on every player. So it's almost a little bit of a scouting system, I get, and almost could be used as a selection tool for England representation, whether that be at senior level or Lions or under-19s level.
As Connors begins a new over from the racecourse end and bowls to Lees, who rather loses his way there, and the ball ends up coming off the inside edge, and just lost sight of that for a moment. It comes off the inside edge into the leg side. There is no run.
Yeah, that's a better length for Sam. He's now challenging stumps. Obviously, he's got one LBW from this end, so that's a length that's challenging, and it's a little bit difficult sometimes with Lees, who can tend to bat out of his crease a little bit. So that can play with a bowler's length. So he's just asking Sam to go a little bit fuller now.
As he's in again and bowls, and Lees more securely comes forward and plays square in the offside. Again, there is no run. Andrew Dahl does the fielding. So if everybody has access to this database, is that not just cancelling everything out then?
Yeah, potentially.
So it's not. It's not as though you're getting a competitive edge because you have this information and nobody else does, because everybody has access to the same thing.
Yeah, everyone has access to the same thing, but people will interpret data in different ways, and people will I can't speak for other analysts, but I reckon that the people are trying to forge and they'll come up with their own methods. It's I suppose that then goes down to the skill of the analyst and then the skill of the players to to kind of implement what suggestions you're coming with. But like we tend to say here, it's just a suggestion. It's not. The bowlers will take ownership, or batters will take ownership about how they're going to go about their business. We're just giving them some information and some video footage potentially for them to be clued up.
It's Connor's balls again. And across Lees, who comes well forward and drives very elegantly up to Reese at mid-off. There is no run. And this information then comes from the cameras that are static cameras at either end of the ground?
Yeah, absolutely. So then the cameras come in, so we'll be recording. Well, we actually record from both ends now, so you can see Sammy running in head on, or you can see him running in from behind, and then we've got two angles on everything. But yeah, it's all static camera footage.
Connor's bowls, and this time slightly short of a length, and Lees goes back into his crease and defends into the offside again. There is no run. And is there somebody such as yourself who's actually recording what happens with every ball then?
Yeah, so that's the big change from my role, which has been nice for me, is that I don't have to sit behind the laptop for 96 overs a day for 4 days. We've actually got James, who's one of the local university students, who's doing his degree in performance analysis. So he's worked with us all summer doing that, recording that data.
As Connor's bowls on leg stump to Lees, who again comes forward and pushes up to deploy at mid-on. No run. End of the 12th over of the innings then. And Durham 45 for 2. Lees 14, Beddingham 22. That's quite an onerous task for somebody to sit through 96 overs and analyse basically every ball. And so what sort of detail do they go into when they're doing that?
Yeah, so he's looking to code what shots played, how many runs are scored off it, where the ball gets hit to, where the ball pitches, where we think it would either pass the bat or where it's got hit to. We can even go down to who fields the ball and whether it was a clean pickup, whether it was a fumble. So there's masses and masses of data that goes into each ball. So yeah, it is a tough task. It's not the easiest task in the world.
Is there some sort of predetermined sort of template for this then?
Yeah, there is.
You can't just do it off an ordinary keyboard.
We use a specific software that all the counties use and the international sides would use as well. So it's a program called PCS Pro, and that's universal across the whole of English cricket.
Right. Okay. Well, it obviously helps if it's universal and across the whole, so everybody's dealing with the same thing, I guess, and the same interpretation.
Yeah, you're getting the same. Well, yeah. Theoretically, you're getting the same data. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So change of bowling at the City end of the ground. First ball comes in and past the outside edge. Anuj Dal is taken over at the racecourse end, and Beddingham rather caught fiddling at that one. Yep. 2 slips in place and a ring on the offside with a short extra cover supplementing.
Just looks like it's nipped a little bit, that one.
Yeah, possibly. There has been a bit in it for the bowlers this morning. Rain, interestingly, was getting some movement off the seam. As Dahl is in again, bowls, and that's driven down. I thought he'd gone down the ground, but only back to the bowler, who puts a hand on it and stops it going any further. No runs, 45 for 2 it remains. Then I guess that information can then be sifted in. It's like a cube, I guess, the information, isn't it, really? So you can sift it by bowler, batsman, style of bowling, or
yeah, absolutely,
whatever. Really.
Lots of filters that you can go through to try and get what you want.
Yeah. As Darla is in again, and Beddingham this time covers up and plays off a thickish inside edge to mid-wicket. There is no run. And then I guess the trick really must be if you say, well, it's filtering out, as you say, the actual bit that you want to look at. So you may have in mind, I don't know, to take an example, Beddingham out there at the moment, David Beddingham, and you say, well, let's see how he plays against the short ball or something like that, and you can filter all that all the way down, and it'll give you clips and analysis of what he actually does with it. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And basically what we're looking to see if we can find any trends, so any dismissal trends and any. I suppose it's more linked to a lot to white ball cricket, where you're talking about matchups and which bowler should bowl against which batter and things like that. But in red ball cricket as well, yeah, we're looking for trends of how to get people out. We try and simplify it. We use nicker and kicker, we call it. So are they going to nick it to slip, or are they going to kick it and be LBW and bowled?
Dahl bowls to Bedingham, who plays rather in front of his front pad there. Fork coming forward. There is no run. So can these things actually be overplayed? And really, as you said earlier, perhaps it's just an indication or a guide to the bowler or whoever, or even to the batsman, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
But actually, what you're really still looking at are 11 people out in the field and 2 batsmen as Dahl comes in again and bowls down the leg side, and Bedingham aims to glance, but then takes his bat out of the way. There is no run. End of the over from Dahl, the maiden. It remains 45 for 2, Lees 14, Bedingham 22.
Yeah, we're looking to, like we've just touched on, that there's millions and millions of data points that are in there. So we're looking for what the players want, really. We're at the mercy of the players. We could go down a rabbit hole and find loads and loads of data and things that we find interesting, but it might be of no interest to the player. So we rely quite heavily on what do the players want, because ultimately it's for them and for them to use and for them to find of use. So it's a lot of, and these guys are the majority are very experienced players who have probably played against each other numerous times. So they'll have that in-game experience. Sometimes it's useful when a new overseas comes over and they've not seen them bowl before, or there's a new player who they might have not played against before. It just helps to give them some familiarity before they actually get out on the field and see them for the first time.
Change of bowling at the racecourse end, and Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, is in to replace Sam Connors. First ball into Lees is short of a length and hit through the covers off the back foot, but there is a sweeper out there, and they will take a 1 and settle for it. It's Nick Potts out there doing the fielding. Do the players themselves have access to this analysis or not?
Yeah, players can have access to that system, and a lot of them will watch their own footage.
As Lees around the wicket to the right-handed Bedingham, actually, is still short, and Chappell making a very laboured chase after that out towards the deep extra cover boundary, and he just can't get there as he bent down to try and flick it back. The ball just crept over the rope. 4 runs. And Thompson a bit short at the moment with his first couple of deliveries. And I think Chappell and Hyder Ali are possibly going to change fielding positions here. And that makes sense, really, because that was a laboured run from Chappell out there.
Yeah, I think it's Anuj Dahl's just gone
Sorry,
into...
Anuj Dahl, not Hyder Ali yet.
Anuj has just gone into extra cover, who he was hoping for a little bit of a rest at short fine leg, but he's been quickly put in one of the hot spots at extra cover.
Yeah. And that makes sense, really. Next ball from Thompson there, still around the wicket to the right-handed. Benningham's on a better length and defended back to him. So the 50 up for Durham. Bedingham just goes back to defend there. 50 up in the 14th over, and something of a recovery from 8 for 2 as Connor struck early on, just after lunch. Thompson in again, round the wicket, and this again turns square into the leg side. There will be a run. This Hyder Ali comes back from mid-wicket to collect. 1 more to Bedingham. He'll go to 27.
It'll be interesting to see whether Alex gets any spin from this pitch. It's been pretty. Obviously, it was pretty wet last week, so not sure it's as dry as he would want.
She bowls of very full length and driven back by Lees and acrobatically stopped by Thompson, diving across the pitch, prevents the single. It remains 51 for 2 at the end of that over. Leeds 15, Bedingham 27. Interestingly, there was a bit of turn for the two leg spinners this morning, Borthwick and Parkinson. So there was something in it for them.
Yeah, and Tom will be hoping that he can kind of replicate what he did at Hove. Obviously, was very successful there last week, and he'll be hoping to carry that form on. But what he has to be, if it's not spinning straight away, he's got to try and be nice and tight and control that rate along with Anuj here, and like we talked about before, try and build some pressure and see if we can get our wickets that way.
For now, it will be Anuj Dal to continue from the City end.
Yeah, Alex Thompson's just gone in as like a short catching cover now, so he's potentially hoping to pick one up there.
Well, interestingly, as Dahl comes in and bowls the first ball, and Bedingham again plays across his front pad there out to Rees coming in from mid-wicket, and there is no run. With the slowness of the pitch, Dahl may well be of the sort of pace to induce a leading edge, of which there were one or two in the morning session.
Yeah, I think Anuj will be looking to go pretty straight here. He'll be trying to bowl nice and straight lines and hope that them catches in front of the back can potentially pick one up.
As Bedingham this time stands up tall and plays again to mid-wicket, where Rees does the fielding. So going back to the second 11 then, do they play many championship games?
Yeah, so
do they play 3 days? Do they?
Now it changed before I started here, but I think it changed a couple of years ago, where it now replicates the first 11 championship games. So it used to be 3 days and 104 overs in a day. I think it used to be. But now it's back to it's 4-day cricket, 96 overs, exactly the same as the first team. So we play, I think we've got 7 or 8 4-day games this year, and then it's one division as opposed to 2 divisions like the first team, and done on an aggregate points basis.
As Dahl is in again, balls to Bedingham, who again plays slightly across his front pad as he comes forward, and plays the ball out to Rees, again for no run. So they play 7 or 8 against any of those sides. Does every first-class county have a second 11?
Yeah, every first-class county has a second 11. Then it's kind of, I suppose it's kind of up to you who you play. So we tend to play Notts twice because they're local, and then we should have gone down to Middlesex, but we didn't bowl a ball.
Dahl bowls and Bedingham back on his stumps there, plays it out to cover, no run.
Yeah, we should have played Lancashire as well. We've played up at Yorkshire, and we've got Leicester and Durham to come after the 50 over comp. So we've no second 11 cricket now up until September. So obviously with the 50 over competition on, second 11 cricket kind of shuts down a little bit now.
Dahl bowls again, and Borthwick. Bedingham drives square on the offside, can't get it past Potts. No run, end of the over, 51 for 2, Leeds 15, Bedingham 27. We have had 15 overs in the Durham innings in reply to Derbyshire's 443. So there's no second 11 cricket at all, as the second 11 players support the first team for the 50 over competition. Is that the case?
Yeah, because obviously with the 50 over competition running alongside the 100,
yeah.
and some squads, obviously we're losing 2 or 3 players from here in terms of the 100. So yeah, some squads get decimated.
Thompson begins a new over from the racecourse end around the wicket to Lees, who finds Haider Elliott at extra cover with the first delivery.
So some of them guys who would normally find themselves in the second 11 have got an opportunity to stake a claim in white ball cricket in the first 11.
As Lees comes down the wicket to the next one and hits him into the media centre for 6. Shimmy down the pitch, and easy as you like, a nice free easy flow of the bat, and the ball well and truly dispatched over the rope at the racecourse end of the ground for 6. Lees goes to 21.57 for 2. And the second 11, is that made up of staff players, academy players, or trialists, or?
Yeah, a little bit of everything. So you get your staff players who are not involved in first 11 cricket or are coming back from an injury, things like that. Then we have our academy players when they're available, if they're not at school. And then, we have trialists coming in as well.
Thompson bowls and Lees is down the pitch again and again, hits him down the ground and again hits him for 6. So consecutive 6s from Lees, and Thompson may have to have a rethink about this with his line, as Lees goes to 27, and his length indeed. Lees 27.63 for 2. This pair now put on 55.
So, for instance, in our second 11 last week, we managed to get over the line and beat Notts in a nice little run chase on the last day, and we had a 100 from Mitchell Wagstaff, who's one of our first year rookies, and then he was ably supported by Yusuf bin Naeem, who's one of our academy players. He got 50. So, and we also had Harry Moore playing there, who's an academy boy, he's only just turned 16. So it's really nice to be able to expose those guys to the longer forms of the game and start preparing them for if and when they get the opportunity to become professionals, which hopefully they do. And then that set them 2 boys up for going to play the Super Fours this week over at Loughborough.
Super Fours?
Yeah, so the Super Fours is the...
Just one second. You're not missing anything at the moment, because the second 6 that Lees hit there appears to have damaged the ball. So we're looking at a change as we are nattering on.
Yeah, so your Super Fours is the best young players from around the country who, as the name suggests, are split into four teams. So I think it's a North, a Midlands, there's a London and the South East, and probably a South West, I think, sides, and that's almost they play against each other in some 50-over cricket, in some T20 cricket over at Loughborough, and I think that's used as a bit of a scouting and a selection tool for any like kind of under-19s young Lions cricket that's potentially coming up in the winter. So that's used as a selection tool there.
So it's interesting that it's regionalised then.
Yeah. So I think that's heavily dictated to by academy director. So I think Darren Smith, who's our academy director here, is involved with that this week. And obviously nice to have two of the boys out of our academy playing in that.
Anyway, we're about to resume here. They've changed the ball, and Thompson comes into Lees. Can he make a hat-trick of 6s? No, because this one is short of a length, and he hammers it out away into the offside, where Potts does the fielding on the extra cover boundary for a single. 64 for 2, Lees up to 28, and he's now overtaken Beddingham, who has 27. Thompson is in again. Balls again, it's short of a length really, and this is hit away on the offside by Beddingham, and that'll be 4 as well, as Thompson dropped short outside the off stump, and Beddingham just rocked back and eased it away square of the wicket for 4 runs. Expensive over this from Thompson has cost 17 to date. We've still got at least one more ball to go. Beddingham now in front of Lees, he has 31. And immediately the backward point dropped out to that point boundary to provide a bit of protection. Thompson in again, bowls, that's a better length, and turned into the leg side. That will be the end of the over. 17 from it, and Thompson's figures, 2 overs for 23 runs at the moment. Have to hope that he finds his line and length shortly. Durham 68 for 2 then, in reply to Derbyshire's 443, in which Brooke Guest was the last man to go for 197. A magnificent innings from him. He's really hit his straps this year with the bat. In addition, batting at number 3 as a wicketkeeper, which is a rare event. Really, doesn't happen very often, but he's coping admirably with the challenge that presents, and has become a very integral member of this Derbyshire side over the last 2 or 3 years. Anuj Dar will come around the wicket to Lees and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and that's flicked away and will be 4. Very fine, not far away from the diving Brooke Guest's right-hand glove. But nevertheless, it has come away for 4, and Lees will go to 32, 72 for 2 on the scoreboard, starting to rattle along now.
Yeah, just need to try and get a little bit of control back there. Anuj has just strayed slightly down the leg side, but they could have so closely gone to Guestie's hand, and we'd have had another wicket. But I'm not sure that's how Anuj is looking to get that wicket. So he'll be trying to go straight here and full and trying to attack the pads, I think.
As Dahl comes in and bowls again, and Lees this time comes forward and plays into the offside. So my view of this, and just before you came on air, I was talking to Lauren as a left-handed batsman myself. As I think he's lined up outside the off stump there, and I think that's asking for trouble, really.
Yeah, it's something that, again, we keep going back to analysis, but Lees does tinker with his stance quite a bit.
Well, he can tinker all he wants, because he's just hammered Anuj Dahl straight into the temporary permanent stand there. He took a step down the pitch, gave himself a bit of room, and hit straight down the ground. And he's now hit 3 sixes in the space of about 8 balls. It's a huge hit. And Zach Chappell's had to go and clamber over the advertising hoardings at the far end and search for it underneath that stand. He's not found it yet either. I wonder if that's done it any more damage. Well, that was a terrific shot.
This change of stance can just play with the bowler a little bit, because you feel that you potentially feel like you're in the game to try and get him LBW, because, as you say, he potentially stands in front of all 3. But it also, after looking at that shot, it could potentially be his strength, because he just hit that ball straight back over the top over Chappie's head at mid on for 6. Sorry. So yeah, it's about Anuj now settling into what his role is, and trying to almost take the batter out of the equation and just concentrate on trying to hit his line and hit his length and go back to his strengths, which has been pretty successful this year.
Well, it's brought about change in the field, because wicketkeeper Brooke Guest has donned a helmet and is now standing up to the stumps, which has forced Lees back into his crease. We'll see whether that does anything to dampen his ardour at the moment, but he's suddenly opened up Lees here. It's 38 now. .38, 46 balls, 4 fours, 3 sixes. There's also a very short mid-off in place and a short extra cover as Dahl bowls on middle stump, and Lees comes forward and plays to mid-wicket. No run, 78 for 2 it remains.
Yeah, second slip's come out now and got into that very straight kind of...
He's almost right directly in line with Anuj Dahl's follow-through, really.
Yeah, and I'm guessing, again, that Anuj is looking to go nice and straight, nice and full, and hope one maybe just sticks in the pitch a little bit, and he creates a chance there.
He comes in and bowls, and Lees comes forward and plays to that short mid-off Haider Ali. There is no run. So the field, interestingly, at the moment, there is coming round the offside, there is a slip, a backward point. There is an extra cover and a mid-off, and then there are 2 men close catching. There is this very short, straight mid-off, who would probably be about 18 yards from the bat, I would suggest, certainly in front of the popping crease at the far end. As Anuj Dar bowls, and will take a single as Lees pushes this into the gap on the offside square of the wicket. End of the over, 79 for 2, Lees 39, Beddingham 31. 17 overs bowled in the innings. So Lees, I mean, it may or may not be somebody that you've looked at, because obviously an ex-Test cricketer as well, played for England, and scored a fair weight of runs in his time. But I guess, as with everybody, there will be weaknesses.
You like to think so. Nobody, or very rarely that somebody doesn't get out, so they do get out eventually.
Yeah.
It's about trying to get them out before they do the damage. So yeah, we do cover the majority of. You're looking at probably. With sides now, it's getting a little bit more difficult because you used to go, we'll concentrate on the top 6 batters, but some of the sides now you're looking that you might have to go down to 8 and 9. So
yeah.
So it's a lot. It's a lot of work for analysts, whoever's doing that work. And yeah, you are just looking for a little nugget, but you're also looking for bowlers to just stick to their strengths as well. And look, we don't go too far away with trying to hit the top of off stump as often as we can.
Change of bowling. Thompson is out. Potts is into the attack. Nick Potts, first ball, right arm over the wicket. And Lees stands up tall and just pushes up to mid-off. There is no run. Let's move to another of your strings, disability cricket.
Yeah, disability cricket is something I've been involved in since 2015. So, again, in various roles, started off as an analyst with the England physical disability team, and then gradually worked across a few more of the impairment groups, and then into coaching some of them sides as well.
Potts balls again, and Lees pulls him away into the leg side. There's a man out at deep square leg who comes round and throws in, not before they've taken 2. And Lees will go to 41, 81 for 2.
Yeah, so I've worked across, there's 4 international impairment groups within cricket. So there's physical disabilities, there's a learning disabilities, there's a hearing impaired squad, and then there's a visually impaired squad as well. And I've been lucky enough to work across all 4 of them impairment groups.
Potts is in again. Lee stands tall and flicks off his hip into the leg side. Again, they'll look for 2 here as the fielder comes in, and they will get back as well. And it's Beddingham having to do all Lees' running at the moment. It's Sam Connors out there at deep square leg doing the fielding. 83 for 2, Lees 43. Potts can change his angle of attack here and come around the wicket. In now, bowls and
Hold.
Lees plays rather uppishly for a while there to short mid wicket. Maybe threw the shot a fraction quickly. It bounced in front of the man there, Lewis Rees. So it's not Lewis Rees, it's Harry Kame at short mid-wicket. Rees is at mid-on. There's no run. It remains 83 for 2. Potts on his way again. Bowls and Lees again flicks off his hip to deep square leg, this time straight to Sam Connors. And they jog through for a gentle single. 84 for 2, Lees up to 44. So yes, disability. So you've worked across all the different groups.
Yep.
With the England setup.
Yeah, with the England setup. So there's for those who aren't aware, there's various. So there are county disability sides. So there's a Super Nines, which is a softball tournament, and then there's the D40. Which is a hardball tournament, and counties will have squads in that, and then there's England representation in the 4 different impairment groups as well.
Potts bowls and Bellingham tries to chop him away on the offside, but doesn't time it. Hits it into the ground. There is no run. End of the over. 84 for 2.
Yeah. So obviously your physical disability, your learning disability, and your hearing impaired players, they're playing domestic cricket, they're playing club cricket, some of them playing to a very high level in Premier League cricket across the country. Your visually impaired stuff's slightly different because there's actually two variants of the game. so there's the domestic game, which is played with a size 5 football, and it's overarm bowling, and what you would potentially see as more traditional cricket. And then the international game is played with a hard ball, which is underarm bowling. But it's a great game to be involved in.
Anish Dahl around the wicket to Lees, who gets a thick inside edge down to a long leg. And there will be 1 run, 85 for 2, Lees up to 45. So they play. Is it a hard ball, as in hard as a cricket ball?
Yeah, so it's a plastic. It's a plastic compound ball with ball bearings in, so that the players can hear.
Yeah.
And it's a different version of the game to the domestic game. So yeah, really fast, really skillful game.
Dahl is in over the wicket now to Bedingham, who just goes back into his crease and defends into the offside, no run. And is that played at, and how widespread is that game then?
Yeah, so worldwide, I was lucky enough to go to. There was a 10-team World Cup in India in 2019, I think it was. So that's like quite heavily played in the subcontinent. So Pakistan and India and Sri Lanka are very strong in that field.
Anish Dahl bowls and Bedingham defends, no run.
And then the other impairment groups, your physical disability stuff, there's probably about 5 or 6 countries playing it at the moment. Learning disability stuff, it tends to be Ashes series, so Australia, South Africa, and then the deaf squad at the moment, or the hearing impaired squad, they're just prepping for a World Cup as well at the end of the year.
Bedingham defends again, no run.
And so off the back of that now, what the ECB have introduced is what's called the Disability Premier League as well, where the physical disability guys, the learning disability players and the hearing impaired players, they're drafted into squads now. There's 4 teams to do that, so they could be from all over the country and drafted into one of the 4 squads.
Dahl bowls and Bedingham tries to force him into the leg side, but doesn't really time it, and Reese picks up at short mid wicket.
Yeah, and then they're playing over 3 weekends. I'm not sure where, but they're playing over 3 weekends. I think one of the weekends is at Loughborough, and then there's one north and one south. They'll be playing 2020 cricket, and then it'll culminate in a final, which will actually be at the Incora this year, which is really good.
So that's here then.
It is.
And when's that?
You're putting me on the spot now. It's the same day as the England women play Sri Lanka, I think, here.
Wednesday, 6th of September.
There you go. You know more than me.
I wasn't trying to catch you out there. Somebody gave me a note. I just happened to look at it. Yeah, Wednesday, the 6th of September, 12:30 p.m. here at the Incora County Ground, the Derbyshire Premier League final, which will be well worth watching. And that is a double header with the England women, who play Sri Lanka at later on that day at 6 p.m. There are free entry for the Derbyshire Premier League final, and tickets are on sale for the England Women International as well. So exciting times as Potts begins new over and bowls to Lees, who plays off his pads through mid wicket for a single. Connors does the fielding, 86 for 2. Lees now 46.
Yeah, and I'd urge people to come in and try and see that Disability Premier League game, because I think the skills on show are now warranting that they do play on county grounds and big stages, and I believe the game's on Sky Sports as well. I think the final last year was on Sky Sports as well. So I think people will be really kind of. What's a great shot?
As Potts digs one in to Bedingham, he just rocks back and with all the time in the world hammers it through mid wicket for 4.
Yeah, I think that if people came in and watched the game, they'd be not surprised. Well, I'm not surprised because I've seen a lot of it, but I think the skill level and the quality of the cricket would be really good. And the more people see of disability cricket, then the higher profile hopefully it can get. A little bit like the women's game a few years ago. and now we've seen how much of an impact that's have now that we see it on TV and the regional stuff. It's given it a great platform to succeed.
Potts is in again, ball of fuller length, but not full enough. And Beddingham again just rocks back and hammers this through the offside this time. Square for 4 more, so 94 for 2. And Beddingham now up to 39, and the scoreboard rolling along over to those 2 early reverses. Remember, Durham 8 for 2 shortly after lunch, but they are now 94 for 2. Leeds 46, Beddingham 39. This pair have put on 86. So there are criteria, aren't there, for disability and varying degrees of disability as well?
Yeah, there is, and there's a profiling system that would that any look. We encourage any, or I'm sure the ECB and those involved with it encourage anyone with a disability to get involved.
Potts bowls a ball of fuller length there, and Beddingham's quite content to come forward and block it back up to mid-off. No run.
But for international fixtures, there are set criteria which I'll be honest, are a little bit above my pay grade. I'm not sure what I don't get involved in that element of it. But yeah, I know that there are certain criteria for being eligible to play an international competition.
Potts sets off again in bright sunlight and balls to Beddingham wide of the off stump, and he carves this away to deep backward point, and they will take 1 to I was going to say finish the over, but the umpire's just at the far end just swapping over because the left-handed Lees will take the strike. 95 for 2 then, and Beddingham now up to 40. Potts turns at the top of his marks and runs past a pile of green sawdust on his way up to the crease. Bowls and Lees drives down to Rees. It is Rees at mid-on. There is no run. That is the end of the over. 95 for 2. Lees. Let's start that again. 95 for 2. Lees 46. Beddingham 40.
Looked a little bit of shape there for Potts with that last ball.
Bit of wobble, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Yeah.
So a little bit of reasons to be cheerful there. Yeah, we could do with stemming the flow a little bit here and like I say, building some pressure and trying to see if we can nick one out.
Well, there's an old saying that applies equally in county cricket and even Test cricket as it does to local cricket, that 1 brings 2. So we shall see. As Dahl bowls to Beddingham, who rocks back and tries to cut behind point, but Potts is there and there is no run. So who on in the academy and the second 11 or fringe squad do we need to be looking out for in the Derbyshire ranks in the months and years to come?
Well, like I say, Mitchell Wagstaff made a magnificent 100 last week.
As Dahl bowls and Beddingham pulls away but mishits it, but gets it over mid-wicket, where Rees chases and throws back. They'll come back for 2, but yet another indication that this pitch does hold up every now and again, as Beddingham really was through his shot a bit quickly there. And the ball looped in the air over Rees at mid-wicket. 97 for 2.
Could quite easily have gone to hand to Rees there. Just
it could have gone straight up in the air, really, couldn't it?
Yeah, just managed to evade him. So Mitch played really well last week, and then obviously we've got the 2 boys who are involved in the Super Fours this week.
Dahl bowls and drives through the covers square. That's a nice stroke from Beddingham. No need to run for that, other than to fetch the ball back. And the 100 up for Durham in the 21st over, so rattling along at about 5 and over. And Beddingham has now caught Lees up, and they are 46 apiece.
Yeah, just a little bit of width there from Anuj and put away to the boundary.
So, yeah, Mitch Wagstaff.
Yeah, so Mitch is left-handed opening batter, bowls some handy little leg spin as well, and then Yusuf bin Naeem's a middle order batter, and then Harry Moore, right arm seamer, who's for 16 is a about 6'2", so he's quite a big boy for 16, and probably only going to get bigger. But bowls quite nicely, has got nice control, so they're probably and like I say, they're over with the Midlands squad in the Super Fours at the minute. So they're obviously doing something right.
Good stuff. Well, we'll keep an eye out for those coming through the academy. And those are local lads, are they? All local lads?
Yeah, all local lads.
Excellent. Well, it's good to know that Derbyshire and the academy is flourishing and producing local talent. Of course, much of it ends up, unfortunately, going elsewhere, really. But that isn't the point. The point is that local players, local lads are being given the opportunity to make it all the way to the professional game. As Dahl comes into bowl to Beddingham. Oh, and he pulls up before he gets to the crease. I don't think there's anything serious about it. I think he just got his run up right. Of course, has to walk all the way back down to his mark now and have another go. Not sure if he's just limping slightly as he goes back there, or that's just his natural gait. He's going to have another go as he comes in and bowls, and Beddingham gets a bit squared up by that and finds a leading edge. It's into the ground, but as we were talking earlier, this slowness of this pitch just inducing the odd false stroke, and that leading edge is something of a player.
Yeah, better line there. He's attacking the stumps a little bit more. He's a bit straighter, and that encourages that false shot when you think you can potentially turn it into the leg side, but then it's just not quite there. So
he does play with a bit of bottom hand, Beddingham, I think. Would you say? Yeah,
look, he's a good player. Overseas player. Has got a relatively good record. So yeah, he's probably the big wicket for us. Well, both of these are the big wickets at the moment. We could do with getting them both out.
As Potts bowls way down the leg side, and Lee's essays a flick but misses, and Guest with neat footwork gets across and takes. No run, 101 for 2. So the academy guys, what age are you taking them in from these days? Well, and women, I guess, as well.
Yeah, that's more of Darren's remit. Right. But we obviously have a pathway where that I think that starts at under 11s and then goes right up the way to under 18s, and then I know that there's an academy that I think's got about 6 or 7 players on it, and then we have various groups within that. So there's a fast bowling group, for instance, that we work on with in the winter.
As Lees goes to his 50 with a lovely drive through the covers off Potts. Bit of width in the ball, and just leant into it, and away for 4 in front of the marquee to my right hand side here. So he's up to 50, 105 for 2. Potts comes in again and bowls this time around the leg stump, and Lee's trying to force him through the leg side. Can only get up to Reese at mid on, no run. So they start. Sorry, what age did you say they start at?
I'm pretty sure the first age group squad that we've got is under 11s, okay. And then that goes right the way up to under 18s, which is basically the academy side.
As Potts comes in again, the bowls on middle stump, driven down the ground by Lees, well stopped by Reese at mid on, diving to his right, but Lees will come through for the single, 106 for 2, Lees up to 51. So you can, if you get in the age group or elite performance group, I guess, you can be in it from the age of 11 right through to academy and then onto the professional game.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously you're getting access to some good coaching and an opportunity to train at and practice at a good facility here at Derby as well. So yeah, it's a good environment to be in.
Potts bowls very full of length, and dug out by Bedingham down towards third man. There is nobody there, and it will run away for 4. So this scoreboard really beginning to turn now. 110 for 2, and Bedingham goes to his 50 as well.
$100 partnership there as well.
It is the 100 partnership, you're right, yep. So that early afternoon optimism when Connors took those 2 early wickets starting to dissipate for Derbyshire now as Bedingham and Lees make hay. Potts will have another go. Just one slip in place now. 2 men in front catching bowls, and that'll be 4 more as again he finds the gap down to third man. Opened the face there. You could say originally that it was off the outside edge, but really he just waited, did Bedingham, and just opened the face and guided it down to that vacant third man area for 4 more. 114 for 2 at the end of the over. At least 51. Bedingham 54. Beddingham's 50, 51 balls with 9 fours and a 6. And Bedingham just taking a well-earned drink there as the 12th man rushes on. So slight delay in Derbyshire, got some thinking to do here. Really, it looks as though Adnan Jadal is going to continue from the city end of the ground. The field starting to be spread. Do you still play any cricket yourself?
No, I've not played for a few years now. Very happily retired, as much as people try and drag you out every now and then. Yeah. But no, it gets a bit difficult with the job and being working quite a lot of weekends and things like that. So I probably couldn't do myself justice anymore. So I've happily retired, and I'll stick to either coaching or watching.
As Dahl around the wicket to Lees, who just comes half forward really and pushes up to Chappell at mid-on. There is no run. Okay, Chris, well, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate you coming in and spending so much time here. It'd be interesting to have a chat over all the various facets of the game that you are involved in, through the analysis to the second 11, through to the disability as well. Great stuff, really, and always good to inform as Dahl comes in and bowls and Lees, again, plays straight up the ground to Chappell for no run. Always good to inform those listening, whether they be members or from the wider general public, of what's actually going on here and all the great work that goes on at the county club, really.
Yeah, no problem.
So thank you very much, and hopefully we'll catch you again.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and hopefully me going off air here now gets us a wicket, because I've not been a great partnership here.
If not, cost us 100 runs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Dahl is in and bowls to Lees, who just opens the face and runs it down to a short third man, but there is no run as Connors does the fielding. 114 for 2 then, as Lees and Bedingham continue on their merry way. Again, there are 3 close catches, one of whom is that very straight short mid-off, as Lees, again, for the 3rd time in the over, comes forward and plays up to Chappell at mid-on. Dahl with a better line in this over. So there's this very straight short mid-off, there's a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket, all in place. Dahl is in again, and this time just strays onto the pads of Lees, who turns it through mid-wicket. And 2 men after it there, Alex Thompson and Zach Chappell, neither of whom appeared particularly sprightly as they lumbered after the ball. They take 3. Bedingham just retaking his guard as Dahl is about to come over the wicket to him. Changes in the field. 2 slips in place. Harry came at first and Madsen at second. Dahl bobbles and Bedingham comes right forward and just defends to the short extra cover. Thompson. And there is no run. 117 for 2 then. Lee's 54, Bedingham 54. We have had 23 overs in the innings, so marching along at just over 5 and over now. 14 remain until tea. Not that I'm thinking particularly of food, but just to give you an indication of where we might be when that interval comes. And I guess probably looking at 4 o'clock, 4:05, something like that. Depends, I guess, if Thompson gets back on, but I doubt that, really, while these two are at the crease. Connors back into the attack, replacing Potts. Just 1 slip in place. Interestingly, no third man. But 4 in front of square on the offside. As Connors is in now and bowls, and Lees plays that to short mid-wicket, where Harry Kame does the fielding. And there is no run. Bowling figures at the moment. Chappell 6 overs, 3 men 0 for 23. Connors into his 7th over, 6.1. 1 maiden, 2 for 22. Dahl 6 overs, 2 men 0 for 21. Thompson 2 overs for 23, and Potts 3 overs for 28. So Thompson and Potts particularly expensive there. 5 overs for 51 between them. As Connors is in and bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on by Lees. Reese does the fielding and there is no run. Sun just disappeared behind some high grey cloud, no threat of rain. But not quite as bright as it was just after lunch, as Connors bowls again and Lees plays straight back down the pitch to the bowler and there is no run. Field, 1 slip, there's backward point, extra cover, there's a short extra cover as well. And mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square leg and a long leg. Connors is in and bowls, and Lees drives into the covers, but not past the man at extra cover, who's Nick Potts. Lauren, welcome back. This is your 4th stint.
So
doing sterling
emails.
work. Sorry?
Been answering some emails, hence
Have
I'm
you?
slightly
You've
later.
been working as well.
Yep,
Oh.
doing everything today.
Connors is in again. Bowls, and that's turned off his pads by Lees through mid-wicket. That's a nice looking shot, actually. There's a chase on there, out towards mid-wicket, and well fielded. Well fielded by... who is it out there? Can't see who it is. There's substitute fielders on, actually. Oh, it's Scrimshaw's on. So somebody's obviously gone off.
Is that?
I think it's
Isn't that
Scrimshaw.
Wagstaff?
Is it Wagstaff is on? I can't see from here. It's
Not
a
sure.
substitute fielder, let's say that.
Not sure he's tall enough to be Scrimshaw.
No, you're probably right. Scrimshaw was apparently on earlier,
Yes.
which is why I guessed that. Maybe Wagstaff then. Anyway, there's a substitute fielder on the field. As Connors is in now to the right-handed Bedingham, who drives through the covers for Ford, square of the wicket. And as soon as he'd hit there, just stopped and admired the stroke. And the field Just stood there and watched it as well. Carries on across the rope, which is in from the performance centre hoardings by, I guess, about 20 yards. But of course, the ball doesn't stop at the rope; it just keeps going. So 4 more to Beddingham. He's now taking the lead over Lees. He has 58, Lees 57, 124 for 2. And we have had 24 overs. Looks like Dahl is going to continue from the racecourse end. Single slip in place. Guest stood up to the stumps wearing a helmet. There's 3 short catches in place to take up the commentary. Lauren Tuffin.
Dialed in, and that's driven straight to Harry Kane. Stood at short, mid off. First up ball for the first ball. Did you have a nice conversation with Chris?
Yes, yeah, very good, very enjoyable. Well, it was very enjoyable. Learnt an awful lot of stuff, but he wasn't very good at taking wickets. He put on about 100 while he was here.
Towels back in again. That's driven through the gap between the 2 short fielders to mid off for a single.
Lee's very quick to call his partner through there as he realised it was Zach Chappell at mid off. And scampered through for the singles. The score moved up to 125 for 2. And
He's quite deep there, isn't he? Chappell,
he is
so.
quite deep, to be fair to him. Yep. He is, and Lees was very quick off the mark. The batsmen level pegging at 58 apiece now.
And for Beddingham, they've got 2 slips in place. And a short catcher in at cover. As he's flicked that off of his legs to mid-wicket for a dot ball.
So what's your role in your women's side then? Are you a batsman, bowler, all-rounder?
This year I'm more of an all-rounder, so I started as more of a batter. As Dahl comes in for another ball, that's driven straight back toward him for another dot ball. So been more of a batter sort of my whole adult career. Started off as a bit of a bowler who batted a bit and then was more of a batter. This year I'm opening the bowling, so might be more of a bowling all-rounder this year, I reckon.
Mm.
I do whatever I'm asked to do.
Don't really care about it.
As Dahl comes in for another ball. And again, that's defended out into the offside. Another dot ball.
So what do you bowl? Right arm, left arm, seam, spin?
Right arm, whatever comes out.
Fair
Just
enough.
a bit of a medium pace. Can get it to do a little bit off the pitch every now and again.
Well, I guess if you don't know, the batsman doesn't know either.
That's what I've always said. If I don't know, nobody else knows. This Dahl comes in again. That's flicked off of his legs through the leg side. I think that's going to trickle away for 4 runs.
Yep. Beddingham just leaning forward there and almost with a shot of impudence. Hit it through mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket really. There was a short mid-wicket in place. It was to his left hand but wide of the right hand of mid-on. All the way up to the Lund Pavilion. For 4 runs. End of that over. 129 for 2 then. Beddingham takes the lead. 62. Lees 58. And Durham marching along in response to Derbyshire's 443 all out. Connors to continue from the racecourse end of the ground. We haven't seen Lewis Rees bowling today. I don't know if there's a particular reason for that.
And Dahl is just going off the pitch.
He is replaced by
them.
Alex Thompson, who's coming back on. So there's a rotation of the first 11 at the moment.
Is that Tom Wood, actually?
Oh, is it? Or is it somebody else who's come on? Okay, so anyway. We'll have a look in a minute. I think you might be right. Yeah, might be Wood.
And Rees is warming up. Just as you mentioned, he's not bowled yet.
Well, there you go. So there are 2 short mid wickets in place now. For Lees. And still a slip. Ring of 3 on the offside. There's a mid on, deep square leg and a long leg. As Connors tries again. And Lees, for the second time in successive balls, finds one of the short mid wickets.
Good field placing, that is.
It is. £129 for 2. Reese warming up very vigorously there. He doesn't do himself a mischief before he gets on to bowl. Swing his arm off.
Take off.
Anyway, Connors in, bowls short of a length, and again it's fielded not cleanly this time by one of the short mid wickets. I can't read the name on the back of that shirt.
No, I do think it is Tom Wood, though.
Tom Wood, then. Okay.
I think someone will come and tell us if it's not.
So do we think there are 2 substitute fielders on at the moment?
I think so, unless someone's come back on.
It doesn't look as though Thompson's on the field, actually, does it? As Connors bowls, ball of very full length that Lees digs out with the very bottom of his bat, and immediately he has to inspect it. I think it's okay, I don't think it's split. There is no run. So 2 substitute fielders on. Well, we know Anuj Dahl's gone off, and I think Thompson is the other one. I think Thompson's the other one.
Can't see Thompson anywhere, so...
Well, in my defence, from this distance, Tom Wood looks like Alex Thompson. That may or not be the case. Connors bowls, and Lee's defence back up to him. End of the over. Is that the end of the over?
I think there's one left, isn't there?
Oh, so, well, umpire
Confusion.
Chantry thought it was the end of the over because he was walking in, and so they're going to check that. No, there is still one to come. It was Jack Chantry who couldn't count to 6. So Connors will complete his over. Comes in and bowls to Lees, who plays up to Wood, that short mid wicket, who's fielded the ball 3 times in this over. End of the over indeed. 26th of the innings, and Durham 129 for 2, Lees 58, Beddingham 62.
Good partnership of 121 off 122 balls forming here as well.
All but a run-a ball. As we are indeed going to see Louis Rees from the city end of the ground, replacing the absent Anuj Dahl, who's wandered off the field. I presume not for long, because if he's off for more than about 15 minutes, he then has to, well, he can't bowl for that same period of time when he's back on it. Reece just going through his couple of token deliveries.
Just a few minor tweaks to his field as well there. As Reece comes in for his first ball. It's kept out for a dot ball towards mid-off. There's a decent number of people in today.
It's reasonable, yeah. It's always difficult to tell at a county game how many people are actually in the ground, because people, they don't sit still.
Yeah.
Well, some people obviously sit still, but they don't sit still all the time. So there are always people wandering.
So Reece comes in, and that's flicked into the leg side for another dot ball.
We can't see all of the ground anyway. We can't see anything down at this end, so we don't know who's sat around here. But
yeah, there was a few in the family stand earlier.
That's the way to our left, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. There's numbers dotted around in the temporary permanent stand, and there's some in the East Midlands demolition stand.
So Reece comes in again. And that's defended out to Thompson on the offside. Thompson is back on the pitch. Harry Kane is very animated, isn't he? He does a lot of clapping, I've noticed that today.
I think he's the official team clapper.
I think every team needs one of those, I think. Here comes Reese again. He's driven straight back at him for a dot ball. Bit of aggression there, attempting to throw it. There's 4 dot balls in this over so far.
I'm going to rename the East Midlands Demolition Stand the East Midlands Demolition and Moorhead Excavation Stand, because they have an equal advertising sign at the back of it.
Reese comes in for the 5th ball of the over. It's another defensive shot to the offside. Yeah, I've always wondered why it's not Moorhead Excavations is not mentioned as well.
Because traditionally it always has been the EMD stand. That's a fairly recent addition.
Last ball of the over. Reese comes in. It's sort of driven through the covers. They're going to pick up 2 here. As Hayder Ali does the fielding. After a little slide. And that ends the over. Durham 131 for 2. Lees is on 58 and Beddingham is on 64.
And Durham, after those initial qualms just after lunch, bedding in now and moving along very nicely for them. The deficit's still 312. But plenty of time to go in the match. We're only just over halfway today. Still 42 overs remaining. As Connors continues from the racecourse end. In now in bowls, and that's driven by Lees nicely coming forward up to deploy at mid-off. There is no run. Interesting in that last over that there was a bit of 2 overs ago dissent as to whether the over had finished or not, and they were able to walkie-talkie to the scorers to confirm how many deliveries were left. As Connors in again to Lees, short of a length, and just guided down to 3rd man. Hayder Ali giving chase, but he's only fetching that back from the advertising hoardings. As Lees just stood up on his toes there and opened the face and let the ball run away down to 3rd man. He goes to 62, 135 for 2.
It's just nicely guided that wasn't it?
Yep, they did no effort whatsoever, just let the ball come to him and open the face and let the ball run off the bat down to 3rd man. Connors is in again and bowls, and Lees this time comes forward and plays up to deploy at mid-off. Again, there is no run. Connors 2 for 33 at the moment. Running in with an elastic bandage over his right elbow. So he comes in and bowls, and that's flicked nicely off his pads by Lees, but will only be 1 out to deep square leg. The throw comes in. You're right, that is Alex Thompson out there.
Yeah, I don't know when he came back on.
No, he snuck back on, didn't he? We can't actually see. There's a great big pillar in the way here, so the entrance and exit from the changing rooms is hidden. That side of the ground. So if somebody disappears over there, you don't see when they've gone off, and you don't see when they come back on.
Yeah.
Anyway, Connor's in to Beddingham. David Beddingham is in bowls, and Beddingham plenty of time, just defends back up the pitch. And there is no run. I don't know what it is, but there's been an annoying drip from the roof of the building here, straight down in front of us.
Be from the, I reckon the balcony.
From the, is that where the TV cameras are up there? Generally. As Connors bowls and Beddingham goes back and forces through the covers. They'll get one, come back for two as the substitute fielder Wood collects and throws back in. End of the over. Beddingham up to 66, 138 for two.
Yes, there's offices on the floor above, and they've got a balcony. So I've seen them on like T20 games. Stay after work and stand on the balcony and watch the cricket.
So is that where the cameras go as well, or do they go higher up than that?
Not sure.
Interesting.
Looks like Reese is going to continue from the city end.
He is indeed. Just the one over for 2 runs at the moment. Wicketkeeper stood up. In a helmet, with his cap tucked into the rear of his flannels.
Looks like Thompson's doing boundary to boundary today. So Reese comes in for the first ball of the over, and it's flicked off his legs out to Thompson, who's on the square leg boundary for a single.
Yes, you're right. He's had to go all the way across the ground there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's sweeping on both sides today.
Yeah. It's a fair old heft, that is, from one side of the ground to the other. It must be, I don't know, it must be 160 yards, I'd have thought.
And here you go for the right-hander Beddingham. He's coming into a short extra cover there. So Reese comes in. That's driven through sort of point area. They're going to pick up at least 2. No, it's gone all the way for 4. Just lent on that. Just pushed it through the gap.
Waited, opened the face, and as you say, just pushed it square of the wicket where there is no fielder.
That takes Beddingham to 70 and Durham are 143 for 2.
Reese is just going to change his line of attack here and come around the wicket to Beddingham, see if he can just force the issue.
Reese is in. And that is cut away through the offside for 4.
Well, the answer on that evidence is no. As Reese old short and wide of the off stump, and Beddingham latched onto it and hammered it away.
It was a good looking shot. Good pace off the bat. I think that was Potts, isn't it, at point? Is it Potts? Yes. Potts, who was at point, didn't really stand a chance of stopping that. Takes Beddingham to 74. Reese back in again. That's defended straight back to him for a dot ball. And that line's better from Reese.
Not so much width there. Beddingham forced into a defensive stroke.
Reese back in. That's a attempted drive, but hand out from Reese there stops that for another dot ball. The sun has disappeared, hasn't it? As you were saying earlier.
It has. The clouds are high. There's no threat of rain, I don't think.
Reese comes in for the last ball of the over. And that's a nicely played, defended out into the offside for a quick single, which takes Durham to 148 for 2. Beddingham is on 75 and Leeds is on 64. Got some a few drinks coming out, a couple of changes of gloves and things like that for the Durham batters. Connors is going to continue from the racecourse end. Just do a different run through of the bowlers. Chappell bowled 6 overs, 0 for 23. Connors 9 overs, 2 for 36. Dahl 7 overs, 0 for 26. Thompson 2 overs, 0 for 23. Potts 3 overs, 0 for 28. And Reese has bowled 2 overs, 0 for 12. Here's Connors will start a new over. Driven off the back foot, down to mid off for a dot ball. Connors are back in. Sort of punched out to the offside. I think that's Tom Wood there. Dot ball. Connors is trying to just cramp him for a bit of room here, which seems to be working so far for this over. Partnership at the moment sits at 140 off of 142 balls. This Connor comes in. It's driven out to cover for another dot ball. So Beddingham is on 75 currently. Lee's on 64. Connor's in again. It's defended out to the leg side for another dot ball. That's 4 dot balls so far this over. You've not
Apologies
missed
for
anything.
that brief absence. I've got a frog in my throat. I'm going to get some water.
Oh, you've been in here all day, so I'll let
know.
you off.
Interestingly, there's a new box of biscuits arrived as well. So,
Did you pick some up?
well, only one.
Okay, Connors is in. So driven out through the covers there on the offside. They're going to pick up at least 2. As Tom Wood has given chase. Good throw back in, and it's just a 2 to Beddingham, taking him to 77. Durham 150 for 2. There is 1 ball left in the over.
It does appear to like that drive square of the wicket, Beddingham.
He does, yes. There's a certain length where he looks like he gets a little bit cramped at times. But if the length is just there, he's going to go through that gap, I think, every day. Last ball of the over as Connors comes in. It's defended out on the offside to point for another dot ball. That ends Sam Connors' over. Durham 150 for 2 after 30.
And moving along quite comfortably here. Beddingham 77 now has moved into the lead comfortably against Lees, who has 64. Still 7 overs remaining before the tea interval.
And a new style has come back on the pitch, so Tom Wood is making his way off.
So, do we think we're back to a full complement now?
I think so, yeah.
Right.
I think we've not got to guess the numbers anymore. So Reese comes in. So driven out to Zach Chappell there at mid-off for a dot ball. So how have you been given this gig today, Dave?
Somebody rang me up and asked me to do it. Simple as that, really.
As Reese comes in.
Well,
Again, similar shot
for
to
reasons that
before.
we don't need to go into, the BBC were unable to cover it today. And the county club decided that whereas they normally take the BBC feed and overlay it over the live stream, that I think for the first time they would cover it internally.
Yep.
So they obviously needed somebody to do that.
Reese comes in. Defended out there by Lees to Harry Kane at short cover for a dot ball.
So I was asked about a week ago if I would consider doing it, and I've got the time to. So I'm quite happy to, but I'm a bit rusty because I haven't done any commentary for about 5 years. so it's taken a while to get back into it. But a day at the county cricket is a great day out.
You can't beat it, can you? As Reese comes in for another ball. That's flicked out to the leg side. I think it's going to be a single out there to Hayder Ali, who's going to pick that up.
I went to the first day of the championship match at Chesterfield against Yorkshire.
Yes.
Well, Derbyshire were bowled out by lunch for about 111, I think it was. And Yorkshire proceeded well in advance of that. But quite apart from the cricket in general was great. Derbyshire's performance was poor on that morning. But it was a lovely, warm, sunny summer's afternoon with a very good crowd in.
Yeah.
Lots of people down from Yorkshire as well, as plenty of people from the home county. And it was just a terrific day out, really.
Reese comes round the wicket. To Beddingham, who flicks it through the leg side out to Anujdal for a single.
Chesterfield's a lovely ground to watch county cricket at, and indeed, actually, if you're fortunate enough to play at as well.
Yeah, so I used to play for Chesterfield.
Right, so you'd have played on the Queen's Park then.
Played there a couple of times.
Yeah.
It was lovely.
Yeah, it's a terrific place, a lovely setting. It was a sunny Sunday afternoon or Sunday.
So Reese comes in. And Lees drives that down to Zach Chappell at mid-off with another dot ball.
And if you like county cricket, then it's difficult to envisage really a better place to watch it at.
Yeah. It's a lovely setting, isn't it?
It is, yeah. There was an ex-Derbyshire players reunion that day as well, so there were some old players around, which was a privilege to see and talk to.
There's Reese comes in, sort of dabs that down to a sort of 45 for a dot ball to end the over. Durham 154 for 2. Leeds is on 65 and Beddingham is on 78. Partnership of 146.
And one of the beauties about going to county cricket is you don't have to go for a whole day either. You don't have to be here at 11 o'clock and be here till the last ball is bowled. You can dip in and out and watch a session or an hour or 2 or 3 hours or whatever you want, really. But you don't have to be there for the whole of the day.
Yeah, I've seen loads of people who sit with their work laptops and also
That's an interesting way to do it.
work from home.
One of the great innovations of county cricket in recent years has been the live streaming of it. It's enabled an awful lot more people to follow it from afar. Not only by listening to it on the radio, but also by seeing it visually.
Yep.
As Chappell comes in to bowl, Beddingham again with that rather late drive to point and just behind. Picks up a single. Goes to 79, 155 for 2.
I think the live streaming has been a great part of the modern game, I think, as well. Because I think I've watched a lot more cricket than I think I've ever watched, because you can just search anyone that you want to watch and it's just there.
Yeah, the streams from the different counties are of varying quality, but there's nothing wrong with the one from Derbyshire, that's a fact. And it's very interesting, particularly if you are working or you're in a position where you're working, to be able to have that on and just have it in the background and watch it. Or even watch it on your television at home, really, if you want to. As Chappell is in and bowls to the left-handed Lees, who just waits and flicks it round the corner, and there'll be 1. They'll come back for 2. Dahl has to do the running around from deep back at square leg and throw in. 2 more to the total, and this is all looking very comfortable for Durham at the moment. Chappell makes his rather laboured way back to his mark. And turns and comes in again. Lee standing outside his off stump to take this delivery from Chappell. Then just stands at the crease and defends it back up on the onside where it's picked up by Sam Connors. 157 for 2 it remains. So it'll be interesting to see how streaming develops over the coming years, because it's very much in its nascent period and things are developing all the time, and some counties are further ahead with it than others, but at some point all the counties will catch up and there will become an established norm, I'm sure, as Chappell bowls. Short and Lees pulls away behind square. That might well go away for 4. Indeed it does. Beats the man down at long leg, I think it's Lewis Rees. And away for 4 more. Lees will go to 71, 161 for 2. And this pair have now added 153. So the 150 partnership coming up there with that shot. Chappell comes in again. Past umpire Newell, bowls, and that's flicked away. That'll be 4 more as well as Chappell strays down the leg side and Lees just helps it on its way. And Derbyshire leaking runs at a rate of knots here. 165 for 2 now. And we are only in the 32nd over. Lauren will do the maths and tell you what the run rate is.
That's a great question to ask.
About 5.2 at the moment. Chappell is in again, and Lees just waits and pushes into the offside. Take a quick single, and they will get it as the man coming in, Nick Potts, an extra cover, doesn't pick up cleanly. And through for 1 more, so another expensive over from Derbyshire's point of view. Lees is up to 76, 166 for 2.
Not really the return over I think Chappell was looking for there.
No, probably not his captain either. But it's become hard work. The ball obviously getting softer now into the 33rd over with it. As Lees will bowl from the city end. So the ball's lost its newness, some of its shine. And the batsmen are in. And it's all looking very easy for them at the moment.
It's Lewis Rees comes in, start of a new over. Lees flicks out off his legs. Out to square leg for a single. Taking him to 77 off of 96 balls. Yeah, there you go. Current run rate 5.19.
There you go.
5.2. Good. Reese comes in. just defended out into the offside there by Beddingham for a dot ball. Reese is in, and that's that sort of late drive again from Beddingham out to Hyder Ali at the square leg boundary for 1. Looks like Thompson's warming up as well.
Just Thompson warming up in the distance. Yep, it looks as though he's going to have another go from. Well, Chappell's only been back for 1 over. Maybe that was enough. We shall see.
Reese is in again. Lees defends that out to the leg side for a dot ball. I think we've got something exciting happening here tomorrow.
Have you?
Yeah, we're going to be in the lunch break. We're going to be doing some walking cricket.
Walking cricket
on the outfield.
That's my kind of cricket, that is.
We've got a hub starting here on Monday, actually, as Reese comes in. Driven out to the offside there by Lees. Beddingham was keen for a single, but it's sent straight back. It's a dot ball. So yeah, we've got a new hub starting here.
So I know this sounds like a really obvious question, but how do you play walking cricket?
It's just like normal sort of, the quick cricket you have for kids. Normal like that, but you're not allowed to run or jog towards the ball. Everything you do, you've got to walk. As Reese comes in again. Driven out to a new style there for a dot ball. And that's the end of the over. Durham are 168 for 2 after 33. Beddingham's on 80 and Lees is on 77.
And the pair have now added 160 for this third wicket in a pretty untroubled style. Chappell is going to continue from the racecourse end, so maybe that was a phantom warm-up from Alex Thompson at mid-off in that previous over. He's continuing to do stretches now. Very vigorous. As Chappell is in and bowls, and Beddingham just comes forward and defends on one that might have bounced on him a touch more. Takes his bottom hand off the bat and gives it a shake. Well, never mind a bowl in a spell after those exercises. Thompson would lie down. Himself some serious injuries doing all that.
Some of the warm-ups are very rigorous these days, aren't they?
Very. Chappell is in again. Passed on by Newell, bowls and turned into the leg side by Beddingham for 1. Picked up by Hyder Ali coming in off the square leg boundary. 169 for 2. Beddingham 81. Chappell, shaven-headed. Not a hair on his bonds. Turns. Makes his way in again to Lees. And bowls, and Lees drives up to mid-on, where Thompson does the fielding. There is no run. So we are at just coming up to 4 o'clock here at the county ground. We've still got 3 overs after this one before tea, which will be a 20-minute break. We'll take the mics down for that period of time, but we will be back post tea for the last Chappell bowls. Turned into the leg side, very quick single as it's hit just to the left of the squarer of the 2 short mid wickets. It sprawls. It's Connors, sprawls across the ground and fields but they're home safely for the single. Lees goes to 78, 170 for 2. So we'll take the microphones down for the period of the tea interval, but we will be back for the final 32 overs of the day when they recommence. As Chappell is in, and bowls, and Beddingham comfortably half forward, just plays defensively back to the bowler, who picks up himself and actually keeps hold of the ball rather than throwing it to somebody else to shine and polish for him. He does it himself.
It's a very slow walk back, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit laboured, isn't it, really? Must just be his natural gait as he's in and bowls, and that's driven slightly on the up for a moment towards Harry Kane at short extra cover, who picks up on the first bounce and throws back to Brooke Guest. There is no run, and that is the end of the over. 170 for 2, Lees 78, Beddingham 81. The deficit is 246. No, it's not. That's complete tosh. 273.
It looks like Thompson is going to come on and bowl one over.
Thompson is indeed on. Well, he could bowl two overs here before tea. Let's hope that they don't go for as many as his first 2 overs.
Yeah, his figures currently sit at 0 for 23 after 2.
Depends, of course, on your point of view. For all those that are tuning in from Durham, I'm sure you'd be delighted if the next 2 overs from Thompson went for 23. Anyways, field set, short extra cover and a slip.
Thompson comes in for his first ball. It's just manoeuvred round the leg into the leg side for a single.
Ball's very wide of the crease there, Thompson.
Interesting that he's going to stay round the wicket to the right-hander as well.
Yep, different angle to Beddingham.
Thompson comes in. It's just defended straight back to him by Beddingham. He is very wide on the crease, isn't he?
The umpire stood well back. I don't know if he's having a look at his back foot just to make sure he doesn't cross it.
Thompson comes in again. Not the nicest looking of shots, but it's a dot ball. It's driven in a sense down to Lewis Rees in mid-off. Thompson in again. It's just kept out there by Beddingham. Another dot ball.
Well, a better over from Thompson so far on his return. Three dot deliveries. It may well be that Durham here partially playing for tea.
As he comes in again, Thompson. Just pushed out to the leg side towards mid-wicket there. Nugel for a dot ball.
But it's noticeable that Thompson has got the ball a bit further up in this already in this over, and maybe the angle from around the wicket is just cramping Beddingham a touch.
Thompson in again. That's just defended and kept out by Beddingham to end the over, which was a maiden from Thompson. So definitely a better return.
Yep, good return for Thompson there.
71 for 2, the remark. Lees is on 79 off 102, and Beddingham is on 81 off of 90.
Chappell to bowl from the racecourse end. It will be his last over before tea. The field just being set as two Two short mid-wickets are in again for Lees. Madsen at slip is quite wide as Chappell bowls. Oh, and induces the first false stroke in many an hour, really. As Lees just attempted to guide that through the offside and got inside the line. Rather fortunate not to get a nick on that.
Everyone looked interested in that one then.
A moral victory for the bowler, which counts, of course, for nothing. As Chappell is in again. Bowls and Lees drives down the ground. That's a nice stroke. Will it beat mid-off? It does, and that will go away for 4. Desperate dive by Lewis Deploy at mid-off, but he couldn't get his hand on the ball. 4 more to Lees, and he's back in front in the race to 100 with Beddingham. It's 83 to him, 81 to Beddingham, 175 for 2. Chappell tries again. And again, Lees drives up to mid-off, but this time straight to Deploy, and there is no run. Traffic away in the distance just beginning to build up around the Pentagon Island as we head towards the rush hour.
It's always very busy at rush hour around here.
Chappell is in and bowls, and Lees just waits for that and pushes it into the leg side for 1. 176 for 2. Lees up to 84. Yes, I think schools have just about finished now. I'm not sure if yesterday was their last day. So traffic should die down a bit, really, but it is busy over there.
Yeah, I think there are still a few schools that are still in today.
There may well
tomorrow.
be. Yeah, I think this is their last week, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chappell is in, and Beddingham comes forward and defends. Up the pitch, there is no run. £176 for 2. In reply to Derbyshire's 443 all out earlier this morning, just before lunch, built around Brook Guest's 197 as Chappell comes in and bowls ball of full length at Beddingham drives up to Deploy at mid-on. But there is no run. So end of that over, 176 for 2. Lees 84, Beddingham 81, and we have 1 over before the tea interval.
And it will be Thompson to bowl that over as well.
It will.
They'll want an over like the last. I think that would be what Derbyshire are looking for. As Thompson comes in. It's driven out to a new style there at cover for a dot. Thompson in again. Time driven to short cover there. Another dot ball.
Well, if the morning session belonged to Derbyshire, the afternoon session.
Thompson is in, and that is driven in a sense to Chappell there at sort of a backward point. Another dot ball.
The afternoon session after that early wobble has certainly belonged to Durham here.
As Thompson comes in for another ball, defended straight back to him by Lees there.
They've added 168 to their score since lunch for the loss of those 2 wickets.
Okay, Lees is just pulled away for a second there. Thompson's going to come back in now. So sort of guided to Zach Chappell there at sort of a back point for another dot ball.
2 wickets to fall after lunch for Durham. They went to lunch at 8 for naught. Jones for 5 was bowled by Connors, and Borthwick was LBW to Connors for naught.
Thompson comes in for the last ball. And that's driven to a news dial for a dot ball, which ends this session.
It does. It's tea here at the Incora County Ground in Derby. Durham 176 for 2 in reply to Derbyshire's 443 all out, Lee's 84 not out, Beddingham 81. As I mentioned just a moment ago, Jones and Borthwick, the 2 men out for 5 and 0 respectively. Quick look at the bowling figures. Chappell 9 overs, 3 millions, 0 for 42. Connors 10 overs, 2 millions, 2 for 38. Dahl 7 overs, 2 millions, 0 for 26. Thompson 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 24. Potts 3 overs for 28. And Rees 4 overs for 18. We're going to take a break now. Switch the microphones down for about 20 minutes, but we will be back around 4:30, I guess, for the evening session. We hope you can join us then. For now, this is Lauren Tuffrey and Dave Jepson just signing off. We'll hopefully see you in 20 minutes. Thank you.
In bowls to Reed. in balls to read. In balls to read. In balls to read. In balls to read. in and balls to Reed. 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 in balls to Reed. In balls to Reed.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Incora County Ground here in Derby for the final session of this, the second day of the County Championship match between Derbyshire and Durham. A resume of the position as it stands. Derbyshire were bowled out this morning for 443. That innings really centred on 197 from Brad Guest. And Durham, in reply, making good progress, 176 for 2 at tea. Alex Lees has 84 to his name, David Beddingham 81. This pair came together with the score at 8 for 2 after Sam Connors had taken a couple of early wickets after lunch. But these two played carefully at first, but then expanded their range of strokes and have really been in very little trouble. Derbyshire struggling really to find an answer to this partnership, which currently stands at 168. Players are back out in the middle, and Anders Dahl is going to commence proceedings from the racecourse end of the ground. He'll be bowling to the right-handed Beddingham. And the field is almost it's very strange in its outlook. There is just take this. There are two men behind square. There's one at a short third man and one at long leg. The rest are in front. There are two catchers, one at short mid wicket and one at a very short extra cover, almost a silly mid off really. And then there is a deep square leg or mid wicket, a mid on, mid off extra cover and a deep point as Dahl comes in first ball of the post tea session, and Beddingham drives up to mid-off where Reese does the fielding, and there is no run. Just to keep you up to date with scores around the country in the Test match, England making good progress against Australia, who were bowled out for 317 this morning. England are 266 for 2. A century there for Crawley, who is Zach Crawley, who is John Crawley, who's 144 not out, and Root has 61 earlier. Moeen Ali batting at number 3 scored 54 after Ryan Duckett had gone early for just a single. There are actually 2 other Test matches going on, or have been going on today. There was a run there for Beddingham off the second ball of Anish Dal's over, 177 for 2. He's now up to 82. On the final day of 5 in Sri Lanka, Pakistan beat Sri Lanka by 4 wickets, chasing 133 to win. They knocked them off 6 down. And in the West Indies, India are 87 for none on the first day of 5 as Dahl comes in and bowls to Lees down the leg side, takes him on the pad as he tries to flick it away, and that'll go for 4 leg byes, I believe. Indeed, it actually runs. Must have got something of an inside edge on that, and away it went to the boundary for 4, 181 for 2, and Lees up to 88. So we're very much starting this evening session where they left off the afternoon session. Durham bowling along at 5 and over or thereabouts as Dahl is in again and bowls this time. Good length ball on middle stump, and Lees just comes forward and defends to Madsen, who is the straighter of the 2 short mid-wickets that are in place. So the West Indies and India 98 for none. Just a look to see where that's being played at, actually. Queen's Park Oval at Port of Spain. Started there at 3 o'clock this afternoon as Dahl comes in and bowls again on middle stump, and again Lees drives to Madsen at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So going around the county championship, Essex 300 for 6 lead Kent by 93 runs with 4 wickets remaining. That's after Kent were bowled out for 207. As Dahl comes in again around the wicket to Lees, and this time Lees just waits for a ball on leg stump, turns it square into the leg side for 1. End of the over, and Durham 182 for 2, Lees 89, Beddingham 82. The deficit is 261. Middlesex versus Surrey. Surrey 433 all out. Middlesex 70 for 4. They're struggling this year, Middlesex. Trail Surrey by 363 with 6 wickets remaining. Somerset 351 all out. Northants 180 all out and 47 for 3. Northants trail by 124. Another side that's been struggling this year. Trail by 124 with 7 wickets remaining. Alex Thompson is going to continue from the City end of the ground, bowling to the left-handed Alex Lees. Comes in and bowls, and Lees drives his first ball straight back to the bowler. There is no run. Nottinghamshire versus Hampshire. As Thompson comes in again and bowls, and Lees hits in the air over wide mid-off, and that'll go away for 4. Just gave himself a fraction of room and hit the ball up to the Old Lum Pavilion for 4 runs. So Lees continuing on his merry way. He's now up to 93, 186 for 2. This former England international, of course. Moved to Durham from Yorkshire a while ago. Thompson's in again, and again he gives himself some room there to hit through the offside and drive straight to Anish Dahl at extra cover. This time drives down the ground. There'll be one there. There's a man out at long on. Lewis Rees does the fielding. And Lees will go to 94. 187 for 2. Thompson in again. Balls, and this is turned into the leg side this time by Beddingham, and they'll come through for a single as Anish Dahl does the fielding. 188 for 2. Beddingham up to 83. Just return to those scores. Hampshire versus, or Notts versus Hampshire. Hampshire 166 all out, Notts 100 all out, and Hampshire now 181 for 4. It's Thompson. He's in again. And balls to Lees, who drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. Ends the 39th over of the Durham innings. 188 for 2, Lees 94, Beddingham 83. That Notts game is interesting. Being played at Trent Bridge, low scoring. And Hampshire lead by 249 with 6 wickets remaining. Warwickshire for Lancashire. Lancashire 327 all out. Warwickshire 69 for 2, trail by 258. In Division 2, Leicestershire versus Worcestershire. As Dahl begins a new over from the racecourse end and bowls, and a bit of indecision there as Beddingham drops it into the offside, looks for the run. Lee sets off before they decide between them that actually there isn't a single there, and probably wisely return to their initial stations. 188 for 2 it remains. Worcester 178 all out and 169 all out. Leicestershire 110 all out and 37 for 2. Leicestershire required 201 to win with 8 wickets remaining. A slight delay here as Captain Laius deploys. Asked the umpires to have another look at the ball. We've already changed the ball once in this innings for damage to the ball, which we think was caused by Alex Lees hitting Alex Thompson for consecutive 6s, and we are going to have a second change of the ball as the umpires concur that the damage is serious enough to warrant replacement. So box of balls brought on. It's actually Sam Connors who's brought the box of balls on. They must be stationed by the side of the ground. So the umpires will have a look and see if they can find some that changes. In the meantime, I'll continue with these scores. Yorkshire and Sussex. Sussex 216 all out. Yorkshire 145 for 1. Yorkshire trail Sussex by 71 runs with 9 wickets remaining. And finally, Gloucester and Glamorgan. They're actually off for bad light here. Glamorgan 152 for 2. That's day 1 rather than day 2 of that match. Glamorgan, who played, really didn't last week. They had awful weather down in Cardiff. I can't remember who they were supposed to be playing against, but they played barely anything of I think it might have been Leicestershire. They played barely anything of their game. Anyway, ball has been changed. And Dahl will continue. Just the slip in place, just one. Dahl is in. And Beddingham defends. Just back to the test match at Old Trafford, England now 280 for 2. Trail by 37 runs. With 8 wickets remaining. Darley's in and bowls. Beddingham plays up to deploy at mid-on, no run. Beddingham just taking his bottom hand off the bat there as he came forward to drive, indicating it may have just bounced a fraction more than he thought initially. Both these batsmen plenty of time to play the strokes on this pitch. Been looking very untroubled. Beddingham just turns him off his legs here. Out to Hayder Ali at deep square leg. They take a single. Beddingham moves up to 84, 189 for 2. End of the over. Thompson will continue from the city end of the ground. Crowd may have thinned out a little here post tee, but still a fair smattering of spectators around the ground. Thompson's in and bowls, and Beddingham just turns that into the leg side for a single. He'll go to 85, 190 for 2. Thompson in again. Lee's get a single through him his field. I think that, maybe Lewis Reese there at extra cover. Ball maybe just bounced awkwardly in one of the old pitches. Thompson bowls again, and Beddingham gets a bit squared up with this and plays it out on the offside for no run. Beddingham turns this round the corner. They'll have to run here as the throw comes in, but it misses the stumps at the far end. And Zach Chappell is backing up and take the single. Beddingham goes to 86, 192 for 2. Thompson again there. To Lees, who forces off the back foot to Kame. Harry Kame it is, who's fielding at short extra cover, not Lewis Reese. I miscalled that earlier in the over. Apologies to all concerned as Thompson bowls, and Lees just turns this off his pads into the leg side, but they'll pick up 2. There's nobody at deep square leg. So Potts it is who has to do the chasing back from mid-wicket to do the fielding. End of the over, 194 for 2. Lees approaching his 100, has 97, and Beddingham 86. Lees and Beddingham were neck and neck for a long while in the race towards 100, but Lees has stolen a march and is 11 runs ahead now. Beddingham is on strike. Anish Dar will continue. Comes in and bowls the first ball of a new over. Turned into the leg side, and Thompson will run back from that short mid-wicket position to field. One more to the score. Beddingham has 87, 195 for 2. The cloud cover that came over mid-afternoon has not lifted. It's still grey, but it's very light and it's very high. No issue with bad light or the threat of rain or anything like that. In fact, I don't think there's anything forecast for that, for rain. So we should get it through to a full conclusion here. There are still nearly 28 overs to go. A very short mid-off has come in again, standing about 5 yards in front of the propping crease. Maybe not quite 5, maybe 3 yards in front of the popping crease at the near end on the offside for the left-handed Lees. Captain Deploy and Dahl engaged in conversation about a change in the field, and they brought up the long leg to field at short mid-wicket. So Connor's out there on the square leg boundary, has gone just behind, but there is nobody down at long leg or fine leg now. There is instead this short mid-off and a short extra cover. Dahl comes in and bowls, and that's immediately turned off his pads by Lees to Connor, and they jog through for another single, 196 for 2. Dahl is in again. Olsen pulled away around the corner for 1 by Beddingham, down to Zach Chappell. Fielding on the long leg boundary. Hurls the ball back in. 197 for 2. Beddingham up to 88. Lee's just too short of 100. Faced 125 balls so far for his 98. As he gets slightly squared up there by Dahl as he comes forward, pushing up the ground. It takes a thick outside edge out into the covers where Haider Ali does the fielding. There's no run, but just the first sign of a false shot there from Lees as he approaches this 100. Dahl bowls, and that's taken down the leg side, and it's off the bat, and it'll go away for 4, and that will be Alex Lees' 100. 102 to Alex Lees out of 201, brings up the 200 as well for Durham. 127 balls. It's been a terrific entertaining. It's been terrific entertainment watching this knock from Lees. And Beddingham will no doubt follow suit shortly. Partnership worth 193 at the moment. As Lees waits for Dahl and then just stands tall at the crease and plays this ball out to short mid-wicket. Potts does the fielding, and there is no run. So end of another over. There's going to be a change of bowling at the City end as Thompson is rested, and Lewis Rees comes back into the fray. Have another go. just the lone slip in place, Madsen. Derbyshire rather on the defensive now. As Rees comes in and Beddingham has all the time in the world just to wait and turn this into the leg side for a single. 89 to Beddingham. Field switches over for the left-handed Alex Lees. Lee stands Paul and drives into the offside, but can't get it past Potts, who's now at mid-off. There is no run. Say Potts. Slight delay here as Guest dons the helmet and goes to stand up at the stumps. Rees is on his way now and bowls, and Lees flicks this beautifully through a straight mid-wicket, beats the dive of Kame at that short mid-wicket position to his right and Zach Chappell to his left at mid-on, and the ball runs away for 4 in front of the cafeteria at the far end of the ground. 4 more to Lees, 106 to him now. Partnership worth 198. As Rees is in and bowls, and Lees drives down the ground for 4 more. Now that'll take him to 110, and the 200 partnership is up. 202 these two have added. Came together when the score was 8 for 2 just after lunch, and since then have been in virtually no trouble whatsoever. Picking off this Derbyshire attack at will. And Derbyshire rather looking lost for something to do at the moment. As Rees tries again. Short mid-on in now, as Lees just waits and guides this down to Thompson at short third man, and they run through for another single, 211 for 2. And Lees 111 now. He's on 111, he ought to be made to bat on one leg. Beddingham has 89. As he waits for Rees, another discussion going on about the field here. As it's my pleasure to welcome Dave Griffin.
Afternoon, Dave.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, mate.
You all right? As Rees comes in and bowls, and that's short and hammered away by Beddingham. There's a man out there, Connor's on the rope, but it sails over his head for 6. Short, long hop from Rees, and Beddingham was onto it in a flash. And whack. That's a long boundary out there, but he took it on and he cleared it with distance to spare. He goes to 95, 217 for 2. Durham are cruising at the moment. They trail by 226. But these two, go for it.
Just broken the Durham 3rd wicket record partnership against Derbyshire.
Is it really?
Overtakes the previous record 204 by Rosebery and Daly, which was also
Rosebery and
Daly, Jimmy Daly.
Jimmy Daly.
In 1998. So it's stood for what, 25 years?
Ah.
And it's gone.
Well, they've not looked in any trouble all afternoon, that's a fact.
No, Batty's dominating ball by some considerable distance, isn't it?
Derbyshire chopping and changing here, trying to find a breakthrough, but without any success. And then at a loss what to do. Want some of Wayne Madson's floaters or something like that, I don't know.
Yeah, I think since his shoulder up, he's inclined not to bowl. Deploy's bowled a little bit from it on occasion, bowled pre-new ball stage in the last game, but I don't think there are that many other options, to be honest.
Haider Ali, does he bowl?
I don't think I've seen him bowling even in practice. I think it's deploy or nothing, frankly, as your options.
That's it. Oh, well, Dahl's going to have a go at the moment. Oh, no, he's not. He stopped. He started to run and then decided that Chappell was too wide at short third man and redirected him. So he's going to have another go. There's 2 short extra covers and 2 short mid-wickets in place now. As Dahl bowls and takes Lees on the pad, I think. It does indeed. And it will be a leg by, 218 for 2. So a fascinating stat earlier on about the wicket-keeper's highest scores, which I confidently told everybody you told me and then told them the wrong numbers. Because I thought the 175 was the highest, but it wasn't. It's 217.
216.
216.
Yeah, Bill Storer.
Even got it wrong now. Bill Storer.
1899 at Queen's Park. And there is a lovely story behind that, actually.
Well, we'll hear it in a moment. Dahl bowls and Bedingham just turns it off his pads into the leg side. They're thinking of 2 coming back. He'll have to run here as the throw comes in. The bails are whipped off, but I think he's just got home. That was a very tight second run. They took on Chappell's throw, and the ball was in his hand when he turned and went, but he just made it. And it was a reasonable throw. Guest had to just fetch it a fraction, and that slight delay in having to collect and take it to the stumps just gave Bedingham enough time to get home. A direct hit, and I think he'd have been gone. Right, Dahl into Bedingham now, 220 for 2. Bedingham on 97, drives back to Dahl, and there is no run. The story is...
Well, Bill Storer, of course, was a remarkable cricketer. He played at Test cricket for England, was Derbyshire's wicket-keeper. 10 times when he scored a century, he took his pads off and bowled. And he averaged 50 in first-class cricket for Derbyshire in the 1890s, and no one else did that for Derbyshire until Peter Kirsten in 1980. So that's a measure of how good a player he was, first of all.
As Dahl comes in and bowls, and Bedingham waits for this, drops it into the offside, but there is no run.
But when he got his 216, it was not out at Chesterfield against Leicestershire in 1899, and he was batting towards the end of the day with Bill Beswick, the famed Bill Beswick, who was renowned for various feats both on and off the field. And overnight, Beswick went out for a few pints, as you did in those days.
As Dahl comes in, balls to Bedingham on 97. There's a bit of hesitation as he pushes into the leg side, but they will come through for the single. So he'll go to 98, 221 for 2.
And the following morning, Bill Storer was padded up, ready to go out, and so were the Leicestershire players, and so were the umpires. Bill Beswick didn't turn up. So poor old Bill Storer was stranded on 216, not out.
So could well have been even more.
Yes, well, it was Derbyshire's our only second double hundred at the time.
Right.
Yeah, he could have gone on.
As Dahl is into Lees. Bowls and Lees just defends back up to deploy at mid-off. End of the over. 221 for 2 then. Lees 111. Bedingham 98. The deficit 2-2-2.
But the guest story continues because 197 is the score that no other players ever made for Derbyshire.
Is that right?
Yeah, we've had a 198, we've had a 195, we've never had a 197.
Wow.
Of course, the highest lowest score never made is 183. I'm longing for that one to go.
Right. Okay.
Everyone's made between 0 and 183 at some point for Derbyshire. 182, but no one's ever made 183.
Wow.
I've mentioned it to Wayne Madsen because he's the one player likeliest to get up there into the rarefied.
If you get to
heights.
183, get out.
Yeah, or declare.
Or declare, yes.
Good for your average.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Bill Bestwick, yes, what a character. We'll come back to him in a minute. As Rees comes in around the wicket to bowl to Bedingham, who will go to his 100 with an edge for 4 because there is no slip. And maybe a slightly fortuitous way to go to his 100. But he's done it nevertheless, 113 balls, and it's been a fine innings.
Yes, somebody just reminded me, I've seen both of these score double hundreds against Derbyshire. Lees for Yorkshire at Chesterfield in 2013 and Beddingham 257 at Chester Street a few years ago. And they both look like they've bedded in, don't they, the pair of them?
Yeah, I think I remember that Lees double 100 at Chesterfield.
Magnificent innings, yeah.
They put on an awful lot of runs for the first one.
Yes.
Yeah, they did. As Reece bowls to Beddingham, he turns it off his pads here. That may be a leg bite. We shall find out shortly. I think it's a run. There's no signal from the umpire. The score advances by 1, 226 for 2, Beddingham 103. Yes, I remember that day. It was a lovely warm day.
Indeed, yeah.
They put on about 300 or something.
Yeah, and I think at the time most people thought we were watching the next England opening batsman.
Yeah, well,
back then.
He played a game or two, didn't he?
Yeah.
But he didn't last. In fact, it was only last year.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah. As Reece bowls, ball of full length, driven by Lees up to mid-off. There is no run. Yeah. Difficult to see a way back for him at the moment, given the way that England are playing their cricket.
Yes, they're going stroke for stroke with Durham this afternoon, I think.
They're
Looking at the scoreboard, I think
well
they both
be ahead of-
scored
they
about
might well-
117 a session.
Might well be ahead of England, of Australia by now. Yeah. It's seat of your pants stuff watching England at the moment. As Reece bowls and that's flicked off his pads for a single down to long leg by Lees. He'll go to 112. He's off Nelson. 2-2-7 for 2. So you are the club statistician. Is that an official
Amongst
moniker?
other bits and bobs, yeah. Heritage officer, photographer and statistician, yeah.
Tremendous. A polymath, no less. The actually, I know I'm going to ask you. I'll do it after this ball. As Rees comes in around the wicket to the right-handing Beddingham and bowls, and he just pushes into the offside. Huge gap there. Out to Hayder Ali on the cover boundary. They jog through for a single. And 228 for 2, Beddingham 104. The Heritage project that you did about 3 or 4 years ago, you remember the interviews, which were terrific. Is that part of a wider project to install a permanent museum here at the ground, and an accessible permanent museum?
In simple terms, no.
Right.
But I'll expand shortly.
Okay. As Reece comes in and bowls wide of the off stump, and Lees just leans into it and drives through extra cover for 4. This is very, very straightforward for these two at the moment. 232 that will go to. And,
Sorry, yeah, it was very much a standalone project. It was an oral history of cricket in
Yeah.
Derbyshire, and it covered, we interviewed 6 Test cricketers, and we went all the way through to recreational cricket. We talked to people engaged in women's cricket, obviously in the recreational games, schools, and across the board from, as I say, Test cricketers, but also Derbyshire disabled cricketers, for example. We talked to people some wonderful stories from people going way back to the 1940s, including someone, for example, who saw a jockey thrown from his horse and impaled on the railings.
Oh, really?
Literally just down there,
Crikey.
where the people are sitting on the grandstand terrace in 1938. I think that was the furthest we went back with a specific memory. Tossed from his horse and impaled on railings. The thought that you'd have spiked railings adjacent to
a racehorse.
A racehorse, yeah. And it was a wonderful, wonderful project, but it's very much standalone. And anyone who wants to see any of the recordings, they're all there on YouTube.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as the museum's concerned, I'll come to that once Sam Connors has started this new over.
Connors replaces Dahl from the racecourse end. Have another go to Beddingham, who has 104 to his name. And Beddingham goes back, I think comes forward and just plays to Anuj Dahl at short extra cover. There is no run.
Yeah, I've done some work with the Heritage Lottery Fund, or the people who funded the Oral History Project, and certainly they won't build museums, but they will give you funding to create one if you've already got the existing building. So they're not going to build you a building.
No.
So there are feasibility studies that I've looked into.
As Connors is in again, and Beddingham content to play back down the pitch to him.
We've got a lovely array of items, of things, call them artifacts, call them what you will, items that would go into a museum. I think the principal stumbling block is finding a location within the ground in which to put it. Yeah. You've got to make sure that it's safe, it's secure, and accessible at the same time. Yeah. And it's a conversation I have consistently with the chief executive.
Connors is in again, bowls, and Beddingham just waits and pushes away in the covers for one run.
So I think it's something that is a possibility. I personally would love nothing more than for people to be able to walk into a building in this ground and be able to see the things that have been left to the club, given to the club. And I think if we had one, we'd have a greater opportunity of going to current players who've retired in the recent past, and say to them, can we have a medal, can we have a ball, can we have this, that, the other. And we've got some lovely stuff. We've got the bat that Bob Taylor made his sole first class 100 with. Yep. It's in the heritage store, but we've got nowhere to display it.
Connors is in a bowls and Lees drives back to him, maybe off a thickish inside edge. There is no run.
He gave us his wicket-keeping gloves, the first gloves he used to play with in the early 60s at Derbyshire. Wonderful memento, but there's nowhere obvious to display it. So, yes, the conversations are always cordial, but of course the club have got to try and find, it's a multi-million-pound business, and cricket comes first, and finding a place for a museum is it's a challenge.
Lees just waits and tucks off his pads again, beats Dahl at short mid-wicket. There's a run round the boundary there for Harry Kane, who's found himself out at deep mid-wicket.
Some acreage out there, isn't there?
There is. That's a big boundary. That six that Beddingham hit out there was a big carry. The ground's looking quite... I know it's in, 15 or 20 yards from the hoardings on that side, but it still looks a wide ground to me. It's some distance. At one point, Alex Thompson was shuttling between both boundaries as he was sweeping. I'm not quite sure that's what he wanted to do. Connors in again, driven up to deploy at mid-off, no run.
It gives you some idea. You'll remember, of course, as I suspect most people on the ground today, because we only turned the square 13 years ago, just how long the ground was when we used to play from the grandstand end to the old scoreboard end. Yeah. But of course we're now playing the way cricket should be played, north to south, which is how it was played way back in 1871 when we began, just about where we are now actually, perhaps a bit to the left.
So when was it turned round the other way then?
We turned originally, the pitch was here in 1871, but then when the race...
it wasn't actually there, was it? It was a bit further
Well,
across,
it started there.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, where it is now is where it started, but then it moved in the late 1800s because the racecourse expanded, and it meant that the cricket ground got small, so they moved over to our right, to the west, but also at a slight angle. So actually, where the pavilion is now, that would have almost been an ideal position for behind a bowler's arm.
Yes.
But the pitch was a good 50 yards to our right, and there was a wooden pavilion, and many people remember the concrete stand, which was only demolished in 1984. Yep. We stopped playing on there in 1955, or at the end of 54, and moved back to where we are now in 55, and played this way north-south until 1964. Right. And the reason we turned the square, I will explain after this ball from... Is Potts coming back on?
It is.
Yes.
Potts back into the attack. To ball to Beddingham, and first ball, Beddingham carves away into the offside. There is just a single there as Hayder Ali does the fielding.
Yes, at the time, obviously the pavilion was out of use because it was knocked down. It was a wooden pavilion that was off to the right and wouldn't serve the new ground. So the only seats in the ground were the 3,000 seats in the grandstand. Yep. And the members during the winter of 1964-63 got a petition together and complained to the committee that they couldn't see cricket behind a bowler's arm, so would they please turn the square round? Oh, right. So that was why it was turned round. Member demand in order they could watch cricket behind a bowler's arm. And of course...
Member power.
Yeah, and it never occurred to anyone that it would be a problem
it's the wrong way round
until floodlit cricket came upon us, and of course we ended up with sun-stop play.
Yeah.
So that's why we returned it back the way it should be in 2010.
Interesting stuff. The reason to go back to the museum that I broached that, because I've been thinking about this recently, is that Derbyshire's history, whilst not overly endowed with success, is nevertheless rich, and particularly in terms of contribution to county cricket, because they were one of the early counties and took part in the early county championship before it was more formalised in 1890 or something like that. And whilst they may only have won the championship once since then, they've actually won it once more than 3 other counties. But their contribution to county cricket extends far wider than the mere winning of trophies.
Absolutely. I mean, on this day, for example, Charles Olivier was born, the first black cricketer to play county cricket. He'd have been 147 today.
As Potts is in around the wicket to Lees, who takes half a step forward, really, and drives up to mid-off, no run.
And, you know, he was a real pioneer, came over with the West Indies side that didn't play first-class cricket in the 1896 tour, but was spotted by Derbyshire, offered a contract, taken up to Glossop to work in the mill, in the offices, and by Sam Hillwood, and he qualified, played for Glossop, and then came and played for Derbyshire. He was a marvellous, thrilling batsman, and first black cricketer to play county cricket.
Potts is in, bowls wide, and Lees has a tremendous wipe at this one and misses. Fortunate not to get a nick for that.
But also the site, of course, on which we're now sitting behind us to the right where the outdoor nets are. That's where Derby County played their earliest football matches in 1888. They were playing on there as a founder member of the Football League.
Because they were formed directly out of the county club
absolutely,
as well.
Yes. They were called county because of Derbyshire County Cricket Club, but the Derbyshire FA forced them to drop Shire from the name, so that's why they became called Derby County.
Potts bowls, and Lees will get 4, I think, down to third man, will he? No, there's a man down there, I can't see him. Connors is down there, very fine at third man. And they take a single instead, 236 for 2, Lees 237 for 2, Lees up to 119. Beddingham has 106.
So yeah, on the football pitch back there, you had Derby played their first match in the Football League when they lost to West Brom 2-1, September 1888. England played an international on there, beat Ireland 9-0. There was an FA Cup final replay.
Potts back over the wicket now to Beddingham bowls and just stands up and defends into the leg side. There is no run.
And 6 FA Cup semi-finals were all played on the ground at the back of us. And of course, on top of that, you also had racing from 1848 to 1939. And as we look across now to the pavilion, if you'd have been down there in the any period during that time, that's where the horses would have crossed the finishing line, over in the car park in the corner. Of course, that was the paddock where the horses paraded before the race. Hard to imagine now.
As Potts bowls and Beddingham just waits, forces into the offside. They'll probably get 2 here as Hayler has to run around the cover boundary to field and throw back in.
And then when the war ended, the Second World War ended in 1945, the recreation company that ran the ran the racecourse, they reapplied for a licence for racing, and the then Derby Borough Council, or the Derby Town Council, rejected the application on the grounds that they thought horse racing would bring undesirable people to Derby. And I've often wondered, did they think they'd got enough? or was Derby such a perfect place they didn't want any at all? But yeah, those were the reasons given, that they didn't want undesirables coming into Derby watching horse racing. I always thought it was racing was a sport of kings, wasn't it? Was that boxing?
As Connors is in, wraps Lees on the pad, but there is strangled appeal from Connors, and there is no run. There's a terrific aerial photograph around somewhere of the ground post-war when the railings of the racecourse have been taken down, and the ground, I think, is where it is, but there are just benches around the outside of it, but you can still see the line of the actual racetrack because of the sort of the fall of the grass. As Connors is in again, and Lees covers up and defends, no run. But a terrific panoramic view of the whole area, showing how Spartan it was as well to actually play cricket on. But also this wonderful line of where the racecourse actually was, and of course all the old buildings as well. So yeah, it's a wonderful picture. I don't know if it's available online or not, but if it is, it's
There's
well
one in
worth
the
having a look.
boardroom over
It's
there.
in the boardroom. Yeah, you're
think
right.
it
I
is.
think that's where I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a terrific picture as Lees drives back to Connors and there is no run. Yeah, so aside from the obvious ones, the trophies, there are a number of losing finals as well. That they played in. The contribution of we were talking earlier about of Test cricketers, particularly fast bowlers and opening bowlers to the England cause. Rather fewer batsmen.
Yes.
We've
had 11 bowlers open the bowling for Derbyshire bowlers open the bowling for England.
Yeah, as Connors is in, and again Lees drives up to mid off. There is no run. And interestingly, actually, you said that there've been 4 wicket keepers. 4 English wicket keepers who've played for Derbyshire, or the other way around, really. Derbyshire wickets have played for England, which is interesting.
Yeah, and 2 of them at the same time in the Derbyshire side. Joe Humphreys and the aforementioned Bill Storer both played for Test cricket for England, but they both played in the Derbyshire side. Storer kept to begin with, but then I think Humphreys was even more of a specialist keeper, so he superseded Storer.
As Connors bowls, takes Lees on the pad. They think about a single, but it's not there.
Then Harry Elliott was the keeper, of course, played in the Championship winning side in the 30s, and he played for England. But he lied about his age when he joined Derbyshire because he thought if he told them his true age, they wouldn't give him a chance because he declared himself 3 or 4 years younger than he actually was. And it was only at the reunion, the 31st reunion anniversary, that he confessed to his teammates what his real age was.
As Connors is in again. And Lees, it's a little tucked up and just drops into the offside. That may have been a no ball as well. It is indeed. Signalled by umpire Newell. The score will go up by 3.
And then, of course, lastly, the incomparable Bob Taylor. And it's a big debate, isn't it, about wicket keeping in this county, where we prefer our specialists to our keeper batsmen.
To this very day with the England team. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know which side of the fence I very much sit on there. But there's an interesting thing about wicket keepers that Derbyshire only really had 3 wicket keepers for a period of about 60 years.
Yes, Elliott Dorks
and Taylor.
Yeah.
As Connors is in and Beddingham defends. No run. End of the over. 242 for 2. Lees 120. Beddingham 108. The deficit 201.
Yeah, Dorks played the best part of 280 consecutive first-class matches for Derbyshire.
Amazing.
And no keeper took more catches than he did in the 1950s. He got more catches than any other keeper in county cricket in the 50s. But of course, you got an astonishing bowling attack because Les Jackson, Cliff Gladwin, Edwin Smith, Derek Morgan were so accurate that I would imagine catching off them was fairly straightforward, nick and gone.
Potts bowls, and that's a beautiful drive from Lees for 4 through extra cover. Just leant into it, and you could hear the ping off the bat all along the ground, past Madsen at short extra cover and away. 246 for 2. Lees 124. Because the Derbyshire history, whilst they are known for having the most wooden spoons in the county championship, but there have been periods when, whilst they've only won one itself, they've actually been relatively strong. It's not been a consistently poor side. Certainly from sort of the period from the beginning of the 1930s through to the war, they were a consistently strong side as these essays, a big drive and misses.
Well, in the 30s, they finished 6th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 3rd, 5th in consecutive seasons. And what you'd give for that, at no time in our history have it ever been that consistent. No. But of course, there was a plethora of international cricketers. You'd got Dennis Smith opening the batting, you got Worthington and Townsend, who were all-rounders, George Pope.
As Lees drives and will pick up a single on a misfield from Anuj Dal at backward point there as it just bounced awkwardly in front of him.
And what made that side in many ways so strong was because they had those 3 all-rounders. You got George Pope who getting the side through with bat or ball, and likewise Townsend and Worthington. And then at the bottom of the order, you'd got the best spinner we've ever had in Tommy Mitchell. He only played 10 seasons. In 9 of them, he got 100 wickets. In the last one, he got 89. And then, of course, Bill Copson, who was 140 wickets at 12 in the championship winning season, remarkable fast bowler.
Potts is in, short and wide, and hammered away by Bedingham, but just for a single as Haider Ali does the fielding.
And of course, they were a side largely, and I think it was August, may have been July 1936. There was a day when Derbyshire put out an entire 11 at Lancashire, at Old Trafford. They were all Derbyshire born, and that's the last time that's happened in Derbyshire's history.
So that side in the 1930s had maybe half a dozen internationals in it.
I think there were seven played regularly in the 36 championship winning side. Yeah.
As Lees, there's a bit of indecision for the run, but they'll get home safely as Lees guided that back with a point, and Dar made a diving stop. There was always a run on, really.
And you're right about the 50s, because in that post-war period we had a remarkable bowling attack. What we were lacking really was a Tom Graveney or somebody of that, because although Donald Carr was a fine batsman, we just didn't really have that real top-notch batsman. Our bowlers could hold their own because Jackson and Gladwin were exceptional.
Yep.
Edwin Smith got so many wickets, despite the fact he often wasn't used at all, particularly in the first innings.
Potts bowls, and Bedingham picks off another single into the leg side.
And then again, once he got beyond the 70s and Barlow came and had his revolution in 76, he had a period then of about 20 years when, some really effective overseas players, but some wonderful locally produced players, Barnett, Cork, John Morris, players like that, Carl Cricken, some really fine players. And so there's a period then where Derbyshire again had won 3 trophies and finished second, third, fifth in the county championship, but it's sustaining it, I think, for long periods.
Yes.
It's always going to be difficult with a smaller county.
Yeah, 250's up for the loss of 2 here as Connors is in and bowls to Bedingham, who just covers up and plays back to the bowler. Yeah, and of course the second division championship aside in 2012, it's been a fairly fallow 21st century, I guess. Really. But that's not to diminish the efforts and achievements of the prior period, which is what I think. If we could find a way of doing it somehow, that would be a monument to county cricket, really. As Connors is in and bowls short of a length, and Bedingham up on the back foot. Again, there's indecision here between the batsmen as Bedingham set off for the single, but Lees was rooted in his crease. He made it in the end. One more. Of course, that's not forgetting the championship side of the 1874. If we count that as
we was robbed, weren't we? We was robbed.
They changed the rules.
Absolutely. Now, I think if you look back at all of it, I do a presentation I've done it to a couple of cricket societies about a pictorial history of Derbyshire, and it's about the best part of a 2-hour presentation.
As Connors is in, and Lees just waits and drops this into the offside for another single, 252 for 2.
And my opening comments are always that this is a story about a triumph over adversity, as not just the triumphs that we've had, but as a cricket club. We're sitting in this midst of this little group of Yorkshire, Lancashire, Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire. 75% of all county championships have been won by the big 6 test match ground counties.
Connors in again, and Bedingham all the time in the world just waits and turns his wrists to place the ball in the leg side for another single, 253 for 2.
But what characterised the side of the 30s, the side of the 50s, and the side between sort of mid-70s and mid-90s, it was the same character. It was the same thing, and these were formidable sides who had great levels of what's the word I'm looking for? Determination. There were teams of character, aside from skill, but they were very, very forthright cricket teams.
Connors again, no slip whatsoever. Nominally 2 closest catches as Lees pulls Connors round to long leg for a couple more.
And John Arlott, that great cricket writer and broadcaster, he wrote about the 36 Derbyshire side, and he said they were gladiatorial in the way in which they played the cricket, that southern counties in particular hated the sight of seeing Derbyshire walk onto the field because they were so incredibly confrontational. And these were miners, of course. They were hewn from rock almost.
Connor's bowls and these rather missed drives into the onside, but will still pick up a single. 256 for 2. Lee's 130. Beddingham 112.
And that side was full of disparate individuals, but of course so well captained by an amateur in Arthur Walker Richardson,
Yes.
who was a man from a family of money and business. And as was often the case, we saw it with England with Mike Braley a generation or two ago, where someone brought these players together and they respected him massively, even though he was an amateur. Highest first-class score was 90. But they respected him because he knew how to bring together this group of virtually all coal miners.
Yep.
But by gum, they could play.
There's a pot set off then and stopped because I don't think Lee's was quite ready. Comes back in and bowls now, and Lee's effortlessly drives up the ground on the onside for 4.
It's a masterclass, isn't it? This
Little
from
bottom-handed punch, really,
yeah,
nothing more.
all round the wicket.
And really nothing anybody could do about that. 260 for 2, Lee's up to 134. Yes, of course, that 36 side, George Pope was injured early on and didn't really play.
Yeah, only played 4 matches.
Yeah.
But his brother Alf came to the party, he took 94 wickets. I was
Yep.
looking at his stats yesterday, conceded 1.97 runs and over that season. Yeah, remarkable.
He was a tall chap. I do remember him in later life. I had the pleasure of meeting him, but he was a tall chap. As Potts is in again and bowls, and that's wide and driven through the covers. Only one this time as I think it's Kames out there on the cover boundary. 261 for 2.
I just remember the shoulders and the hands. Yeah, the shoulders and the hands. Yeah, they were big men, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Of course, Alf was quicker, probably. I mean, all contemporary reports say that Alf was the quicker of the two. But of course, George was a wonderful batsman as well. Down the order at 6, devastating batsman.
Potts is in and bowls, and Beddingham covers up and defends. No run. So yeah, so an interesting one. It'd be interesting to see if that can be negotiated somehow with the county club, because it would be fascinating. I know there are certain bits of history around the ground. There's a timeline, isn't there? Over the back behind the old Lum Pavilion, and there are pictures of the former players dotted around the ground as well. And actually in the committee room, as you mentioned it, there are some artefacts in there. I believe I've not been in for a while. As Potts bowls and Beddingham tries to force off the back foot but mistimes.
Yeah, we've got Les Jackson's England blazer. There's the ball he bowled his last delivery with at Lord's on September the 5th, 1963. And yeah, for me, they're there to be seen and viewed as much as possible. But it is just difficult finding the right location.
Yes.
And what you need is something secure and behind glass cases, because otherwise you've got to staff it. You've got to have somebody there to monitor visitors.
As Potts bowls a ball of very full length, which Beddingham drops down on, and off the bottom of the bat squeezes 4 runs out to a fine third man. And Derbyshire toiling away here with no success whatsoever, and Durham just gambling along really as they please. 265 for 2. Beddingham now 116.
Yeah, one of my favourites is a bat from Levi George Wright, who played during the late Victorian, early Georgian period. And we've got one of his bats from the season. He had a really prolific season, scored, I think, 5 or 6 centuries, about 1,500 runs. And on the back of the bat, he's written every score in ink pen that he made during the season. I don't know if he did it during the season as each match progressed, so the wicketkeeper could see how well he was doing, or whether he waited to the end of the season. But it's a wonderful thing to have.
Yeah. The field is, I say, being spread far and wide. There are still 5 men, I think, saving a single, but it is very much on the defensive now. There's a third man out. There's a cover point, deep square leg. There's a long leg down there, I think, as Beddingham essays a pull at Potts, but doesn't time it. And there is no run. End of the over, 265 for 2. Lees, 135. Beddingham, 116.
It always amazes me, depending on the state of the game, how a ground can look so small or it can look so huge. At the moment, the gaps look immense, don't they? Because they seem to be able to find them.
Yeah.
And there are other times when you're desperate for a player to push it to, and you can't seem to find one anywhere. But the ground looks rather enormous at the moment.
Yeah. There was a time, I think, when this ground was it the largest playing expanse in the. Is that right? Grace Road was a big ground as well, because everybody sort of thinks of the Oval as being the largest ground, but I don't think that was actually ever the case.
No, I think this was when we were playing
It's been shortened, of course, as well, hasn't it? Because that stand has taken.
But when we played East-West, we played all the way up to the wall behind the stand.
Yeah.
And we played beyond where we're sitting now.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it was enormous.
Thompson into the attack, replacing Connors. And his first ball from around the wicket to the left-handed Lees is turned away into the leg side. There's some running to be done out there.
He's put some miles in today, I think he came out there.
He has. And they come back for 2. I should imagine the batsmen are getting weary as well now. Done an awful lot of running. 267 for 2. Thompson is in again. And driven to Potts at extra cover, no run. So over there, I mean, you all remember the ground as indeed I do here, without with virtually no amenities whatsoever. Really, Lees just drops this one into the offside for a single, 268 for 2, and the changes that have undergone over, I guess, 40 years. To be fair, it's actually quite a considerable period of time. When you actually put it that way. But I remember back when the jockeys' changing room and the stewards' room was still there, and the old grandstand where they used to go for the lunch, and the pub at the back that was open all the time.
Yep.
Beddingham takes another single into the offside.
Well, of course, the jockeys' quarters, which they changed in, should really have been condemned when racing finished.
Yes.
In 1939. I mean, they were certainly not fit for human use, really, thereafter. But it's all they'd got at the time, so they just had to grin and bear it, really.
Yeah. Thompson bowls slightly short of a length, but a quicker ball, and Lee's trying to force it into the offside. Can't beat Anuj Dal.
But you're right, the pavilion opened in 82, and that's the oldest structure on the building, on the ground now, 41 years old, because the old scoreboard went during the winter. As
Lees takes another single into the offside. Yes, I'd noticed that. I hadn't been down here this year, and I was just looking over there this afternoon, and I thought there's something missing on this ground, and it's the very old scoreboard, which indeed we commentated from for
that's right,
for a while when the pitch was the other way round.
Yeah, well, that was built in '55 for the start of that new season when the pitch moved over here.
Yeah.
That was the oldest building on the ground. The grandstand, of course, that's been gone now 20 odd years, and that was built in 1911. And the jockeys' quarters obviously predated even that.
Yep.
So a lot of recent building work.
Potts around the wicket to Lees, drives through the covers, but only one has came. Does the fielding. And are there further plans for development, do you think, or do you know?
I don't know.
No.
Don't know. I think the general feeling is seating on the western side of the ground would be a bonus. When you've got a full house, you've not got a seat for everybody.
Over here.
Yeah, towards the where the hotel is. But Derbyshire are debt free, and I think they want to stay that way.
Yep. As Potts is driven back down the ground by Beddingham, who just watches the ball, does not move one muscle as the ball races away over some flat sheet covers at the far end of the ground for 4 runs. Deploy. So going to fetch the ball and treads on the covers in his spiked boots as he does so. I wonder if the groundsman was watching that. Scoreboard racing along, 275 for 2. Oh, certainly as a ground, a vast improvement on what it was when I first started coming here. in about 1980, I guess. As Bedingham drives again up to mid-off. Zach Chappell, no run.
Yeah, we just sat on those old, as you say, those old little benches that where the pavilion is now was obviously just a grassed area. So where the hotel and the gym are, that was just grass, just parking area really.
Well, there were additional pitches around here as well when I first came
absolutely.
here. So club pitches.
Absolutely. There was a members' net over the back. Where the gym is now, there was a net that Walter Goodyear used to prepare for members to play in.
Yep. There's Potts ball short and Bedingham pulls him round the corner down to long leg and they'll take a single. 276 for 2, Bedingham 1-2-2.
Yes, it was a far cry from what we see today and clearly better. I mean, the players have got better facilities, spectators have got better facilities, the media have.
Yeah.
And but having said that, if I could wave a magic wand, it would be to rebuild the grandstand, but modernise it, to have had that, because it was an iconic building.
Yes.
It's just sad it had to go.
As Potts balls to Lees, who may on another day have got a little nick on that as he tried to guide it down to third man. Well, of course, it had that lovely cupola on the top,
absolutely.
Didn't it? Green cupola, which I'm guessing was copper that had
I imagine so.
Discoloured over time, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, it was built in 1911, so all the photographs of it would have been taken in black and white until, when we started watching in the 70s. So, for the first 60 years of it, we only got black and white photos anyway.
As Potts bowls and Lees pushes up to mid-on, they'll take a quick single, 1-2-7-7 for 2. Yes, I know what you mean. I do know what you mean, because it was a cracking building.
It was just that the things didn't come in. The problem is that the money that was needed to refurbish it in the 90s, you were looking at 2 or 3 million.
Yeah.
And it was easy to knock it down because, of course, the club own that land. That's the freehold land. They don't own the rest of the ground, but they do own a small ransom strip of grass in front of the grandstand terrace, and they own everything behind it. But there was just no money to refurbish it, so they knocked it down. And then, of course, a couple of years later, the money came through from the government, from New Deal, to build the gateway. And if only the two had come together, it's possible we could have converted the grandstand into, a cricket centre and everything that goes with it.
As Thompson begins a new over to Lees, who carves away into the offside for another single. Interestingly, the floodlights are on now at the county ground, although the light seems fair enough to me. Cloud cover, which has been over for much of the late afternoon, is still pretty high. I don't think there's a threat of rain. Thompson bowls. It's nothing serious, that's my phone going off. Somebody's entered my local club. Oh, I've got another one as well. There you go. I do apologise for that if you can hear it in the background. 279 for 2. It's going mad. As Thompson bowls to Lees, there is no run. Just check this out, see what's going on. You have an alarm activation. You have an alarm activation. You have an alarm activation. Well, somebody's gone in without switching the alarm off. I'm sure somebody will sort it out. Thompson comes around the wicket to Bedingham, who just waits, plays it short into the leg side. There's a good piece of backing up there from Madsen, actually, at slip as the throw came in. Slightly wayward. The 3 for a single, 281 for 2, then Lees 143, Bedingham 124. So your work as a statistician, did that sort of just come about because you were looking for something to do, or did somebody specifically ask you to start looking at it?
I was always fascinated by numbers as a kid.
Yeah.
I have no idea what possessed me to remember that Gary Sober scored 8,032 test runs at 57.78, but it was something that once I'd read it, it just stayed in my head.
Yeah.
And if only schoolwork had stayed in it, who knows, I might have been a professor. But I was just fascinated by numbers because whichever way you look at the game from an artistic perspective, a skills perspective, it's still about numbers.
As Potts bowls short and Bedingham treats it with absolute disdain and hammers it over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Short, Potts put an awful lot of effort into that, and Bedingham just rocked back and hammered it up to the old Lum Pavilion over there on the left-hand side of the ground. 4 more to him, 285 for 2, Bedingham 128.
And about 20 years ago, I was getting into the situation where I was working within the media doing my photography in cricket, and I'd got this fascination with numbers, and I just thought, well, actually, I want to drill down because there's so much information you can get from record books or online sources, but there's a lot of stuff that you can't.
As Potts tries again, pitches this one further up, and I think it's actually a no-baller as well. As Bedingham drove to Chappell, diving across at mid-off, saved the runs off the bat, but 2 to the board for the no-ball.
So,
for 2.
sorry, Dave.
Right.
So while, for example, every scorecard of every game Derbyshire's ever played, 4,133 games, 34 now, is online, the only way you can find out that Derbyshire's first innings score in this game was their highest first innings score ever against Durham is if you've actually got all of those numbers.
Potts bowls and Bedingham turns into the leg side for another run.
And put them into your own databases. So I went on I paid to go on a course, a Microsoft Access course to learn how to use Microsoft Access because it's got virtually unlimited data. You can put as much as you wanted. And I've now got about 700 different databases. Right. And so I'll think of a really obtuse or obscure, well, Potts bowls this, but I'll think of one that's a strange one.
Around the wicket to Lees, who waits and pulls for 4, again with all the time in the world. And the score advances by 4 more, 292 for 2, and Lees closes in on a century and a half. He has 147.
I'll give you an example. Last week, Alex Thompson took 5 for George Scrimshaw took 5 for in the first innings down at Hove. And he was the 6th bowler used. And it was only the 20th time in Derbyshire's history that the 6th bowler used had taken 5 wickets in his. And no one's in the slightest bit interested in that, but I am. But the only way you can find that out is...
Potts bowls again, wide and hitting the air this time, just to the right-hand side of the extra cover by Lees, but it'll be 4 more. Slightly uppish as he goes to 150, 151 to Lees. Been a lovely innings to watch. 172 balls.
So the only way you can find out is to look at every single one of the 1,776 fifers that Derbyshire bowlers have taken in the first innings, look at the scorecard and see where the bowler, whether it was the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the sixth. So that's the sort of really obscure stuff that I've created alongside the mainstream stuff.
Potts bowls to Lees, who drives back to him, no run.
But what you find is that the guys writing the ECP Reporters Network, which is the match report that you see on the BBC and everywhere else, they actually like little stats. You tell them all the stuff, and some of it they just filter out and say, well, that's rubbish, I'm not interested in that. But, for example, this match, it's the 15th consecutive match that Derbyshire have played in first-class cricket where Derbyshire has scored a century partnership.
Right.
15th consecutive game. Our previous record was 8 games.
As Lees drives into the offside, there'll be 1 there.
So there's often a little snippet that you can throw out there that they like. And obviously I put these out on Twitter for people to ignore or say, oh, I quite like that stat, or that's interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's 20 years worth of work, and I've largely, I spend about 2 hours after each game updating all the databases.
So how did you get the database up and running in the first place? There's a huge amount of history there that you had to go back and look at.
Well,
was it literally laboriously putting it in?
The first table was every game Derbyshire had ever played in every format. So I've got that table in order, chronological order, 4,133 games.
Thompson continues from the racecourse end to Lees, who defends back to the bowler.
And all you can do is go to that first game on the 26th of May 1871 against Lancashire Old Trafford and input all the data from that scorecard into your computer, into various different databases of who was captain, who was wicket-keeper, who got 5 wickets in an innings.
Thompson again bowls to Lees, who just opens the face and takes a single square on the offside.
And you've got to do that 4,133 scorecard. So that took me about 3 years.
Yeah.
So although I'd set about to do this, it took 3 years before there was anything that was remotely usable. And there was a time during that I thought, I'm going to pack this up because it's just taking too long. And the project I'm on at the moment is boundaries scored in centuries, which sounds easy today with the use of the internet, because for the last 20, 30 years you can see how many boundaries have been scored in every century.
Thompson bowls, and that is flicked fine by Bedingham for a single, 299 for 2.
And so when you say, for example, the most boundaries ever hit in a Derbyshire century is X or Y or whatever, because you've not got a complete record, you're sort of flying in the face of, you can't be absolutely certain. So I'm working on that at the moment.
Thompson bowls and Lees drives up to mid-off, deploy fairly deep there, so they'll take another one. And the 300 up for Durham, come up in the 56th over. Lees has 154, Bedingham 140, and of that 300, these two have added 292 in quick time as well. We're only in the 56th over. Thompson is in again, bowls. And no run as Bedingham plays to Dahl at short mid-wicket. End of the 56th over then, 300 for 2, Lees 154, Bedingham 130. So your chief source of information, was that Wisden?
Cricket Archive,
Yep.
Derbyshire Yearbooks, Derbyshire Scorebooks, British Newspaper Archive.
Yep.
Because, for example, I wanted to establish every game who captained in each game and who kept wicket in each game. And in some scorebooks, some Cricket Archive scorecards, there is no mention of who the captain is.
Yeah.
So you can assume it was the captain from the previous game and the captain from the next game, but you can't be certain. So British Newspaper Archive try and find the match report and that says, Captain Richardson, Captain Barnett. Well, it's rarely Barnett because obviously in the modern game the records are there. But going back to the 19th century, not always were they there. So that's the only way you can find them, really. 292 partnership. I'm just checking. That's now the highest partnership for any wicket for Durham against Derbyshire. It eclipses the 278 by Richardson and Pointer here in 2018, and that was for the 6th wicket.
So this is the highest ever partnership for Durham against Derbyshire. Then.
Yep.
Wow. Dahl starts a new over from the City end. The first ball played back to him. There is no run. He comes in again and bowls to Lees, who this time just plays to Madsen at short mid wicket. Again, that no run. Look, I guess one of the things with statistics in cricket is it's almost endless, really, what you can do, and that's proven by people like Andy Saltzman on TMS or whatever, come up with the most obscure statistics, and you actually wonder what the real relevance of it is to anything.
Yep.
It's almost a statistic for a statistic's sake, as Dahl bowls, and again, Madsen will field at short mid wicket. But there is the point about these databases, which are really, I guess they're a cube of information, aren't they? Is that you can filter them in so many different ways that you can find virtually anything out.
Yeah, and I think when you play, last week, for example, the 4th innings score that Derbyshire made down at Sussex, it would have been our highest run chase.
Highest run chase,
and so it's useful knowing that's
Dahl bowls and Lees pushes into the offside, no run.
But it was also our highest 4th innings score not to lose a game.
Right.
We twice made a higher score but lost them both. So I guess it's just sometimes useful to put that stuff out there. But there's other stuff like, for batsmen who've played in first-class cricket and scored centuries, I like to see whether that century contributed to a win, for example.
Dahl bowls down the leg side, flicked off his pads by Lee's out to square leg where Connors is fielding.
And there's loads of things that can contribute to a win, and there's lots of players who've scored hundreds in eras where Derbyshire weren't very good, where it's likely they won't have contributed to a win. And it won't surprise you that the players who've most often contributed to a win by scoring centuries are people like Barnett, Morris and Adams, but they played together in a really good team. Yeah. So it doesn't surprise that was the case.
Darbo's over the wicket to Beddingham, who drives off a thick outside edge, but they'll pick up another single, 302 for 2.
Conversely, Wayne Madsen, who scored the second most first-class hundreds, hasn't contributed as many hundreds in a winning course as those players, but that's because he's not played in as good a side. So you may say, well, why put the stat? Why look for that stat? Well, I was just interested, really, to see what the outcome would be.
Well, I guess what that proves to an extent is that good players still need good players around them as well.
Yes.
To make a difference.
Well, I had this conversation yesterday with a couple of members about the 1990 Sunday League winning side and the 93 Benson's final winning side. And the bowling attack on that day at Lord's in 93 was Mortensen, Malcolm, Warner and Malcolm. I'd already said him.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cork.
Griffiths as well, 1990.
But it was Frank Griffith who bowled the final over to deliver the victory. And in 1990, when we won the Sunday League, down here, you'd got Barnett, Boulder, Morris, Adams and Adrian Caper in the side, a much vaunted top five, but it was Steve Goldsmith who hit the winning runs and scored crucial runs and took wickets throughout the competition.
303 for 2 as Thompson bowls to Lees, who drives up to a deep mid-off where Deploy employs the long barrier to field. And another single is taken.
And going back to that great Somerset side of the late 70s, early 80s, both from Richards Garner, but how many times was it Vic Marks or Colin Dredge or Peter Denning? It was a lesser player, but as valuable to the overall team performance that delivered.
Thompson around the wicket to Beddingham and dropped into the leg side for no run. Yes, it needs a complement of all sorts, doesn't it, really, to make a team that is successful. And interesting, that Somerset side never won the title even then, did they?
No.
You would have thought with those players in the side, they were strong, no doubt, but they were never good enough to quite win it. No. I guess the argument would be, well, both of them was always away with England, and Thompson bowls again, and Beddingham just props forward, no run. And when the West Indies were touring, Garner and Richards were with them.
Yeah.
But there were seasons when they did all play together.
Of course.
Thompson bowls, and Beddingham just rocks back and forces into the offside. They've taken one, they'll come back for 2 as Kame has more work to do. I wonder if he's got a pedometer on today. It'll be whirring round at a rate of knots if he has. 306 for 2 at the end of the over. Lees 156, Beddingham 134. And there are 11 overs remaining in the day. That may drop to 10.
Because the main thrust of the stats, a lot of the time, is to be able to say, for example, last week at Hove, that Wayne Madsen had overtaken Dennis Smith in all formats runs, and these are important milestones for players. Indeed, the next championship match Wayne plays for Derbyshire will be his 200th first-class game for the county.
Dahl bowls to Lees, who just drives up the pitch, and there is no run.
And the media do like that stat, especially if he scores 100 in his 200th game. They're nice little stories around that. Of course, he's missing next week because he's with Italy, but he'll be the first player to play 200 first-class games this century for Derbyshire, which is quite something. And may never happen again.
Dahl bowls and Lees drives up to mid-off. Look, a piece of field in there by Deploy. Prevents a boundary, really, rather than a run. Because had it gone past him, that was 4 runs. 306 for 2. Yes, and Madsen his longevity is 14 years now, I guess.
15th season.
15th season.
Well, he came halfway through 9, so but this is his 15th season.
As Dahl bowls and Lees picks up a single off a miss I'd say a misfield has been unfortunate on Potts, really. He dived and the ball just bounced and hit him, really. And they were able to take 307 for 2. And in an era when I suspect that players perhaps don't play as long, would that be true or not? I'm not sure if it is. Certainly some do, but there won't be that many who play 200 first-class matches because they play so few,
Absolutely.
comparatively few, I should
Yeah.
say. As Dahl bowls and Bedingham off the back foot pushes into the covers. There'll be a couple more there as Lees is keen to come back. And the 300 partnership is raised. 309 for 2, 301 in 321 balls, virtually a run a ball. And Lees 157 and Bedingham 136.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne's playing 14 championship matches if you play every game. We talked about that 1936 side that won the championship. They were playing 28 three-day games, so twice as many matches.
Yeah, as Dahl bowls and Bedingham blocks.
But of course, in all formats, if you throw in 14 T20s on top of your 14 first class, there's 28 games.
Which is where actually, when I was listening last week, and the list of the highest ever all format run scorers came up, was interesting because my immediate thought was, I'll come back to it in a moment, as Dahl bowls and Bedingham again content to defend into the offside. There's no run. My immediate thought was Hobbs, Woolley, Hendren.
Yeah.
Which I think
they were up there.
I think they were the top 3 in first class.
Absolutely.
Cricket. But there are so many runs scored in the one-day game as well these days that even though there are fewer what you call first-class matches, there was still room for players to overtake. And Graham Gooch, I believe, was top of that list.
And Hick.
And Hick as well, of course, And down through the 25 was a fair smattering of what you may call modern-day players, where it was a combination of all sorts of cricket. There's Thompson bowls to Lees, who drives, and Potts fields very well at extra cover, tumbling away to his left.
Well, Wayne's stats, I mean, he's gone past Dennis Smith's 20,516, but Smith's were all scored in first-class cricket.
Yes.
Now, Wayne's our second highest run scorer in all formats, but about 15th in first-class matches.
Yep. Thompson bowls and Lee's defence drops just into the arch side. A very quick single there as the bails are whipped off, but Bedingham had just got home, but that was a risky single. And it was Anuj Dahl who was in at short extra cover. They dropped it to his left hand and he scampered across, picked up and through to Guest, who whipped the bails off. Bedingham had just got home.
But yeah, comparing eras is rather futile, but the numbers say that, you know, he scored that number of runs. It's a remarkable record. He's clearly our best player of this century.
Yes.
Our best T20 player by some distance.
Yeah.
And one of the best T20 players, I would say, that this country's seen outside of the international arena.
Yeah. Thompson bowls and Bedingham turns into the leg side for a more comfortable single this time. 311 for 2.
I think there's 7 players have scored 4,000 or more runs in the T20, what we now call the Blast. Obviously, it's not always been called the Blast. Yeah. And Wayne's one of them. He passed 4,000 this year, so he's right up there and still doing it at 39, 40 in January.
Yes, and you wonder how long he can keep going. I mean, he's incredibly fit as Thompson bowls and Lees pushes down to long on for a single off the back foot. I think he might have been trying to force that through the offside, but it ended up going through mid-on for 1.
Yes, I mean, he's always been a very dynamic T20 player, or so we recall, but you think back to when he first came, and he was an obdurate opening batsman and couldn't get in the one-day side. Yeah. You look at him now in white ball, he's just first pick every year.
Bedingham defends, no run.
But you never know with any player, do you? I mean, Darren Stevens is a great example, wasn't he, of a man in his mid-40s still doing it. If Wayne got another 5 years, you wouldn't put it past him, would you?
Well, no. And
you're not carrying weight.
As Bedingham chops away another single into the offside off Thompson's last delivery of that over. No, and I guess he's not running any great distance, and even Stevens was...
Well, he was bowling.
Well into his 40s.
Yeah.
So I guess if he's batting and standing at slip,
He's got a chance.
There's a bit more to it than that, I appreciate.
Absolutely.
But he has got a chance, yeah. I guess the issue will come when his eyes start to fail. But even you go back to people like Gooch, and we're going back no more than about 20 years, maybe a fraction more, but they played till well into the 40s. So, yeah, there's no reason why he couldn't go on for another 4 or 5 years, really. It's Dahl bowls and Bedingham defends.
Well, he got 580 T20 runs this year in 14 matches, and that's the most he's ever scored in a T20 season. His previous was 527. There can't be many players anywhere playing T20 that are getting better in terms of runs aggregate. You know, he scored 100 in the T20. The sad thing about numbers, of course, he misses the 50 over competition, so he doesn't get to add runs to his Derbyshire tally while he's off playing in the 100.
Yeah. Do runs in that count in anything?
They do, actually. The 100 count as T20 runs because the Association of Cricket Statisticians didn't want to create a new genre, so they're counted as T20 stats. But obviously not for Derbyshire. Because he's not playing for Derbyshire.
No. 313 for 2. Lee's 159. Bedingham 138. I guess I guess another on the opposite side of that would be wickets across all formats as well. Because obviously there are a number of people who have taken his Dahl bowls, and that's hit in the air and he's out. And Bedingham is caught at mid-wicket for 138, and Derbyshire finally have their breakthrough. And the catcher is, I'm not sure who.
I think it was Dahl.
No, the bowler.
Oh, sorry, Dahl. Bowler's Dahl. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's one of the. It's a substitute fielder.
Well, Mitch Wagstaff's been on,
Is it Wagstaff, number 22?
Yeah, that is Mitch Wagstaff, yeah.
So Mitch Wagstaff, the substitute fielder on, has taken a catch at short mid-wicket, and Bedingham's innings is over. 138 in 158 balls, a terrific knock. And he's walking off looking as though he's disappointed with himself, but it's been entertaining for this reasonable crowd in here, thinned out a bit in the last half an hour or so, but entertaining enough, and certainly entertaining sitting here watching and commentating on it. Partnership worth 305 in 333 balls for the third wicket. And
it's the way Durham have played the cricket this year, haven't they? They've played positive and attacking cricket, and you know, whether they've got an eye on the weather. We're looking ahead and looking at Saturday as being a washout.
Yep.
I don't think it would have changed their game plan. I think they're just going out to bat big and bat as quickly as possible and get as many runs on the board as you can. Of course, it's difficult when the opposition have put 4-4-3 on to start with, because you've got to be getting 600 or 700 to give yourself a chance of only batting once. But that's the way they've batted, and it will be really interesting with a new batsman at the crease to see whether or not they decide to continue down that route. Obviously, Pretorius is an unknown quantity because he's a new player, isn't he? I've not seen him bat before.
Certainly new to me. He's right-handed as Dahl comes in, and he'll get off the mark with a streaky 4 down to third man off the bottom corner of the bat. As he ended up taking one hand off it, really. If there's an indication of how he intends to play for the last 9 overs or so.
Well, it makes sense, wouldn't it, to send someone into the bowl as
a bit of a pinch hitter and see if they can smack a quick 30 or something before the close.
Completely demoralises. That's just what we needed in the last half an hour. I mean, in fairness, they've stuck at it. I think the fielding, they have done well. In the circumstance, the fielding's been it's been really good, actually.
Dahl bowls, and possibly a very difficult stumping chance there down the leg side as Guest failed to gather, and Pretorius just drifted his back leg out of the crease momentarily.
Yeah, the fielders have thrown themselves about. Harry Kame, as you say, has done countless miles, or it seems so, down on the grandstand terrace boundary. And but yeah, 317, so the trail by 126.
Yep. Thompson to continue. Bowls to Lees, who comes forward and defends. No run. Yes, so wickets across all formats would be an interesting one. I'll clearly, going back in the day, as Thompson bowls again and Lees pushes up to long on for a single. There are some names there with colossal records, really. 3,000 wickets. And
1,600. 1,672 is the most.
Derbyshire record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yes,
But
of course.
if you're
Wilfred
talking
Rhodes,
Wilfred Rhodes
4,000.
or someone like
absolutely.
that. Huge numbers.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine anybody's come close to that. Because someone like Rhodes played over such a long period of time as well, of course.
Titch Freeman and people. I mean, he took 300 wickets in a season for Kent.
Yeah.
Mind-boggling.
As Pretorius rather stiff-leggedly stuck a bat out to this one from Thompson, his first delivery, and poked it into the offside without much foot movement. I think this could be an entertaining last 7 or 8 overs here as Thompson bowls and he whacks it down the ground for 4.
I think we know why he's been sent in.
We think we do. Stand and deliver stuff from Pretorius. And he's on to 8 already. He faced 4 balls.
Yeah, you talk about the wicket takers. It's interesting, the modern ones. I say modern, we're talking players who they were modern when we were young. People like Courtney Walsh and Malcolm Marshall, they took over 2,000 all formats wickets.
Yeah.
I don't know if we get anywhere near that sort of figure going forward, even with T20 and 50 over cricket. I don't know.
If you look at the 2 venerable England bowlers these days, Anderson and Broad, who have both got 600 Test wickets. I think Anderson has he got to 1,000 first-class wickets. So you've got to add on his one-day stuff as well. But I'd be surprised if he's anywhere near 2,000. I would have thought.
Yeah, I would. Yes, I would. Yeah, because really he's only played one format for several years now.
He has actually, yes. And it's interesting how times have changed. That 60% of his first-class wickets are in Test matches.
Yeah.
And it shows really that their longevity has much to do with the fact that they don't really play any first-class cricket outside of Test matches these days.
Yep.
They are solely Test cricketers.
But have been extremely durable.
And they've been fit and they've kept themselves fit. Yeah.
I often think when the criticisms abound about players playing too much cricket and too many injuries, I often wonder if anybody stops to go and ask Broad and Anderson what the secret was.
Yeah.
Because some bowlers, Darren Stevens, the aforementioned Stevens, what do you put down your durability to and your consistency? Because clearly there are still cricketers we've just talked about Madsen. I know he's a batsman, but who have got longevity, who have got durability, and who do seem to thrive the more on playing cricket.
Just briefly, you're not missing anything at the moment because that ball that was hit for 4 by Pretorius has been damaged, either damaged or lost. And anyway, they've had to replace the ball for the 3rd time in this innings. And the umpires were just looking through the box. The box must be rapidly diminishing in usable cricket balls, I should imagine. Because this is the 4th one that they've used in 60. We're in the 62nd over now.
The one they replaced when Thompson was hit for his 2nd consecutive 6, saw it bounce back off the side screen, and one side of it was almost flat.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, it didn't half hit it with some pace.
Anyway, I'm going to try with the 4th ball is Thompson. And immediately he's carved away to the offside. It's gone for 4. So change of ball doesn't bring any better luck for Thompson or Derbyshire. And Pretorius up to 12, 326, 4-3. Yes, it's clearly something there. And maybe it's just natural physique that enables them to have a long span as a cricketer. You also got to have some ability as well, obviously, to be able to do it. But Thompson bowls, hits him on the pad as he tries to swing it away on the leg side.
Well, I'll give you 2 Derbyshire examples. Devon Malcolm, Dominic Cork. Devon Malcolm, when he first ran to the crease, he had the wrong prescription glasses and used to run in all over the place like he was in a slalom. And if someone had said back in '83 when he made his debut, he'd take 1,000 first-class wickets, people would have scoffed. But he did, and was an outstanding match winner, incredibly quick bowler and a match winner. Dominic Cork, I remember talking to Phil Russell about Corky when he was a young 21, 22-year-old, and he said he'll have to learn how to bat because he won't be able to bowl after he's 30 because his body won't stand up to it. And blow me, he played till he was 40 and was still opening the bowling and winning Man of the Match awards at Lords. So cricketers, some have got that durability, and I guess others perhaps haven't.
As Lees drives the first ball of a new over from Dahl up to mid-off for no run.
And of course, the better you play, it's the old adage in football and in all sports, isn't it? That good players don't get injured when they're winning.
Yeah.
You know, they play through everything and anything.
Yeah. Dahl is in again to Lees. Too short mid.
That's a lovely shot.
But he drives him straight down the ground, just to the onside of the stumps for 4. And Chappell, bless him, must have lumber after it and go and pick it off the flat sheet covers over behind the bowler.
I always remember asking Stephen Jones one day, we were at Whitgift School about 13 years ago or so, and he'd got his feet in a bag of ice or a bucket of ice. And I put the question to him.
As Dahl is in again and bowls and driven straight back up the ground and...
well fielded. Oh,
was that beating him?
No, stopped it.
Brilliantly fielded. It was. I couldn't. The way
he looked
slumped to the ground, it looked as though it got through him. But it was a terrific piece of fielding by Zach Chappell to get down there late in the day and keep it to a single. 331 for 3. Lees 165. Pretorius 12. Yes, Stephen Jones.
I said to Stephen, is there any time during a season when you don't feel pain or injury? And he says, the first morning of the first day of the first game of the season, he says, thereafter, you're always playing with pain, niggles and injuries.
Yeah. As Dahl bowls and down the leg side, that is a good take by Guest, and he does this time take the bails off. But unfortunately for him, Pretorius had left his back foot in this time. And of course, he was a wholehearted cricketer, Jones, who ran in as well. And he didn't.
Absolutely.
He charged in, didn't he? Really, Jones did.
His first spell at Derbyshire, he said, I'll be as fit at the end of the day as at the start of the day. And to prove it...
Dahl bowls and Pretorius defends, and that takes an awkward bounce. And Potts does well to recover and prevent the single.
He would often drop down and do press-ups in the last couple of the overs of the day, as if to say, look, here you go. And I've got pictures of him doing it at Queen's Park and various other places. He'd just drop down with a few overs to go and knock out some press-ups on the outfield.
As Dahl is in again, and bowls, and Pretorius digs this one out and drives straight to Potts again, who this time fields cleanly, no run. End of the over. 5 overs remaining, then 331 for 3. Lees 165, not out. Pretorius has 12.
As strong as an ox, wasn't he, Jones?
He was, and he was built like it as well. Yes.
Very tough character, very tough cookie. And a good bowler, and he could hit the ball. Highest score ever by Derbyshire, number 11, 86 at Worcester, 2010. Didn't take him long either.
So has every other number
got a century?
Scored 100, yes.
Yeah. I mean, we've got batting records, 198 by John Chapman is the highest score ever by number 10 anywhere in the world.
Yep.
283, world record 9th wicket partnership, still stands from 1910, Warren and Chapman.
Blackwell
At Blackwell, yeah, that's the one. Levi Wright scored 170, batting exclusively with a runner.
Scored how many?
170.
Somebody else had to run them for him.
Yeah.
Terrific. That's the way to play. Chappell is back into the attack and bowls to Lees, who just drops into the leg side for no run.
Although Foxy Fowler, you remember Graham Fowler, England Open, Lancashire, and he scored 2 centuries in a match against Warwickshire at Southport and had a runner both innings. That's the way to play the game, isn't it, Dave? Go out and can bat all day.
Go and bat and
play till you're 50 if you're doing that, can't you?
Somebody else fields for you as well.
Yeah, lovely stuff.
Yeah, we had Lauren Tuffney in earlier, and she was talking about there being some walking cricket on here tomorrow, I think. So that's my kind of game, that is. There's Chapel bowls and Lees again just pushes into the onside where the straighter of the two short mid wickets does the fielding. Madsen.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that walking cricket this morning. They were talking about it. It's, I think it's.
So I did have to
popular,
ask the
isn't it?
rather obvious question. This is, so what actually is walking cricket? And she gave me the rather obvious answer. Well, it's just cricket that you do walking.
I wonder if they
Really?
cheat. I wonder if anybody runs
Well,
when they're supposed to
I
walk.
bet there'd be some interesting walking styles.
Yeah.
There's Chapel bowls to Lees and again pushes to Madsen on the leg side at short mid wicket. There is no run. Yeah.
I think it's over. It's here, isn't it, on the ground
I
somewhere?
think it's on the ground somewhere. Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll
Yeah.
get to see it then. See it in action. I've actually seen it at Worcester
Oh, have you?
during the lunch interval last year in the championship match, which we won at New Road. And they did some at lunchtime, but it was a bit difficult to follow, really, I have to say.
Chapel is in and bowls and Lees content to drive down to mid on for no run. Looks as though he may have settled for the close here.
I think Lees has, hasn't he? Yeah, come out tomorrow and start again. It's an
England-
interesting situation the match is in. It really is, because I think Durham will just bat on in this fashion. I think they'll just keep going.
Well, particularly if there's weather around, they'll
Yeah.
probably say. Actually, let's just see if we can bat once. Chapel is in and bowls, and Lees drives in the air, just short of Potts at extra cover. Maybe a yard in front of him, maybe two, but it was in the air for a while. And Potts, who is fairly close to extra cover anyway, it's just too deep. So Lees may be getting a bit tired. Just for anybody who's still listening, in the Test match, England 372 for 4, lead by 55.
And it could be a thriller up at Old Trafford then, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, as Chapel's in bowls, and beats Lees outside the off stump as he tried to chop that down to third man. A couple of close shaves for him there, Lees. He'll be glad to get to the close, I'm sure. 4 overs to go. He has 165.
Yeah, if Derbyshire could just nick him out while he is just... he's not moving his feet quite as well as he was earlier, was he? Very commanding innings. If he could just nick him out before the close, at least it'd give him something. Because let's face it, Derbyshire still are 112 in front.
They are, yes.
And yes, they do bat reasonably well down, but, you know, Connors is coming on now from the City end, and if he could just nick another one tonight, might give him a bit of confidence going into the tomorrow morning, and tomorrow's another day. You just never know. Enough cliches for you there, David?
Yes.
Enough cliches.
Well, there's some pale sunshine just to end the day here as the shadows of the players are cast not by the lights that are still on but by the sun across the ground. Indeed, in comes Connors and bowls to Pretorius, who squeezes it out on the offside. Haider Ali does the fielding and throws at the stumps, and a rather laboured Lees gets home as the ball hits his bat. He probably could have done without a quick single there as well, to be honest. Lees been out there since the start.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Yeah.
I'm 165 not out. I've faced 200 balls. It's 20 past 6. I want to put my feet up.
You've come into pinch hit and
Thank
nicked
you.
a quick single. Yeah. So 2 short mid wickets in place again as Connors comes into bowl. And it's turned to the square of the 2.
We both
Hamish
fielded
Dahl.
it.
They did both field it. It was like a little game of pinball, that. Hit the first mushroom and bounced onto the second one. 332 for 3.
What was the overnight score, David? Can you remember?
316 for 6. So it's 127 scored this morning as Lees gets inside edge onto his pad and they take a quick single. They'll have to hurry as the throw comes in. And I'm not sure if Pretorius would have been home there. It was Wagstaff who charged in and dived for the ball and threw it at the stumps in one movement.
So that's
But he missed
459 runs today.
459 runs, is it?
We're being blessed because the last day at Hove, there were 552 in a day.
yeah.
So that's over 1,000 runs scored in the last 2 days of county cricket.
Well, it's 300 yesterday, of course. So it's
Sorry.
It's over
Yes,
1,300 in 3 days,
Yeah.
anyway. Yeah.
I've forgotten an entire day.
It's Connor's ball short, and Pretoria swings down the leg side and will get 4 for a very fine touch. May well have even come off his glove, but it was just wide enough. That meant that Brooke Guest couldn't get a glove on it. So 4 more to Pretorius, 4 more to the score, 337 for 3. Pretorius now has 17. Yes, there's been a run glut over the last few weeks. There was an enthralling game at Sussex. I didn't see most of the final day, and honestly, I thought when they didn't declare at lunch, this is going to be a draw, and I had to go off and do something else. And even at tea, I was with my brother, and I said, "That's going to be a draw. That is." As Pretoria swings and misses at this one from Connors through to Brooke Guest.
Well, I think there are a lot of
And
people.
to be fair, I was right.
Yeah,
but
lots of people in the ground. I think both Derbyshire and Sussex were of the view that they delayed the declaration. But I said at the end that I think they recognised the limitations, with greatest respect to their bowling attack, and also really short boundary to the pavilion side. And it really was a short boundary. But I have to say, after 50 years of watching county cricket in Derbyshire County Cricket, I can't recall many more enthralling draws than that.
No.
It really was a thriller.
As Connors bowls to Pretorius, who squeezes this out, and they'll take another quick single.
But it was edgy seat stuff. I mean, we sat by the pavilion, and I've got my short lens, and I'm waiting for the players to come off, and I'm thinking, well, I don't know what I'm going to be photographing here. Is it going to be jubilant Derbyshire? Is it going to be jubilant Sussex? A draw, a tie, everything was possible. You even had a game, there was a game of the Middlesex Northants match was a draw with scores level. Which we've only had once in our life. And I'll tell you the story of that before I go. Is that all right?
Okay, quickly. 338 for 3. Leeds 166. Pretorius 18. Head away.
1980, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, Leicester. Get to the last over of the day, and Leicestershire 4 wickets down, and they've got Nigel Bryers on strike and David Gower at the non-strikers end. The scores are level.
At the start of the over.
Yep. So Barry Wood throws the ball to a young 19-year-old called Kim Barnett and said, "Here, you have a go." And what did Kim do? He bowled a maiden and ran out Bryers off the last ball of the match. They couldn't even scramble a single from somewhere.
Chappell comes in and bowls, short of length, and there'll be 4 runs to Pretorius, who just wafted his bat at it, really, just hung it out, and it took the edge and ran down to the vacant third man position. For 4.
Yes, he's having fun, isn't he? 22 off 14.
Yeah.
It's,
342 for 3. The deficit may well be under 100 by the close of play. Interestingly, the bonus points are still 4 apiece, given what's gone on. But very shortly, Durham will be moving ahead. As Chappell is in and bowls, and Pretorius off the back foot hammers it behind square. There'll be 4 more.
magnificent shot.
That was terrific. Just stood up and opened the face. And Kame is out there on the cover point boundary, never ever doing anything other than fetching that back.
There's a period in the late 1800s through to the First World War, points awarded in matches. There was 1 for a win, -1 if you lost, and nothing for a draw.
Crikey.
And if you applied that to this season's county championship, guess what?
Go on.
No change.
Really?
No change. Bonus points. I've never understood why we have them.
As Chappell is in and bowls, and Pretorius just drops in the leg side. They'll have to run here as Hayder throws at the stumps, hits the stumps, and the umpire decides. He was home.
Yeah,
Umpire Mark Newell.
I did years ago, 2013. Do you remember the umpire Jerry Lloyds? He sadly died.
Yes, Jeremy Lloyds,
a year ago or so. And I sat down with him having a drink one night, and I said, these bonus points to me, they don't make any sense. I don't think it makes a difference, Jerry. And he said, well, do a bit of research. And I did a paper for the ECB, and I looked at 10 seasons of the last 50 prior to 2013, randomly.
Chappell bowls to Lees, who just turns to Anuj Dal.
And I used the I used the football in 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, nothing for a defeat, and found that every county champion, every team that finished bottom, second, third, promotion, relegation during the years once we'd gone to 2 division, virtually nothing changed. There was the odd different position, but we became a slave almost to batting points and bowling. Oh, we've got to bat on because we need to get an extra point. And sometimes I think we obsess over them in the game.
Chapel is in and bowls in there. Oh, and Lees will get 4 runs off a very fine edge straight through where a first slip would have been. It would have been right into his midriff. But unfortunately, there is none there. So 4 more to Lees, who is looking tired and has done for about the last 20 minutes. He's 170 not out.
That would have been straight to Madsen, wouldn't it? As you say, midriff. Chapel cutting a lonely figure as he wanders back to his mark.
Ooh, and the sawdust,
not happy, man.
Sawdust pile has disappeared. Bless him. 350 is up for Durham. 351. As Chapel tries again and bowls, and Lees gets a short ball which he helps around to the deep square leg for a single. Kame, who's ploughed a lonely furrow away on that boundary deep on the far side. At least he may well be first in for a shower.
Well, Dave, it's been a pleasure to join you, but I've got a bit of photograph editing.
It's been a pleasure to catch up with you again, Dave, as well.
It's nice to see. I wish all at Darley Abbey Cricket Club.
We're not having the best of seasons this year, but we're in good health
Still
as a
going.
club. So,
and it's been a pleasure. I hope it's not been too boring,
it's
too
been
numbers based or whatever. But
interesting conversation.
It's been a pleasure.
It'll be a pleasure to catch up and continue that conversation at some point in the future.
Thanks a lot. Cheers,
Take care, Dave.
Cheers,
Thank you very much. Dave Griffin, the Derbyshire statistician and photographer and heritage officer, amongst many other things at Derbyshire. Hasn't missed a day for about, 10 years or something. 14 years of watching Derbyshire. Hasn't missed a day. So if you want to know anything about Derbyshire, he's your man. So we're into the anti-penultimate over of the day's play, 6:30. 352 for 3. Lee's 171 on strike. Connors bowling to him. Pretorius has 27. As Connors comes in and bowls. And Lees drives down the ground but can't defeat Lewis deploy at mid-off. Just to run through, I'll do it during the course of the next couple of hours. We'll run through the day's play before we wrap up here. As Connors turns at the top of his mark and comes into bowl, and Lees just pushes into the offside, no run. Still plenty of hardy souls sat around watching the end of the day's play. I should imagine that most of them are wrapped up. There's a fair old breeze blowing out there, even though the sun is attempting to come through. As Connors is in, bowls, and that's straight through Lees, and there was a half appeal, but Guest has actually dropped the ball. I think Lees may well have hit that. As Guest shows his frustration in throwing the ball back to the 12th man, Wagstaff, and Connors marches off to the far end. And Lewis Rees just had a quick word with Lees to see whether he did in fact hit that or not. Certainly went through him. Lee's looking forward to the close of play here. He's been struggling for the last 25 minutes or so, really. 171 he is. As Connors is in bowls, and that's a waft, and he is out. This time he has wafted at one outside the off stump. He's got an inside edge, and Connors has taken the wicket of Alex Lees with just over 2 overs to go. Derbyshire have an important breakthrough in this match. 354 for 4. Lees has gone for 171 off 210 balls. It's been a magnificent innings, but he has been struggling for the last 25 minutes or so. And having survived what may have been a chance the previous ball, he wafted at a wide one there, got an inside edge, and Brooke Guest took the catch. So Lees' long innings is over. No doubt he'll get a very good hand as he walks away. Derbyshire in this last 20 minutes or so have broken the back of the that big partnership, first taking the wicket of Beddingham for 138, and now that of Alex Lees for 171. The score is 354 for 4. Pretorius has 27 to his name. And at last, after a very long afternoon and evening for Derbyshire, they finally have a glimmer in this game. They still do lead Durham by 89 runs. So they can still say, I think, that they are in this game. But that partnership of 305 brought Durham very close. These two late wickets have just tilted the balance back a touch towards Derbyshire. And will certainly make for an interesting morning tomorrow morning here at the Incora County Ground. If you're listening now and you're in the vicinity, come down. It would be interesting to see how it goes. Derbyshire obviously will look for quick wickets. The new ball will be available after 12 overs. So who knows where this game may turn tomorrow. The new batsman is Matthew Parkinson. And the field suddenly becomes rather more orthodox. 2 slips back in place as a short extra cover as well, as Connors comes in and bowls to Parkinson full of length. And so it says Parkinson, but it's actually Potts who's come in. I was looking at the scoreboard there. And not sure that the scorers have worked out that it's not Parkinson. It's actually Potts. Right-handed. As Connors bowls outside the off stump. And there is no run. End of the over. So 2 overs to go. 354 for 4. As Chappell will have a chance to bowl at Pretorius. As the sun does make a belated breakthrough, Chappell sets off. 2 overs remaining to bowl to Pretorius. Bowls and Pretorius off the back foot. Guides down to third man past a diving backward point. Alex Thompson there, rather wearily diving away to his left. Can't get a hand on it and then has to get up and go and fetch the ball himself from the hoardings in front of the Lund Pavilion. And he'll now be sent down to a third man as well. 4 more to Pretorius. He's up to 31, 358 for 4. The scoreboard has changed now, and it is indeed Potts who is up on the board. Chappell comes in again. No slips in place for Pretorius, who turns this one into the leg side, where Madsen fields at short mid-wicket. Just to recap on the day while we're here, Derbyshire recommencing at 316 for 6. Eventually closed at 443 all out. Brooke Guest, the last man out, for 197. After Thompson had gone for 19, Chappell for 5, Connors for 33. Potts was left not out 2 as Chappell bowls, and Pretorius turns into the offside. Away out behind point, and Came again comes running around, and they'll come back for two more. 360 for 4. Pretorius up to 33. So 443 all out. The bowling figures: Rain 3 for 80, Potts 2 for 68, Pretorius 0 for 69, Cast 1 for 68, Parkinson 0 for 100, and Borthwick coming on at the end 4 for 25. As Pretorius will pick up another run out to the offside, where Came again will have to come running in off the rope and do the fielding. So Derbyshire all out for 443 and 120.1 overs. And then Durham, in reply, going into bat for 2 overs before lunch, came out immediately after them as soon 8 for 2, as Connors picked up both Jones and Borthwick for 5 and 0 respectively. But thereafter, a partnership of 305 between Alex Lees and David Beddingham really put Durham in the box seat. And it was only in the last half an hour or so that Derbyshire finally managed to break that partnership. Firstly with Beddingham, who was caught by the substitute fielder Mitch Wagstaff off Anish Dal for 138. And the score of 313 when that wicket fell, as Chappell bowls to Potts, who plays down the wrong line really. Ball straight through to the wicket keeper. There is no run. And then secondly, Alex Lees, who was caught just moments ago by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Connors again, for 171, that wicket falling at 352. Scoreboard now advanced to 361 for 4. As Chappell is in and bowls short to Potts, who has plenty of time to just lean out of the way of that, and there is no run. End of the over, and there is now 1 remaining. So fascinating day. Derbyshire's morning as they took their score to 443, and then the very early part of the afternoon was theirs also, as they took a couple of wickets. But then the rest of the day really has belonged to Durham, with that huge partnership of 305 and an entertaining knock from Pretorius latterly, who has currently 34 off 20 balls as well. So 361 for 4. The deficit, if I work that out, is 82. With this 1 over to go, and Pretorius striking. As Connors comes in to start the final over of the day, and Pretorius drives him into the offside out to the Thompson, who's on the cover boundary for a single, and that may well be Pretorius' last ball of the day, as I suspect the intention will be for Potts to try and soak up the remaining 5 balls. Bowling figures for Derbyshire today: Chappell 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 63. Dahl 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 57. Thompson 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 64. As Connors is in again and bowls, and straight past the outside edge of Potts. He's about to place a perfect defensive stroke, but unfortunately down the wrong line. There is no run. Potts 8 overs, none for 72, and Rees 6 overs, none for 45. So some expensive bowling figures in there. Chappell, rather Connors, sorry, into his 16th over now. Currently has 3 for 59, 2 maidens in there. He's been the pick of the bowlers. Chappell's running hard and not enjoyed the best of fortune, as Connors bowls again, and Potts essays a drive and misses again. The score remains 362 for 4. All remains really, as we finish these last 3 balls of the day, for me to say thank you very much to everybody who's helped me out today, coming at various points to add some colour to the commentary. I hope you've enjoyed listening to them, their stories, and what they do, both in the community and beyond. As Connors bowls, and that's edged away down towards third man. There's a chase on here for Haider Ali. Will he reach it as he gets to the rope? He does, just in front of it. Once again, it's Anuj Dal there, who retrieves the ball just inside the rope, and they take 2. I do apologise to Haider Ali and Anuj Dal for getting them mixed up all afternoon. Not intentional. Anyway, 2 more to Potts, 364 for 4, 2 balls remaining in the day. As Connors bowls, Potts defends. 2 Dahl at backward point. There is no run. So thank you to everybody who's helped me out in the commentary box today. It's been a pleasure, and I hope you've enjoyed listening as well. I hope for those of you who've been watching and listening from Durham, the contribution of Luke Campbell as the Durham coach was interesting for you. As Connors bowls last ball of the day is edge, and a great piece of fielding by Dahl there at backward point, saves 4 runs. And that is the end of play today. So Durham closed 364 for 4. Potts has 2. Pretorius 35. They will resume in the morning. The deficit is 79, and this game very much hanging in the balance with those 2 late wickets for Derbyshire's, just helping to give them a bit of hope. I hope you've enjoyed listening to the commentary alongside the pictures today. It's been a pleasure for me to do it on your behalf and on behalf of Derbyshire County Cricket Club. And for now, this is Dave Jepson signing off.